Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, Good afternoon, good evening. Uh, welcome to Global Manufacturing Excellence Summit, Edition 6. I would like to extend warm welcome to our Professor Narayan Rao Garu. So, thank you, sir, for joining the session as a opening session speaker. I would like to give a quick introduction about the summit because we have 2 3 minutes to start. The main objective of Global Manufacturing Excellence Summit is to connect experts, subject matter experts, professors, practitioners, and industry experts to all manufacturing organizations and their executives. The whole idea is to share knowledge, help each other, and then make manufacturing a better place to enjoy. So that's the whole idea. So with that objective, we initiated an excellent initiative of virtual event on global manufacturing excellence. So on this platform will help everybody to share their knowledge and also connect with the like-minded people. So with that, the some guidelines is the event is live on YouTube, so it's continuously live. So we will be giving the YouTube link to all. We have already shared, but in case if anybody is missing, please share to us. And LinkedIn, I think LinkedIn also live. We will have a limited time in LinkedIn for 4 hours because of the due to restream restrictions. But YouTube is the live. So try to stay in the YouTube channel, so you will have an uninterrupted 10 hours from now. Okay, so that's something great to enjoy the session today. Uh, so I would like to invite. Let us start the session. If any questions, please post in YouTube. You have a text box in the YouTube. You can write it. We can see the messages here. And if you are not able to do that, you have our contact numbers and also our coordinator, our conference manager contact numbers. Please share with that. Anywhere, wherever you post it, we try to get them and get that answered your questions. And please feel free to send message so that we can have in a more the session as more interactive. So that's a whole that's how it is. So let us it's at 3 minutes past 10, so let us start with that. And our main audience is in Middle East, Europe, Africa, and India. So good morning to all of you. I would like to invite Professor Narayan Rao. I'm very happy, Professor, for you to be here as a keynote. Dr. Narayan Rao is an accomplished academic and industry expert with a deep experience in manufacturing systems, industrial engineering, and management research. He has authored numerous publications and contributed significantly for advancing of modern manufacturing practices, known for his analytical approach and thought leadership. He continues to guide organizations towards operational excellence and innovation. One most important thing what I like is, Professor, you are sharing very nice information on industrial engineering on your portal. I think it's a treasure trove for everybody who wants to really achieve excellence in manufacturing and industrial engineering. So over to you, sir. So welcome, Professor Narayan Rao.
Thank you. Let's share my presentation. Yeah, just a second.
Yeah. Take your time, sir. No problem. So you want any help, sir?
There. Now it is visible.
One second, sir.
The presentation is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Yeah,
Yes,
Thank
it's visible.
it's visible. You can put it in a slideshow so that.
You can put it in slideshow, sir. It's before the PPT, it will be there.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is there. It's
Yeah,
slideshow.
yeah. Okay.
but you cannot see the slideshow.
Yeah, sir.
Did you share the entire screen, sir?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
slideshow is coming.
yeah, but we don't see the slideshow. We see only the PPT open position. So maybe you need to change the window.
Just a minute.
Share it, but select entire screen. That's better. It's easy.
That's what we have done. But one second. Okay, slideshow pattern. Is it now in slideshow?
Yeah, I think it's coming up. Still not yet.
Unmute this.
Yeah, now it's PowerPoint is open, but not in the slide share mode. If you share all the screen, if you just put it in a slide share, it will come. Make it a little bigger one. Yeah, can manage.
Sir,
Is it
here.
okay now?
PowerPoint is visible, sir, but it is not in the slide share format. Okay.
The our side it is in the slideshare format only.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, if you put can you go to the next page? No, sir, it is not in the slide share format. So, yeah, it's going to the next page. Okay.
Yeah.
But it is not. Yeah, you can make it a little bigger. Yes, that's. You can minimize the ribbon also. You can just minimize the ribbon in the top so that you can see.
Sir, here in below it's a PPT. Here one icon is there, right? Sir, TV type icon.
Wait. Minimize, madam. The ribbon is. You can minimize that ribbon also. As you minimize the side bar, just minimize the ribbon also in the top. Yeah. So that should be good enough. Just there is a small arrow there. Just click on it. Yeah. Click on that, it will go. No, on the top ribbon. Yeah, that one. Exactly. Click on that. It's not going. Yeah. At least it's better now. Just move a little left, and then we can. Yeah. Yes, sir. We can proceed. No problem. We are able to see the screen. Yeah.
Right. So, good of you. I observed from the participants that there are many senior executives and CEOs and also their many nitty alumni. I thank all of you registering and participating in the seminar. Now, the topic that I was speaking on is managing cost, a measure of excellence in the manufacturing value chain. As we know, the summit theme is driving manufacturing excellence through digitalization, innovation, and full empowerment. Regarding me, I'm a professor retired in Bombay. I'm concentrating now on maintaining a blog, Industrial Knowledge, Engineering Knowledge Center. I'm very happy to see that this is a very popular blog on industrial engineering. I do write some other blogs as well as online articles, and I'm very happy that 10 million unique page views have occurred for these online. Also, I developed a ebook, Introduction to Modern Industrial Engineering. Very happy that it was by around 10 plus people so far. I also create a LinkedIn newsletter, Modern Industrial Engineering. For last 1 year, it is there. This month issue is on the company productivity news, benchmarks for productivity and cost reduction. It mainly deals with the.
Can you maximize the screen? Because there is some part is not visible. Yeah. Can you just try once again? Because it's so important session. Mhm.
1 second.
Yeah. Because there is a gap in the right side. It is not actually in on the PowerPoint mode. Are you using iPad, MacBook, sir?
No, it is
Normal one
Windows.
only. Yeah, just maximize it. You can see in the bottom. Just try to maximize it. Okay.
Because
It is here only, but unable to see the full screen. Okay. Maybe you need to reduce little size.
No, it's maximum. Want better just the screen
Okay. Because there is some part of the slide is not visible.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you just try once again? It's no problem. We are not in a hurry. Okay.
Sharing.
Yeah. Because if you go right, so likewise, yeah. Just share the screen, click on it, and then select the entire screen button, and then put it in a slide share mode. That's it. It should come. See, it's not a problem. You just saw that with it? Huh? You want to do it? Just stay tuned, please. Yeah. I can share, sir, if you want. Yeah.
Just started the slideshow. Are you able to see the full screen on your end?
I can see it now.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better, but it's not in a slideshow mode. Okay, I can see the full screen. I'm not sure about the
Full screen you are able to see?
No, sir. Only PPT.
No.
Yeah, but I don't see anything else. Maybe it's a full screen. It is better now, at least, than before.
Maybe you can do one thing. If you could share
I
on your
can
end,
do that.
we can tell you when to navigate to the next slide.
Perfect, sir.
Okay.
I will do that. Give me just 10 seconds. Jyoti, please share me the presentation. I will do that.
Because we are on our end, we are on the slideshow mode, but then I'm not sure
I
why
will
that's
do it.
happening.
I will do it. I'll do it. Just yes, visible, but it is not in the slide share mode. But I'll do it. No problem.
Okay. We will also try on our end meanwhile.
The content is visible now. So
Okay.
somebody is saying, Abhiram is saying, double click on the slide.
Yep. Press F5. F5.
Full screen mode we
Now
have.
we are trying here to. So I'm going here and saying slideshow, but I can see it's a slideshow on my end.
1 second, madam. I have it. I have the presentation now. I'll do that from my side. I'll do it. I will do it, sir, from my side. Just give me 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. So let me. Are you able to see the screen? Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, please, sir.
Yes.
Please, yeah. You may continue, sir. I'm in your name screen.
So now I can continue, right?
Okay. Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah, I do this LinkedIn newsletter. The December issue is available now. Next, please. Yeah, I would also like to mention that I wrote some important research papers on industrial engineering. One is Principles of Industrial Engineering. Second one, Functions and Focus Areas of Industrial Engineering. You'll see in the latter part of the presentation. Then the frameworks for productivity science of machine effort and human effort. This also we'll see in the latter. And one important paper on Industrial Engineering 4.0, Computer-Aided Industrial Engineering, which also I shall discuss in the presentation. And one on the Coca-Cola's productivity management for more than 2 decades, what it has done. Right. Proper. I would like to start with saying the line managers and staff managers involved in cost management. We have the managers right from CEO to the shop floor level supervisor. We have industrial engineers participating in the cost management. We have the cost and management accountants and information system executives. In this presentation, I will discuss the role of the cost accountants and the industrial engineers. Please, next. Then let me say what are the measures of manufacturing excellence, which is our basic focus. So one thing is the safety, quality, delivery, and cost is now made popular from the Japanese practices. And the earlier to that, in 1981, the HBR article by Will Wright, who is prominent in the manufacturing strategy field, he said cost, quality, delivery, and flexibility. And then there is a 1987 paper by McNair and Moscone, which says that people, quality, delivery, and cost. Yes, next slide. Right. So now we'll spend a little bit more and come to the Japanese idea, which the starting most priority is the safety of the people. We can also add the comfort of the people, the health of the people. So when people are coming to the workplace, they should be comfortable in the workplace. It should not create any issues for them, and they should be safe from accidents. Quality is the quality of the product and services. I say customer related to point out to the balanced scorecard, right, from the angle, from the customer angle. Then the delivery is the throughput of the organization, which is the focus of the theory of constraints. And also delivery implies whether you are meeting the customer specified delivery dates or not, which are to the customer related issues. The last comes the cost, and I highlight saying that cost reduction through productivity improvement, which is the focus of industrial engineering. Now, the important thing is the cost is kept at the last. That is how it should be. F.W. Taylor defined his mandate as first decide what you want to do. That means first decide what you want to give it to the customer, specify the quality, etc. Take a look at how do I do that at the minimum cost. So effectiveness, which is the customer facing, is the first, and efficiency, which is an organization parameter, is the next. So I keep giving the slogan effectiveness first, efficiency next. Nobody should say cost means quality. Yes, quality is number one. Take care of quality and then take care of cost also. Next, please. Right. So when we discuss the cost management, three terms are popular. The first term is cost cutting, which is expressed in a manner. And cost cutting will normally come when some projects of the company fail. Then you have to close the projects and you have to dispose of the assets belonging to the project. You may have to even lay off certain people who are recruited for the project. Now, that is one sort of a cost cutting. The next thing is suddenly demand drops. So in the ongoing business of the company, then also very quickly you need to put your fixed costs, etc. So this is a sort of a negative situation, desperate situation where the company is put into doing the cost cutting. The next term is cost control. What actually we mean is planning the costs and achieving results within the planned costs. This is one of the cost management proper. It is a cost management proper task. The third one is the cost reduction, where year after year you would like to reduce the cost unit. We already know there is something called learning effect, which gives you cost reduction year after year. But with more proactive efforts, you try to reduce the cost. This is another important task of the cost management. Please, sir. Next slide. Right. Then we also have to keep in mind the theme topics of the digitalization, innovation, and people empowerment. How do we drive the manufacturing excellence? So in the presentation, we need to keep in mind these three issues also. Next, sir. Right. Then let us talk about cost management. So it's very important that minimizing cost incurred in the realizing the planned revenue core aspect of the success. Your successful organization when you are able to achieve the budgeted revenue within the budgeted cost. So minimizing cost with your planned revenue requires the cost management. Now, what is cost management? You need to take care of all aspects of the cost planning, controlling. You have to take care of the continuously in the cost reduction. Please, sir. That cost management has activities, right? So these activities of cost management have to be organized, resourced, and directed. So you talk of cost and organization, cost sourcing, and the execution of the cost management activities in terms of allocation, giving directions to the people involved in cost management, and authorizing various expenditures, etc. So next. Next slide, sir. Right. So The cost management has two important areas. We already said those two important areas. The plan, the annual budget, revenue and cost, and then executing the production plan as per the cost budget. And second is the cost reduction. So next one. The planning the annual budget cost, as we know, involves budgeting, and there is involvement of the standard costs. The standard costs get data from the industrial engineering department and the cost account department, and the standard cost can be looked at two categories. One thing is the standard variable cost and planned fixed cost in the. So there is some iteration between the budgeting and the standard cost exercises, and then both the budget and standard cost are released for the year at a single point of time. Next step. There's one more idea about standard cost. There is something called as a should cost estimates. So for the purchase people, we create a should cost estimate and tell the purchase man, look, these are costs at which you are supposed to purchase. Similarly, in manufacturing, we do that. For distribution, we do that. And for the entire total supply chain, also we do. And there's one interesting thing called costing. When you want to introduce new products, the Japanese were targeting a price point. This is the price which I want to introduce this product. If this is the price at which I want to introduce a product and I want a certain margin of profit, then my cost should be this much. So the entire product is given a target cost, and then they work backwards and come to each and every component and materials at what cost they should buy. So the entire site gets involved into a target costing exercise, and they get the target cost at a minute level. Next slide, sir. Right. At this stage, I would like to tell you one thing. These estimates of costing, I'm reading yesterday a paper which says, even within the Bible it is mentioned that before you take out, you decide what is the cost required, and only then you are sure that you can afford that investment, then only enter into the venture. So the cost estimating is that old part of it. When we come to the software support for the cost estimating, for the artificial intelligence, there is one company which is making for the nesting activities. It is recently mentioned in an article. Then I went to the company website, and this is called as a plan flow going to give for the nesting activities, and any person can go to the and initially do some cost estimates of his parts, and then only if he likes and if you would like to use it, then you can go for buying the software license. And if you're estimating the cost for number of components, there is a good benefit. This is what the site. Next slide. Then there is called a design for manufacturing assembly. A company called Boothroyd Associates gives you a way to use the formulas of design for nesting and assembly and to arrive at the cost estimate. Basically, these are the design to cost estimates for the various processes of the production. Next slide. Now, what I want to say is you derive from the budget cost your department what are the line items of the expenses. So this is required. There is a aggregate budget, etc. But as a manager of any particular department, you should be able to derive your items where you are going to spend your money. Sir, next. You see, there is a digital support to budgeting also. There are financial planning and which are more one of the IBM product, and there is a concept now the predictive budgeting. Using artificial intelligence, you will be able to get the budgeting exercise done. Like the predictive analytics, now the term predictive budgeting is also available. So, then do the planning of this. If you get a line items which are under your control, which you are responsible for that particular cost, that sort of a deal with you. The next step is the cost control. The cost control includes measurement and actions. You need information now on a more continuous basis. What is by me? What is spent by me so far? Till neither budget or above budget. And in this, we have to mention what is called as a flexible budget. Even though in the budget, let us say, in a particular month, there is a production volume of 12,000 pieces, and there is a corresponding. But if you make 13,000 pieces in a particular month, whatever demand, etc., your budget has to be made flexible. There is now a calculation for 12,000, you have to make a calculation for 13,000 production. Similarly, production goes less, you have to calculate for less. So this is the flexible budget on which you have to make the understanding. And now the software try to say that we'll give you a real-time alerts. Important alerts are given to you in real time so that you can action required. Stop an order. Order is given, it is above the budget. If you want, you can stop the order. That is the real-time action. Next slide, sir. Now, company effective cost management requires commitment on the part of all key managers to take responsibility for incurring cost and earning revenue. Cost is incurred for earning a revenue. A simultaneous commitment for the incurred and the earning the revenue. And a paper gives this particular comment: organizations seem able to achieve this and remain competitive, while others who are struggling to do this, that is simultaneously earning revenue in a planned cost. Okay. Now we move to the cost reduction aspect, talking of the cost control aspect. So what you see is, in the cost control, the managers, the operating managers play a key role. They have the key responsibility. Accounting side information is handled by the cost management accountants. In the standard costing, certain is provided by the industrial engineers. And 4 people are there, right? Operating managers, engineers, accountants, and information systems people. We are not discussing the role of IS people explicitly, but as we are saying, the digital support or the software there to support system people is also in that particular one. So in industrial engineering, we are coming to it. Picture shows that there is a person who is doing some work and a person who is observing the work. So industrial engineering is based on the observing the actual work done inside the shop floor. So this jock, there is a popular term called jock. The industrial engineers actually supposed to do and observe on the shop floor, all shop floor activities. Next. Yeah, this is an interesting thing which I came across in 1832 is a popular author. He wrote a book on the economy of machinery and manufacturers. So in that, he wrote one particular statement where it said, so many new machines are coming, costs are getting reduced, so necessary for each manufacturer to discuss by which the cost of the articles he manufactures may be reduced. So the importance of the cost reduction is at least 200 years old. It could be still some more years old, right? We don't know. Trying to quote a popular figure. Subsequently, I keep telling that in 1880 or 1881, in the conference lecture of American Society of Mechanical Engineers, the president at that point of time specifically made a mention. Engineers have to and reduce the cost of various engineering items from textiles to some machines. So the cost reduction was explicitly told by the ASS at that time. And based on the talk, I would say FW has taken up and created the scientific management field. Next slide. Now, what is industrial engineering? I want to explain industrial engineering as cost reduction through productivity improvement. Cost reduction is the objective. The means is productivity improvement. Productivity improvement, we'll see in the next slide. So what is productivity? As a definition, productivity is output by input. Put that you are putting into the production process. Productivity can be calculated. And industrial engineering effort is made to increase productivity of each input to study or as an opportunity arises. A new technology comes, I can increase productivity of an input, I will try to increase. So industrial engineering is basically innovation. So next slide. There is a single factor productivity when you are calculating output by input for a single factor. There is a multi-productivity if output is there, but here below you have 2 or 3 or 4 factors as a combination. So naturally, the input of these multi-factors are expressed as rupees. Of this multi-factor input, you want more output. That is a multi-factor productivity. Next one, sir. Is a concept of the total factor productivity. All inputs that you are putting into your production process to a rupee figure, I am able to produce more for a rupee of this total factor input. My activity is increasing. So naturally, every company would like to have an increase in their total factor productivity. So, next slide. Right. Now, I would like to tell you something as a modern industrial engineering compared to till yesterday, what is the existing industrial engineering. This is based on the paper Prince Industrial Engineering that I proposed or I presented in year 2017. Surprisingly, till year 2017, even though industrial engineering as an academic discipline appeared in 1908, till this point of time, there is no formal set of principles of industrial engineering. So in 2016, I was reading through the Taylor's Principles of Scientific Management. Suddenly a thought came to me, still talking of Taylor's Scientific Management, why there are no principles of engineering? So that question made me create the industrial engineering principles paper there. And then I defined functions of industrial engineering like functions of management. Then I defined focus areas of industrial engineering. Now these are covered in more detail in my ebook, Introduction to Modern Industrial Engineering. Next slide, sir. Now, put the question is, what are the objects of industrial engineering analysis? I am trying to say now, industrial engineer should be able to analyze the product through value engineering and design assembly, and there are some more methods. You should be able to analyze the facilities, each machine, each equipment that is being used in the production process. You should be able to analyze and do some improvements to increase the productivity. That is the focus. Then the processes which are there in the company, you should be able to analyze the processes. The subdivision of the processes are operations and industrial engineering's main focus is supposed at the element level. You improve the elements and standardize. These elements are combined into operations and processes. Processes are there in a variety of functions in an engineering company. Product development, production, supply chain, maintenance, customers, transport, warehousing, inspection. So it is not that engineering used only in the production. Industrial engineering is used in multiple functions in a that we have to notice. Then we said systems. So certain activities in a company are called with cost accounting system, information system, right? So there is the four things we are giving as our analysis: product, facility, process, and system. Sir, next slide. Right. Then I want to now say what are the focus areas of industrial engineering. So from the earlier discussion, we can always think like a product industrial engineering is there. There is a industrial engineering. There is process industrial engineering. There is system industrial engineering. Then we say there is industrial engineering analysis. The economic analysis done by industrial engineers. There is a cost analysis done by industrial engineers. Optimization done by industrial engineers, also called IUR. Statistical industrial engineers. Then there is productivity management. I am adding the cost management now. Engineers have some fascination towards, and I tell them that you do productivity management, you do cost management, don't worry about marketing management. Let somebody else study marketing management and do marketing management. You studied industrial engineering, you do productivity management, cost management. And then there are certain measurements which are more specific to the industrial engineering. I include four of them here: time measurement, cost measurement, productivity measurement, and consumption of materials measurement. And engineering measurements have to be industrial engineers also when they're dealing with that engineering subject. Let's say. Right. In process, I want to give three areas of focus. The machine effort is to be studied and analyzed. The human effort is studied and analyzed, and the consumption of materials are to be analyzed. Thing is, in the current academics, the human effort is only getting the attention, and as a process improvement, the machine effort and the materials industrial engineering getting the right emphasis. So you require to increase emphasis. Next slide. Then, in the industrial engineering field, studies are very popular. Industrial engineering is conducted through studies. So I'm including studies what we can say through discussion: product study, process study, machine study. Type study is very popular within industrial engineering associated. Method study is another one. Motion study is also popular. There is fatigue study, once again not getting the right emphasis in industrial engineering subject. Then there is a layout study to improve the layout. Suppose you say data study industrial engineering is doing, you can call it a study or a data analytical study conducted by industrial engineers. We can create more studies to take care of the expanding work. Next slide, sir. Then let me come to the digitalization for the cost management. The ERP, PLM, product lifecycle management, manufacturing system, process control, all these softwares have a role in cost management. The cost account output may be through ERP, but it is getting the information through, and MES in turn is getting information through the process control devices, data, and the next slide, sir. Then, as I said, I wrote a paper, computer industrial engineering, and the question that I asked is computer-aided study and improvement, is it possible? I said yes, because now you have the data from manufacturing execution systems utilized to study the processes. All standards can be in the MES, and so very easily an industrial engineer can retrieve what is the current process. Then there is something called mining. The process mining will see each and every process is done. It has the entire history of how the process is done. So it is going to tell you if any abnormalities are there, if the operators use the standard process and they did some alterations. All those things are pointed out by the process mining. Even the time taken for each and every elemental activity is derived to the process mining. Then we have the digital twins, which are going to help you in doing the simulation, right? So a digital twin of the physical equipment. So many more variables are included in the digital twin. So you can do a simulation whether the ideas that you generated to improve the process will work or not. So I said right now there is a good support from the software for the industrial engineering. We should have a computer-aided industrial engineering module in the CAM packages, this computer integrated manufacturing packages, or this enterprise software. They should be able to provide a designated module of the computer-aided industrial engineering. The fourth one, I said knowledge management for industrial engineering. This is another neglected aspect in industrial engineering. Industrial engineering is based on knowledge. Knowledge, what is happening in the engineering, knowledge, what is happening in the engineering manufacturers, what sort of new commercial output is available utilizing. So you require the external knowledge. Similar knowledge also is to be combined, and all this knowledge is to be combined with creativity to create solutions to improve productivity in your processes. So there is a component, there is a creativity component. For knowledge component, you require the knowledge management. Now, in value engineering book, L.D. Miles wrote a full chapter on the knowledge required for value engineering. But a similar discussion is missing in the industrial engineering, and that is where the industrial engineers are to see the value of a knowledge management software support for their subject. So next slide, sir. Now, that is the digitalization point that I want to bring in the presentation. I want to now go to the innovation and creativity. I said industrial engineering is innovation, right? And the new in the innovation is the total innovation management, total innovation. Everybody in the company can contribute. Everywhere in the case of global company, everything can happen anywhere in the world. And anytime there can be innovation. Open innovation is that you are willing to get in others into your innovation activities and get the benefit of their ideas. Now I just saw 2 days back there is a news release from Georgia Technology where it's to promote total innovation in your organization, emphasize improvement in efficiency and quality. That emphasize improvement in productivity and quality, then you will be able to have a better total innovation. Then also they said the manufacturing is down like in India. They said true value of manufacturing is only by displaying ability to innovate, adopt, and driven careers. You offer something to the potential employees. What is it that you are trying to do them? And the title of that they said is Modern Manufacturing Blends AI, Automation, and Sustainability to create meaningful careers and economic resilience. Next slide. People empowerment is another essential element, and industrial are recognizing. So this one article which talked of revolution needed, that right, you need to empower employees at all levels to develop innovative solutions. So next slide. Kaizen is an important idea developed by the Japanese people because in Japan, in Toyota, Taichi Ono specifically tried to bring contribution of the operations people. Industrial engineer do cost reduction, okay. But all other employees in the organization should also contribute to the cost reduction. This was really well implemented in Toyota, and they say that is a competitive strength of the Toyota. When others are only using industrial engineers, Toyota is able to dramatically increase the involvement of all their employees in the improvement activities. In this contest, what Japanese normally you reduce standard cost once a year. They said no. We want our reduction in standard cost calculated every month. Every month, the standard cost decrease by whatever amount is possible. And that given the name of the Kaizen cost, where every month you are going to reduce your cost in your budget figures. Right? At least people know every month what is the cost reduction. Right. So next. Then another building people and culture highlighted by another industry. They say training operators, involving supervisors in problem solving, and encouraging ownership at every level lead to a stronger culture of accountability and innovation. In the principles of industrial engineering, two principles to talk of the training people. You have to train operators in new processes. You have to train operators in the productivity improvement. Points are mentioned as the principles to industrial engineers to give the training operators. Next slide, sir. All right. So I said this is the last slide to give a pointer to my presentation, right? And this is also a recent 2 days back message or post by the McKinsey people. Scaling AI across the enterprise involves large automation projects and empowering people with everyday tools. So this people empowerment is being recognized in this digitalization part by McKinsey senior part, Bernhard Mull-Rieter, right? Next slide, sir. Yeah, so that comes to the end of my slides. Now any discussion I can participate based on the.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Very interesting points. You touched everything about industrial engineering applications to manufacturing. One important, I think, a couple of very important points is you talk about very nicely about Kaizen costing. So you said every month the standard cost needs to be updated. That is something which is very interesting. Usually they do it once in a year or maximum once in a quarter. I have not seen anybody who do standard costing every quarter, but they do once in a year. If they are doing a once in a month, that means that is something good. Okay, and you also said about the industrial engineering like a process, operations, and element. So the industrial engineers should improve at the element level. Thereby, the operations will be optimized or improved, and then by process. That is something which is very interesting. Now, everybody pay attention to the process level and then the operations, but leave element part for optimization to itself. So they don't really pay attention to the improvement at the element level, which is now the current practice, because they think that is a given. As you rightly said, improving element will optimize your operations and process. Very interesting, sir. So, yeah, uh, I think you touched everything. If there is any questions, we would like happy to answer. Uh, so, so what is your advice for the manufacturers? So, investing in the industrial engineering, especially the small manufacturing units, consider is a cost. Okay, whereas they do a lot of improvement for the manufacturing process. So, what is your advice for the manufacturing units in optimizing? Yeah.
See, what I'm seeing is engineering is mainly an engineering. So even in a small manufacturer, let us say engineer who is there in the company, and this engineer is given some initial inputs in industrial engineering as a course. But once again, it's only in mechanical engineering the inputs are given. In other engineering branches, the inputs are not given. I'm trying to advocate one of the principles of industrial engineering I say is industrial engineering is applicable to all engineering branches. electrical engineering, electronics engineering. So the industrial engineer is to first move into all the branches so that all engineers have initial understanding in industrial engineering. And that understanding, whenever challenge of the cost reduction comes, they should be able to think of industry. Okay, this is a subject where there is some content on cost reduction. I should be able to use it either from his own knowledge or a knowledge of the concepts, etc. There is productivity councils in various states, etc. I hope they do help to increase productivity. So there has to be a steps in the beginning, and the single engineer company has to develop his intelligence also. Another point I have to say is, I see many industrial companies are not with IE qualification. Many of them are without IE qualification.
Without IE qualification, yeah.
So they're doing some companies of IE work, even without qualification, by knowledge, or the company is trying to help them to acquire the required knowledge and first.
Correct, sir. That's true. Not all they do some improvements in the shop floors, but not necessary that they are qualified industrial engineers. Yeah, great, sir.
But
Mhm.
what I would say is, whatever we are trying to do through writing blogs or through maintaining LinkedIn, this thing, or through webinars, should help such people who don't have formal background in industrial engineering, but they are trying to develop their knowledge
Learn and grow.
in industry.
Excellent, sir. So thank you very much for joining all the way from United States, and have a great weekend and enjoy, sir. Thank you. Very insightful. The time is not sufficient to share all the information. We wish you. We wish we have more time to discuss detail because you cover such a vast topic. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Professor Narayan Rao Garu. So thank you, sir. And
Thank you,
make
sir.
sure that if there is any question to Professor, please post your questions. We make sure that your questions are answered offline. And then whenever you want to have a more discussions with the professor, you are always welcome, and we do that arrangement. So with that, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining the session today. Fantastic
Thank you, sir.
opening lecture. Thank you very much. Excellent.
Thank you.
Great insights.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the next session. Welcome, Ninanji. Thank you very much for joining the session. Just to give another round of update, the LinkedIn live streaming will be for 4 hours only, so up to 12 o'clock. After that, the YouTube will continue. So anybody who have joined in LinkedIn, so make sure that you are connected to YouTube so that you don't miss the afternoon sessions. Okay. So with that, I would like to invite Ninan Chandi, very senior professional. Let me give a brief introduction about the topic. So the topic we are talking here now is warning signs every manufacturer must respond to for the enterprise longevity. Okay. Mr. Ninan Chandi is a seasoned B2B sales leader with 20 years of global career, having opened markets in 20 plus countries and generated over US $700 million in sales for Saudi-made steel products. As a business unit head, he achieved remarkable turnaround by increasing profits by 550% and throughput by 40% within a year without additional resources. That is something very, very great. In 2013, he founded Delta Eta Cost Reduction Consultants, pioneering in proven efficiency improvements, methodology focused maximization, output value, and minimizing input cost. He has since delivered transformational results across industries: steel, cement, jewelry, manufacturing, and MSMEs, driving multiple core annual savings and operational excellence. I think you also recently released your new book. Would
Yes,
like
sir.
to, we would like to hear from you, Mr. Nena. So
Uh,
over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the nice words. Very happy to be here at this platform. First of all, let me congratulate you for organizing such an event. Today, the ecosystem is what is missing in India, and pioneers like you have taken this role in a nice way. Congratulations, sir. And again, thank you on behalf of all the entrepreneurs. The last 13 years, what I have seen in India is the ecosystem lacking to support the entrepreneurs. And they are daily firefighting to survive and not to improve. And this results in not improving, but only firefighting. So this kind of forums definitely help the people, and I take this opportunity to congratulate you once again. My topic today, sir, is on warning signs. Can I have the slides, sir?
Yeah,
Can I have
yeah,
the
yeah.
option to?
Yeah, yeah. You can share the screen. In the bottom, you share the slide screen. Share screen option.
Not,
Yes.
yeah, I am not seeing that. Can I?
In the bottom, you see the mic and video picture. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
The third one is a share screen.
It only shows settings, but it does not show anything more.
Yeah, between settings and the video. Yeah.
So unfortunately, it is
It's
not
not
showing, sir.
visible.
Let me see. Okay. I see something. Okay, fine.
Just click on it and select the full screen on the extreme right. Okay.
Okay. I'll do that. Yes, sir. Can you see something now?
Just wait a minute.
Yeah. Yes.
One second.
Now. Okay, sir. Now.
Yeah, now I can see the screen. Yes. Yeah, perfect,
Yeah.
sir.
Now you can
Perfect.
see.
Perfect. Please continue. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So today's topic I'm sharing, my friends, is warning signs every manufacturer must respond for longevity of enterprise. Now I've just taken from ChatGPT some interesting data. Worldwide, the companies all over the world have a life of around 50 to 75 years. In India, we have around 35 to 40 companies over 100 years old. The oldest is the Wadias, I think, around 300 years. Rest of the world, we have less than 100 companies over 100 years old. In United States, the ballpark figure for this is around 600. They say 600 to 1,000 companies. Most of them less than 200 years old. Companies like Colgate or IBM, they are there around 100 years old. And there are a few companies, but all family owned. Between 600 to 1,000 companies in the United States are over 100 years old. In Japan, they have, like their people, over 37,500 companies are over 100 years old. I just want to repeat that. Over 37,000 companies over 100 years old. And out of this, 7 to 10 companies are about 1,000 years old or more. One of them started in 538 AD. You can check this in the chat GPT and internet. So this arose my curiosity: why Japanese companies have survived while rest of the world has not been able to cross 100 years successfully. 37,000 is almost 1,000 times more than India. Companies living over 100 years. This made me thinking, and I looked for some research. I researched on this, but I could not find many reasons for it. And that is how I brought this title of longevity of companies. So today we will see an introduction to this subject, followed by the warning signs. Because my curiosity led me to read a lot of books, and I found that the Japanese companies respond to their crisis immediately, and they respond to the warning signs immediately. This is one of the reasons I could find that Japanese companies have existed for long. Whenever warning signs are there, they respond to that. Now, what are the warning signs? We all know about the warning signs on the road. There are many warning signs on the road, as you see now. Now, these warning signs are explicit and put by the authorities. But in our life, as well as in enterprises, there is no such explicit warning sign. There will be no saying that you're going to get fever tomorrow. There is no email coming to us saying that there's going to be a stomach problem tomorrow. Same thing with business also. It is left to the entrepreneur to observe or individual to observe. I will explain this point more from using of a child returning from school. Normally, children returning back from school, they are jubilant, they are exuberant, they are joyful, and as they reach home, you will find it very difficult to control them. But one day, a child returning from school is coming slowly, he is quiet, he is not making the noise he normally makes, and the mother at home, she immediately notices that. Fathers may not notice immediately, but mother immediately notices when the child is quiet. And my mother, she used to ask me whether any test paper were given, any results were out, how was the marks. So this, she is eliminating any mental problem. And then she is going to the physical side, makes me sit beside and touches her head, body, and sees whether there is any temperature. If there is a temperature, immediately the next reaction is to take rest, give some homemade remedies or some small tablets, and not allow you to play in the evening, and put you to bed by 8 o'clock. So thankfully, by next morning, the child is ready to go to school and doesn't miss a class. On the other hand, is a working mother. The child returns from school, nobody to observe him. He goes to play and comes back by 6:30. By that time, the temperature is already touched 100 or 102 degrees. The mother comes by 7. She notices it, takes him to the hospital by 8:30, and he is given 2 days tablets, injection, and maybe he misses the classes for 1 or 2 days. Now, the difference in this is where the observation of the mother. The child is coming back from school, but the mother's presence and observation cured the child immediately, whereas the mother's absence prolonged the diagnosis and it took 2 days of absence. The same thing happens with the enterprise also. Now, in the case of the mother, she is observing the warning sign, she is taking remedial action immediately, and the cure is within the next 12 hours. Enterprises also emit such signals regularly when something is going to go wrong. Even my post on LinkedIn on the subject was, does failure happen immediately, suddenly? No, failure in enterprises happen over a period of time. Unfortunately, the entrepreneur is busy firefighting and he misses the signals. He doesn't observe the signals and he loses the track of signals, and then it becomes a very difficult process to recover. So here in this session, we are going to see what are the warning signs, how it can be responded, and by responding signs, you increase the longevity of the company. You enhance longevity of a company. I don't have any proof for this, but this is my gut feeling or my observation of many companies. Something similar to the child going to school every day. Very few children will have 100% attendance in school, and one of the reasons will be the mother behind this. Okay. So now I hope I'm clear on this. Let's go to the warning signs. If you see the warning signs on the road, you can classify them into 4 or 5 types. First one is the sign on the road conditions. The one like your slippery road or steep ascent, steep descent, falling rocks, all these are the road conditions. Second type of warning signs, you can classify that as presence of people and animals on the road. For example, you will find that school crossing zone, hospital zone, animal crossing zone. So this, the warning for the motorist is to go slow down, you be watchful for people or animals crossing so that you don't make an accident. Similarly, there are warning signs for other obstacles from the nature of the road, how it is turning to the left, turning to the right, narrow road. All these are the type of warning signs you see on the road. Similarly, and our job as a motorist is to observe signs and respond by slowing down, be prepared to stop anytime, bring the speed to a normal level. In case you see any pedestrians, if you need to horn, okay, if you need to stop, give way to other people. These kind of responses is what they are expecting from us because of these warning signs. Now, in an organization, you will find three types of warning signs mainly. The enterprise is running, the entrepreneur is with great difficulty running the show, and you will find some signs coming up here and there. So, what are the signs which the entrepreneur should pay attention, and how we should respond is what we are going to see now. I would make it easy for all by using the three letters DOI. So, acronym DOI, it says D stands for delays, O stands for opposite flow, and I stands for increasing trend. Three parameters you have to check, and these three you can classify them under delays, opposite flow, and increasing trend. I am using the power of 3 here so that it is easy to recollect whatever is being said. So you will find three classifications for the warning signs. One is the delay, the second one is opposite flow, and the third one is increasing trend. What are the delays which we'll have to see? This is my next topic. So as we go deeper, we will expand the subject. Today, the world all over, as well as in India, everybody is suffering from the delay of Indigo flights. I don't know how it's coincident that the topic has come at the right time. Delays is something which Indigo was cautious about. They were when taking all kind of actions to avoid delays, but suddenly you find the last 3-4 days hundreds and thousands of flights getting cancelled or delayed. When you see this kind of a sign in the airport, it immediately creates a kind of panic in us, because delay means next action is cancellation, and then you miss the whole activities which you have planned for the next 1 or 2 days. Even today's morning paper was about the same. Thousands of flight cancelled, which means thousands of marriages missed, thousands of medical emergencies missed, thousands of meetings missed, all because of a delay by the airlines. And they run over 1,000 plus flights in a day, which means that more than 2 lakh passengers are stranded. Now, delays in an enterprise is of three types, and the first delay is what we see is the delivery of products and services. The first delay which an entrepreneur should observe or pay attention to is the delivery of products and services. A customer comes to us for getting some product or services, and if it is delayed, then the whole of his coming to us is defeated. Now, delay in delivery, does it mean only dispatching problem? Now, as we see in the previous slide, is the delay in the airlines a problem of the pilots, or is it a much deeper problem? Is it a small change in the rules which has created this problem, or is there something more? Did Indigo take care of this in the initial stages when the warning was issued, when the rules were declared? I think they didn't do that. This resulted in this big chaos happening today. Happens with the delivery of product and services, especially in manufacturing. You will find delivery of products getting delayed beyond an acceptable level. Now, delivery of product is not the responsibility of just the dispatch department alone. It is the end product of the entire efforts put by the company, from sales, from procurement, from design, from proto assembly, from production, by QC, testing, certification. All this results in the delivery of products and services. Now, if it is delayed, it is like denying the product to the customer, and then he waits for sometimes. He creates bad publicity for us, and finally may apply penalty or even cancel the order. Especially in manufacturing, if the order is cancelled, what happens is that the entire WIP and finished product cannot be exchanged if it is a tailor-made product. Then you will find ways to scrap it and salvage it, but you cannot exchange it with another company because the requirement may be different. So delivery of products and services is the first thing which any entrepreneur should check. You don't have to spend much time on this. On a daily basis, every day morning by 9 o'clock, if the entrepreneur checks the previous day's delivery and compares it with the committed delivery, it's a 5-minute task. Today AI has become so prevalent everywhere, or even the dispatch in charge, he can just send a note, sir, these are the deliveries of the day and this is the required delivery date. Just a small 1-page A4 sheet will tell you how many orders are delayed beyond, say, 2, 3, 4 days, or is it going into weeks, months. It will give you a clear idea. Then go back and investigate and find out. Once the entrepreneur starts checking these kind of things, everybody will start responding immediately. Most of the time, the entrepreneur does not look into these kind of delivery issues. They leave it to the factory manager, or they leave it to the PPC manager or dispatch in charge. But here, on a daily basis, if you check the delivery of the products and services, you will find that you can escape any disaster in the long run. It doesn't take much time. Every day morning, just spend 5 minutes checking the delivery of what has gone yesterday. Don't look for what is going to go tomorrow. No, this is a lagging indicator. Check what has happened yesterday's delivery. Are they all going on time? So delivery of product is the first parameter which any entrepreneur should check on a daily basis. The second parameter which an entrepreneur should check is the delay in the payment to suppliers and service providers. Payment to suppliers and service providers, they are stakeholders, they are our partners in delivery. Only if they give the services and the material, we can ensure delivery. So delay in number 1 can be a reason because of delay in number 2. Payments to suppliers and service providers is very, very important, because to get good service and goodwill, we need to pay our suppliers on time. Why do payment delays happen? This is a question I've always asked my customers, and inevitably the answer is there was no money. Red tape or procedure is maybe 10% of the cases, but 90% of the reason is non-availability of money because of many reasons. And why money is not available again goes to number 1. Product was not delivered on time, so we could not raise the invoice, we could not get the money on time. See how 1 and 2 are interrelated. So payment to suppliers and service providers helps you to deliver your product on time. Again, when you delay your payments to suppliers and service providers, they go and serve somebody else who pays on time. They are also entrepreneurs, and they need money to pay their suppliers, they need money to pay their service providers, they need money to pay their employees. So this cannot be taken from the bank all the time on OD and paid, because there's 16-17%, which is not the profit you get from a sale. So make sure that that all your payments to suppliers and service providers are paid on time, and make sure that they give you the right service and they have a goodwill. When you pay on time, they go and tell the whole market supplying to these people gets us money on time. I just remember reading about DMart. DMart started in Bombay, is now one of the leading supermarkets in India, and they are making about 3,000 crores in profit, and they pay their suppliers in 15 to 17 days time. There is no delay. They pay suppliers in 15 to 17 days time. They have very inventory and they get their material whenever they want. They have over 2,000 stores, and with all these stores, they are practicing the simple philosophy of paying suppliers and service providers on time, if possible, even on advance. So they get the best price, they get the best service, best quality. On the other side, we know Big Basket, which collapsed some time back. Now, what happened there was they were paying after 20 days, 150 days, and material was lying there for years together, and they had to close down. So, this is the difference between DMart and the Big Basket, which closed down and now is sold over to Reliance. So, second parameter which every entrepreneur should check daily is the payments to suppliers. Here also, say in the afternoon, you just ask the accounts people to tell what they made and when was the due. Get a small report and you will know that notice immediately whether the due dates are being honored or not. A small effort from your side, spend only 5 minutes on this. You will get immediately what are all the orders what are all the payments due and when were they paid. If the delays are beyond an acceptable limit, don't permit that and take corrective action immediately. Third parameter which an entrepreneur should check is related to sales. I had spent about 20 years in sales, and every time an inquiry comes, my first lookout will be when is the due date for the quotation. If it is a tender, okay, we had as per ISO tender, you don't have any option, you have to meet the date. Otherwise, we had 3 days or 5 days according to the ISO procedure. And my intention was always to deliver 1 day earlier. Don't wait for the last minute to submit your quotations. Submitting quotation on time is the first indication that you are respecting the inquiry, you are respecting the customer, and you know the subject. Why do quotations get delayed? Because again, quotation is not coming just from the sales engineer. It is a result of costing, which we heard earlier from Professor Rao. We heard from him about the costing part, the design, the pre-tender design or the tender designs, submittals of the drawings. All these come into effect, especially in manufacturing, for the quotations. So it is a combined effect of design, sales, as well as the costing department to provide quotations on time. So submitting quotations on time is a way to show your respect to the customer. And if it is getting delayed beyond 1, 2, or 3 days, then automatically your chances of getting the order also goes down. Unless you submit quotations, you can't get a proper evaluation. You can't get you don't stand a chance to get an order. So even before we start, we are defeated. So as far as an entrepreneur is concerned, you should, apart from delivery and payments, you should look for quotation, because that is the seed for you to get your orders. Quotations are the seed from which you are getting the orders, and if that seed is delayed, it is going out of season, you will not get the right output. So the seed is what is growing into a full-fledged order, and if that order has to come on time, then you need to submit your quotations on time. So third thing you have to check every day is a quotation submitted. Here also the entrepreneur can check every evening whether the quotation due on that date is being submitted on the same day. As sales manager, we used to keep this practice every day. What are the quotations that has to go? That was the discussion the first thing in the morning. What are the quotations? I don't discuss with the sales engineers, only with my secretary, and he will give me the list of what is the quotations to go that day. So here also an entrepreneur can check with the sales manager or even just the department secretary what are the quotations due on that day and whether it is going on that day. So these three things delays, if an entrepreneur is checking regularly on a daily basis, you will find that the company will prosper. Chances of failure is reduced. And when chances of failure are reduced, automatically chances of survival increases and your longevity increases. I hope I have made my first point clear. Now I go to the second point. I presume the question answer sessions we will keep at the end.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. So the second point which I want to raise here is the opposite trend. You know, this picture puts the whole thing in a nice way. A red car was following the white car, and he finds that the road on the left, so he moves to the left as per the road instructions. Okay, he's a good driver, but suddenly he finds a yellow car coming in front. He is coming in the opposite direction. He is supposed to be not in this lane, but he is happening to be in this lane, and the result is a clash. See, the whole disaster could have avoided if the yellow car is lane or is direction. Instead, to escape maybe the traffic on the other side, he comes in this side, and it results in an accident involving both the red car, which is innocent, and the yellow car. Now you will not reach on time. So this is what I mean by the opposite trend. You know, we see some people, some children playing on the escalators, trying to go up in the escalator which is coming down. Okay, they will never reach the top. They will be always at the bottom because the escalator is bringing them down to the bottom all the time. Exactly what happened with the opposite trend. So this, in a company also, you have opposite trends. Something which should be going up will be coming down, or which should be going down will be going up. So an entrepreneur should check for this trend. And again, a trend, so it should take a period of time. So it should be at least a week's time. We are talking about the trend here, so it should be at least on a weekly basis. An entrepreneur should check something going in the opposite direction. Let us see three things which are going in the opposite direction, which an entrepreneur should check. First trend which an entrepreneur should check is the cash outflow, whether it is more than the cash inflow. So today, most of the transactions in business, in manufacturing business especially, is by bank transfer, and bank statement will tell you very cash inflow is higher or cash outflow is higher for the week, for a fortnight, for a month. Don't look into it in a daily basis, because on a daily basis you cannot set the trend. So on a weekly basis, check whether the cash out is more than the cash flow. If it is more in a week, it means that you didn't make any money that week. Wait for a fortnight. Again, a fortnight you check, you find cash outflow is more than the cash inflow. Check after one more week. If the trend is continuing, check for a month, and if it is more, it means that your company is not having enough contribution and you are losing money in the business. Cash inflow, the difference between cash inflow and cash outflow is more or less the gross profit of the company. Or I would even put it as more or less close to the operational profit of the company. So if this is happening in the reverse direction, if the cash outflow is more, it means that you are directly losing money. Your contribution is less than the required amount. So when the contribution is less, automatic flow will be more than the cash inflow. You will have to borrow money to pay your debtors. You will have to borrow money to pay your employees, and then you will find that you don't have money for all required. So this opposite trend should be checked on a week basis. whether your cash outflow is more than the inflow or vice versa. And this is also not very difficult because you get all the bank statements on a weekly basis. Check it on a Saturday, check it in the evening whether the outflow is more than the inflow for the week, whole week. If it is more, thank God, it is okay. If it is bigger, very thankful. Be thankful for that. So this is on the first point in the opposite trend, cash outflow more than inflow. Second point, which is the decreasing order booking, both in terms of size and quantity. See, when the company is running and as the years pass by, if you are doing a good job, the size of your orders as well as the number of orders coming to the company should increase. So that is a result of your advertisement, your marketing, your salespeople. It's a combined effort which gives this result. It's a very clear mirror about how you are performing. And as the years goes by, even if you increase your delivery point, delivery on time delivery is increasing, automatically you will find after 6 months bigger orders coming to you because customers have trust in you now more than before and they place you bigger orders. This I am telling from my experience. When I was in charge of the factory for luminous, we were getting orders for 200 pieces, 400 pieces, light fittings. But when on-time delivery was almost 95%, we started getting orders for 1,000 pieces. One order of 1,000 pieces, 2,000 pieces, and even we got one order for 7,000 pieces from a big project. So as the size and quantity increases, automatically your cost of the fixed cost goes down and it becomes easier to handle. It is easier to handle one order of 2,000 pieces than to handle 10 orders of 200 pieces. So if your order booking is decreasing, both in terms of size as well as in the quantity, it means that something is wrong. Customer is not happy with you. He is placing his order somewhere. I understand if there is a market saturation or if there is a downtrend in the market, all this happens. I don't say that it is only just your performance, but if in general others are getting better orders and you are getting small orders, you are getting the crumbs, it means that your performance is slipping. So look for decreasing, or it's a signal. It is a clear warning sign that your performance is slipping and customer is going somewhere else. So this is the second opposite trend which any entrepreneur should check. On a weekly basis, you can check for this. It is not going to take more than 10 minutes a week. The third opposite trend which an entrepreneur should check on a weekly basis is by taking a walk in the factory. A manufacturing company will have, or a retail shop will have a lot of stock. And in a manufacturing, there will be three kinds of stock or inventory. One is the raw material inventory, the second one is the work in process inventory, and the third one is finished goods inventory. There will be a store to keep all these things in their place. If you find that many things are out of place in a factory, it means that something is wrong. It is not just a space constraint. Maybe the ordering was wrong. Maybe there was a cancellation of orders. Maybe customers not taking materials. Many reasons. Okay. These kind of things can lead to material accumulation inside the factory. And material accumulation, basically money is blocked. The money which should have come to you is now blocked. It is relating directly to the first point here. Cash inflow is low and cash outflow is high. It is a result of this first point. More material lying inside the factory means your cash inflow is reduced because you don't have the opportunity to get the money because you have not delivered the product. Not delivered the product, but you have purchased the material. It means that you have to pay the suppliers and you paid them. So cash outflow is more than the cash inflow. So look at this point on a weekly basis. See whether take a walk inside the factory. Go inside the factory every week at least once. I would recommend going at least once a day. If you don't have time for that, I know that many entrepreneurs are busy looking into the market more than the factory. So at least go there once a week, check whether material is out of place. If the same material is lying there for more than a week, it means that something wrong. It is not moved from that place. It means that money is lying there. Imagine 100 tons of steel is lying inside the factory. At today's rate of say 50,000 rupees, this is worth around 50 lakh rupees. So immediately you should know that 50 lakh rupees is blocked and lying there. So your cash outflow will be definitely more because you have to pay the steel supplier. We can't reply the steel supplier that no 100 tons I have not used, so I'll pay later. So your cash outflow becomes more. So this leads to borrowing from the banks, which leads to paying 16, 17, 18, 20% interest. And where is the profit for that? So the third point I want all the entrepreneurs to check is the opposite trend, more material out of place than in place. And the frequency of checking this is at least once in a week. Next point I want to raise is the increasing trend. We saw the first one is the delays, second one is the opposite trends, and third trend which an entrepreneur should observe is the increasing trend. Some activities, if you measure them, you will find that it is increasing one day, increasing and decreasing. It's fluctuating. It is common as you see in this graph. But at the end of the graph, you see that it is just rising. It means that it is not, it is going out of control and it is increasing. So you find that the company is running into trouble. So what are the increasing trends? I'll again check increasing trends. Three parameters you have here is, the first one is employee attrition rate. Employees join and leave. This is natural. You cannot avoid them. If they are only leaving, more leaving than joining, it will show an increasing trend month after month. Okay, it is not that somebody joined and left. Natural attrition cannot be avoided, especially in manufacturing, because people retire, people leave, people join another jobs, get promotion, go somewhere else. All these are natural attrition. But if people are leaving for some reasons, it is has to be investigated and stopped. Getting loyalty from employees depends on how long they stay with the company. Long overnight. It depends on how long you stay, and when you stay long, automatically the loyalty increases. So an entrepreneur should check at least on a monthly basis what is the attrition rate of the company. Is the trend increasing? Maybe it is 4%, 5%, 7% in a month. For a year, 2 years like that. Then suddenly you will find it is increasing to 7, 10, 11, 15. Then it becomes difficult. So employee attrition rate is something which every entrepreneur should check on a monthly basis. The second parameter which an entrepreneur should check is the aging bucket of receivables. Aging bucket of receivables, all of you must be familiar. You will have 5 buckets, 6 buckets, and receivables over 50 or 90 days, 120 days, beyond the permitted period. It becomes a cause of concern. Again, when the aging increases, it means that your cash inflow reduces. Inflow reduces, your cash outflow increases, and you borrow. So, second trend which any entrepreneur should check is the aging bucket. The permitted limit, or if you have a due date of 60 days or 90 days or 120 days, and if it is within the limit, fine. If it is beyond the limit, if the debtor period is increasing to 150, 180 days, the risk of recovery is also high. It becomes non-performing assets. It becomes difficult to recover that money. When you recover that money, the customer will apply penalty, and you will coming from that, and finally you will accept whatever is coming. So be cautious about the aging bucket. If any payment is going beyond the permitted due date, beyond the permitted credit period, immediately the entrepreneur should check on this and take corrective action. So this is the second point. As I am running short of time, I will rush through. The third point I want any entrepreneurs to check is the day sales of inventory. Again, day sales of inventory, we all know, it just refers to the inventory, the number of days for which inventory is available. Say you are delivering, say 5 million, 5 crores every month, and you have got inventory for 20 crores. It means you have material for 120 days in your stock. Very simple. 120 crores divided by 5 crores, you get 4, and 360 divided by 4, you get 90 days or 120 days. Take the day sales of inventory. If this is increasing from 90 days, it is going to 100 days, it's going to 110 days, 120 days, 150 days. It means that your inventory is accumulating and your raw material is increasing and you are not delivering the products and converting that into money. Uh, so whenever there's a day sales of inventory in the increasing trend, check for that and find ways to reduce it. Bring it down to 60 days. What has succeeded is just because they are maintaining a just-in-time policy and their day sales of inventory is less than 45. I read somewhere that they have a stock turnover ratio of 8, which means that their day sales of inventory is only 45 days or lesser, in spite of having no single material in Japan. When raw materials are available in India so much or in other countries, the day sales of inventory should only be the lead time. It should be the lead time between supplier's factory and your factory. Don't maintain more. For a buffer, you can have a week's more, but not more than that. I was consulting a jewelry people, and I found that they had jewelry of 4 months in their stock, gold of 4 months in their stock. Imagine having a gold of 4 months in the stock, and the amount they are paying to the bank for this money, for this gold. And the company, though it is a big company, big brand, it is not doing well. Today, Tanishq is one of the best case studies in the world because their inventory is very, very low. In spite of having worldwide stores, they are maintaining a centralized inventory, and with even more than 100,000 SKUs, they are able to deliver their products whenever required. So keep your day sales of inventory to a minimum. I don't say keep it like Toyota at 45, but see what is your delivery period for the longest delivery period and keep around that. If you are importing, say 2 to 3 months is the time for importing, keep around that. So, so now you have 9 points to check. I will just repeat. First one is the delays of delivery of product, delay in payment to suppliers, delay in quotation submission. Third is the opposite trends. Any trend which should be fluctuating or going down is going in the opposite direction. It is disaster. And the first trend to be checked is the cash outflow, whether it is more than the inflow. Second one is the order booking size and quantity, whether it is decreasing. And third one is whether material is in place or out of place. It is not a housekeeping problem. You would say that this is an housekeeping problem. No, it is not an housekeeping problem. It is not a storage space problem also. It is ordering more material than required. So check for this. And the third trend which any entrepreneur should check is the increasing trends. Again, employee attrition rate, aging bucket, and day sales of inventory. If it is increasing all the time, if it is increasing, then it means that your company is running into trouble, and trouble is nearing. So, if these three things should be checked on a monthly basis. After checking these things for 3 months, just continue observing these 9 points for 3 months, then start checking your three KPIs monthly: profits, revenue, and order backlog. Three, three KPIs to show how you are performing. First one is your profitability, second one is your revenue, and third one is your order backlog. You will find these three increasing. If the first 9 warning signs which we discussed is paid attention to, on a daily, weekly, or monthly, you will find the three KPIs for which any company, any commercial enterprise exists, which is to make profits, which is to make more revenue, and which is to have an order backlog, safe order backlog. This will be on the increasing side. And
Excellent.
if this is increasing, definitely chances of companies going bankrupt or failing is minimized. If these three things are on the increasing side, why should the company start borrowing, start facing bankruptcy, or finding difficulty to survive? So these three will definitely enhance the longevity of the company, and it can happen only when you are paying attention to the warning signs and taking corrective actions as and when required. Any corrective action delayed, it means that you are increasing the chances of failure. So increase your chances of success and longevity by responding to the warning signs.
Fantastic.
So with this, we come to the end of the slides. And as my good friend Dr. Sheikh was saying about my book, this is the book which I am releasing soon on Amazon on Kindle. It is about the 83 changes we made in 17 months in a factory, which increased the profits by 5.7 times.
Excellent.
From 4 million, it went to 10.4 million. It's a record. There's a proof. So this is not coming from my mind.
Mhm.
It increased, and the uh, turnover increased by only 40%, and we did not add any manpower. We did not add any new products. We did not make any automation, and there was no downsizing also. Not a single person was laid off. Not a single person was laid off, and we could achieve this kind of a profitability in just 17 months. And I have chronicled it over a period of 17 months what happened from August 2009 to December 2010. So this is a book which will be released shortly in Amazon as well as on Kindle. So wish me good luck, and I hope this helps companies to be successful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And the best part of
Thank,
okay,
thank
sir,
you very
and
much.
this is with this I come to an end of
Yeah,
my.
yeah. Very insightful.
Okay, sir, I
Very insightful. Actually, I really liked it. The way you structured it, you made it very simple. Okay, many people, and I like especially the way you say explained about pay to vendors and the service providers. Pay on time so that you take care of them and they take care of you. And a few very
thank you, sir.
important points you explained, and it is really great. Okay, so due to lack of time, I ask
I
all the participants to post the questions offline in the chat box in YouTube. Stay tuned to YouTube because that will be continuous. Maybe LinkedIn sometimes it creates some issue, but make sure that you join in YouTube live and post questions, and we'll make sure that Mr. Ninan will answer all of your queries. So thank you, sir.
sure.
Have a big round of applause to Mr. Ninan Chandy, and wish you good luck for new book. I would definitely
Thank you very
like
much.
to have it and get your
Thank you very
recommendation.
much, sir. Thank you very much
Thank you
for
very
my
much.
patient listening.
Thank you.
All the best to all of you. God bless.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Rajiv ji, again. Nice seeing you again. Let us go to our next session. Before going to next session, stay tuned in YouTube channel, YouTube Live, for any uninterrupted broadcasting of the event. Just you post questions and we get them answered. We are running 15, maybe 18 minutes late in the session, so stay tuned. Just to give a quick round of introduction to Rajiv ji. So the topic we talk about, Rajiv ji talks about smart supply chain. So Rajiv Ganju ji leads global supply chain operations at Luminous Technologies, a 4,000 crore market leader, a power storage and home electrical company, 100% subsidiary of Schneider Electric. With over 30 years of international and Indian experience, he brings deep expertise in end-to-end supply chain transformation and managing complex large-scale operations. He has driven Industry 4.0 adoption, smart factories, smart logistics centered digital supply chain initiatives. Rajiv ji, known for his strong leadership, custom-centric approach, and consistent delivery. Okay, so over to you, Rajiv ji. Thank you very much for joining, and welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdul. So pleasure always talking to you and seeing you. And good morning, good afternoon to the audience, and hope you have a nice time. These are the important times these days. You are seeing that supply chains are disrupted across the world. We are hearing about rare earth metals. We are hearing about a lot of supply chains getting disrupted because of reverse supply chain issues, a lot of supply chain issues getting disrupted because you don't have right components being manufactured at the right place. So this is the right time, and wherein everything is talked about the supply chain. So you will see supply chain being text, you will see everywhere, like, so this is the right time. And we want to be, so if you really want to be a good supply chain leader, you really have to be, you have to deploy smart tools, you have to make your supply chains smart. So we'll be talking something about it.
Are you sharing the screen, sir?
I'm trying to share if it allows me. Can someone tell me it's not getting, it's not sharing, it's not coming in share?
We did not see it so far. Mhm. Did you click the button share, screen share?
Yeah, I'm
Then
clicking.
select the window, the entire window. So
Yeah, I selected the entire
mhm.
screen, but it should allow me. It's not allowing me. It's not allowing me to. It's not coming in the window itself. It should come in the window. Like, how do you share it?
So when you click share screen button,
Yeah,
then you will see the right extreme. You can see select
selected
all
tab
the.
to share.
You need to click on that, the screen share.
Is it coming? Something is coming. Share.
You
Share.
need to click select the window, and when you go to entire screen, just click on that screen. Yeah.
Oh, that I know, but it should come there. It's not. The issue is it's not coming in window. It is not inbox. My inbox is coming, but
Can you share screen?
share system audio. This is fine. Inbox.
So your PowerPoint is open.
Yeah, my PowerPoint was open.
So just click share screen.
Just a minute.
No problem. Take your time. When you click, you have three tabs: Chrome tab, window, and entire screen. When you go to the entire screen, you will see that you click on that.
I
So
clicked
in
on the
that,
entire screen. Entire screen is not showing anything.
you have to click, and then the share button will be activated. Then click share.
No, but entire screen also it's not coming. The presentation, which is at the bottom of the tab, is not coming, unfortunately. It
Mhm.
was coming, something was coming in window, but only my mail was coming there. Maybe it's not reading my system.
Mhm. Sir, when you click on share, what do you see?
Share button is not, it's hidden. So if it cannot
No,
show,
no, yeah, yeah, that's the reason, sir. When you click an entire screen, you have a window, right?
yeah, I have a window.
Click on that window.
Okay, then,
Then share will be activated.
okay, I have done share.
Ah.
No, you can't see anything.
Yeah, it's coming now. Yeah, you just go to the power.
Okay, now it will come. Okay.
Yeah, we can see your screen. Just open
You can
PowerPoint.
see me, you can see the screen, but you see at the bottom the presentation is there.
Yeah, click on it.
See, I'm clicking, it's not coming, right? Okay, let me see if this comes.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Is
Yes,
it coming now?
yes. No, we pull it in a slideshow.
Okay,
Perfect, sir. Yeah.
okay. So sorry for the technical glitches. So again, I don't know, Mr. Abdul likes new systems all the time. So we do have some technical glitches sometimes. So let's bear with it. Once again, good morning and good afternoon. So we'll be talking about Industry 4.0 and smart factory. So as Abdul said that I work with Luminous. Luminous is a Schneider factory. So Schneider Electric is the energy management giant of the world. So they have number one market share with close to 30 billion sale and 1,40,000 people. And best part is that 4 to 5% of their profit they devote to R&D, so that you will find a lot of innovation, lot of you will see a lot of new products from this company. So coming to the part where I belong to, we are in Luminous. We launched our first inverter in 1991. 2004, Luminous did first battery. 2017, first lithium-ion integrated system. 2021, home inverter system with lithium-ion. 2022, another brand with lithium-ion. So we are the most trusted India's number one inverter battery company with 100,000 strong channel presence, close to 7 to 8 manufacturing units, 28 sales offices, and we also export to 36 countries. Two product lines we have. One is normal inverter, home UPS and batteries, and then we also have solar applications. Now coming to industrial evolution, like as we know that industrial evolution started in 1784. Before that also there were some things being done, but it was not organized properly so that we can make some sense out of it. So Industry 1.0 was really focused on in 1784 in Germany. Then came Industry 2.0, wherein Industry 1.0 had difficulty of having various operation in various shops. So they focused on how we can produce mass production on assembly line and integrate these shops. And how can we use electrical energy? At least we can motorize the same thing so that we can improve productivity. That was our Industry 4.0. Industry 3.0 was a computer age when we talked about CNC machines, computerization of data, and Industry 4.0, we all know, is about Internet of Things, Industrial Internet of Things, and cyber physical system. So all these systems in my coming slides, we'll discuss about them, and we'll see that how modernization, how we can make smart supply chains. That's because that's the only way we can compete with the world. The Industry 4.0 was coined in Germany, or it's also known as I4 or I.4. It was also known as Second Machine Age, and it was in Hanover Fair when the term was coined. It it defines how to organize factories and also how to make smart factories and what should be our industrial policy for the future, so that we give some broad direction for industry, that how they have to operate, what is going to come. Now these days you have seen Industry 4.0 talking about industrial internet of things and cyber physical system, which means that somewhere We had forgotten about the human being or the manpower in our industrial when we used to simulate our industrial policies. But when COVID came, we also came to know that for resilience, for sustainability, manpower also is important inside the factory. And this realization also came in Industrial 5.0, where we thought that there has to be close, even if we make processes automatic, even if we use lot of robotic, so we have to make human and robot work together. And what is we call today as cobots, or we call it as collaborative robotics. So 5.0 talks a lot about sustainability. 5.0 talks a lot about how humans can contribute to industry again, and 5.0 again talks a lot about sustainability. So, as I told you, again, 5.0, three pillars: human centric approach, sustainability, and resilience. This is what we learned from COVID, because in COVID, we realized that without human centric, without sustainability, without resilience, our industrial policy will not be complete. So let's see what are the elements of Industry 5.0. We start with blockchain. A lot of us hear about cryptos these days. We hear about this blockchain, but very soon you have seen today how data is important. Data is not only used in various countries, like when only in terms of war, but it's also used in terms of peace. It's used by industry. So industrial blockchain talks about how to make this data secure, because as we go into computerization, lot of softwares, lot of programs, lot of, you will have these blockchains being developed, and blockchains will keep our data and factories safe. That is why in 5.0 a lot of focus is on industrial blockchain. Drones, we'll see what kind of drones only do not help us in photography and other things, but lot of activity in industrial section we can take from drones. Exoskeleton, this is a technology which we learned from tortoise or animals like that. And once this technology is matured, you will see that patients suffering from backaches, back problems, spinal cord injuries, everything will be sorted out. As we have seen that in case of tortoise, it lives long life, it doesn't have any back problems. So those kind of technologies have come. Additive technology, so as and as manufacturing becomes more and more customized, we all focus, we want our color, we want our shape, we want our dashboard, we want our, so this is, we have heard about 3D printing, 4D printing will soon come. So this will be that whatever you want, you will put spec in computer and your manufactured product will be in front of you. So something like that. So this is what additive technology will talk about. You have seen communication revolution, 5G, 6G, 7G, everything will come. And finally, mixed reality. Today we have heard about virtual reality. Today we have heard about physical reality. Mixed reality is also going to soon come. You already have heard talks coming that wherein a chip is installed in the brain, and you can put all your data. For example, you have a notebook to read, you don't have to read the entire notebook, but it can be put in a chip inside your brain, and you will get all the knowledge inside. So these are the kind of thing that what how technology and 5.0 will move forward for future. So what is difference between 4.0 and 5.0? Quickly, I have told everything, but only thing is three things: sustainability, how we will improve the human interface with robots inside the factory, and how we can improve the resilience. These are the three things what are different between Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0. Pillars, if we talk about 4.0 or 5.0, we know that we have heard about IoT, IIoT, then we have heard about artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data. Then we have heard about cyber physical systems, smart factories. RPAs are robotic process automation. Robots are not only used for physical work, but if your process is also made robotic, that is known as the robotic process automation. Ultimately, things remain very simple, is how all this industrial philosophy is based on the basics of that only focus on value added work, and whatever is non value added work, see how you can reduce it and see how you can eliminate it. If you do only value added work, then only you will be making best products, optimized products, products which are useful. If you focus on non-value added activity, your profits, your gross margins, they are eating it up all the time. And all these non-value added activities you can see all around you. And it is up to you that how many you can identify and how you can eliminate them or reduce them. So before we go any further, so let's understand that today warehouse which hardly anybody used to focus. So we can see how warehouses today, how automation have helped. You can see today that multiple complex warehouses have so many line items, have so many racks. If we don't automate them, how many mistakes we can commit. So in warehouse, simple thing like warehouse, you will see robotics, cobotics, robotic process automation, autonomous mobile robots, industrial internet of things, digital twins. So let's enjoy this video. These are AMRs, which are manless, programmed. They can go anywhere and handle heavy racks. Imagine if you had to lift so much of material, how much manpower you would have deployed, and would it be safe? Everything is RFID tagged so that you will see that traceability is there, so you cannot commit any mistakes. These are collaborative robotic system. So difference between these robots is they do not harm. Normally when you see robots, they are caged so that there is chances of humans getting harmed. But collaborative robotics, they can work together. They don't harm human beings. These are highway conveyors. You can see how fast they are. So why I showed warehouse first is because we were always telling that warehouse is nothing. What is there? It is only used for stocking items. So you can see what kind of automation, how we can improve productivity. It's not necessary we deploy everything at one go, but definitely we can choose something about this so that we improve accuracy warehouse and of the warehouse, and also increase productivity of warehouse, which will help us in minimizing the speed. See another video how, so that there is no mistake in picking and dispatching things. So how technology has evolved.
Warehouse logistics is a fast-turning world, and a lot has changed over the past few decades. The order picker's simple paper pick list has been successfully replaced by electronic systems. The handheld. With its display and scanner, this device identifies the storage location by means of a barcode, but the picker's hands are not free. Then pick by light. The storage location itself has a light display for the information, but the system is very inflexible and expensive when warehouses are rearranged. The next development is pick by voice, but the constant voice interaction calls for intense concentration. Pick by voice is not a suitable system for high picking densities. Expectations keep on growing, and warehouse logistics has to keep up with the market's demand for more quantity, more speed, and more flexibility. Especially when it comes to high picking densities and fast movers, we need precise and more efficient order picking solutions. So, heads up. Pickavi innovative order picking with smart glasses made by Logcom. Pick by Vision optimizes your processes and increases productivity. Pickavi smart glasses are easy to handle and integrate smoothly into any WMS or ERP system. Pickavi Pick by Vision is not science fiction. It's a real option for innovative intralogistics. Precise, visual information on the smart glasses display provides individual and situational order details, whichever model you use. The picker sees only the currently relevant information on the display and is guided through the work process with perfect precision. An integrated scanner reads the barcode of the storage location and verifies that the picker is at the right place. One look, one scan, one pick. Done. And the display already shows the next pick. And the system prevents mistakes. If the picker is at the wrong storage location, the display lets him know. The system then verifies the correct location. And with both hands free, the picker can put the order together. Thanks to precise and strict process guidance, Pickavi enables you to achieve very high pick rates. The workflow can be flexibly configured to match your individual processes. At the end of a completed order, the glasses scan and verify the correct location in the staging area. Mark the order as successfully completed. And the picker moves straight on to the next order. Pickavi, innovative order picking with smart glasses made by Logcom. The way to pick.
So you can see like what kind of innovation we have done in warehouses, what we have done for picking these things up. Now, let's see, like we talked about collaborative robotics, we talked about these small AMRs which can be used. So let's show you another thing that what can be used for placement of material. These are guided vehicles and you can see how much of load they can handle. So similarly, concept of digital twin is very important for smart factory, because when you see a big process scattered here and there, it's very difficult to improve that. But digital twin is to create a digital replica of same process, and then it will be very easy for you to modify, to check whether that modification will work. So this is the concept of digital twins, which helps in smart factories and smart supply chains a lot, because it helps you in visualize everything at one place, do experiments without really affecting the real process. So I would encourage that we should try them. Start with small process, and then you will see a lot of things. So simply, like if you have to do just line balancing, now taking time, measuring old ways used to take a lot of time to balance a line. Take a simple digital twin of the line. It will be very easy for you to balance, and balance it much better than 90 to 95% line balancing efficiency. Similarly, automatic storage and retrieval systems provide you, they will even warn you when your lead times are high. The system is going to show shortages. So why don't you order, or you have to do some alternate. And lastly, collaborative robotics. I told you time is not only about robotics now. There are certain operations which robot cannot do, where human intervention is necessary, where human skill is very important. There we will have collaborative robotics, which will help in making smart supply chains. So based on these concepts, so we have also focused on our factories. So we have made this is the first in inverter. We are the first smart factory in the country. So best in quality. We have this is the only plant which can make 5 million inverters at one location. So we only don't say that we have been certified by global partners like Frost and Sullivan, Digital Award by IDC, that is International Data Corporation. This factory is green, so it has won IGMC awards also, then manufacturing excellence, and so on. So we have adapted some of these factors that how we can do. For example, you look at our PCBA line. It is garden green and hospital clean. Some of the initiatives, if we talk about our line also, what we have done, we have made these small automations. For example, see, this robot was designed by ourselves, and this is not normal in industry.
Assembly is deployed for critical component operation like MOSFET with heat
We
sink.
took this
This
Omron
automation
robot
has
and
resulted
designed the
in
process
improved
ourselves.
quality and higher DLP for the plant with reduced manpower.
So what I mean to say, some of the automation, if we do ourselves, it helps. Look at these shuttle conveyors or optical, look at shuttle conveyors. This can be designed by ourselves, very cheap. You can do it yourself, but it helps in productivity. So movement from one to another machine becomes very easy. Look at this auto loader. This also we designed ourselves. Very simple process. You can see a vacuum cup lifting up this rather than manual interventions. Similarly, for transformers, if you see, we have this, you can see these automatic kind of conveyors, so we do not have dip or niche or something like that which can spoil the process. Look at our final assembly. It is really hospital clean and garden green, very clean assemblies, very nice to operate. So I will show you, like, look at this packaging process. After we test the final product, it's not touched by hand.
The concept of auto packaging of inverters is deployed on assembly lines. where inverter after testing is being automatically picked and placed in the carton box, then automatically sealed and labeled as end product without man intervention.
You can see these escalator conveyors good for material handling. So you can see this direct to dispatch. This is a good process.
Movement of final stock to warehouse and auto loading in the truck without human intervention.
These are those highway conveyors I was
These
talking about.
automations have resulted in higher productivity and product.
So finally, we are also, all certifications are there, whether it is for EHS, ISO. And this is all because of humans also. We have to keep them always engaged, that our engagement with of humans, small activities, celebrating, giving, showing them, then only you can, in smart plant, smart people is number one factor. So unless your people are smart, you cannot make smart factories. So it's not one day journey. We started this in 2018. We are continuing it. So what I mean to say by this slide is that it is a continuous journey. It is not that everything, Rome was not built in one day. So we only don't when you go, you don't have to look only inside out, but you have to look at outside in also. That is how we participate in these kind of activities. And
Next
we
up
are,
is
that is
Luminous
why
Power Technologies Private Limited, Baddi Unit. They are the leading power and home electrical specialist in India and have a vast portfolio of power backup solutions. This state-of-the-art manufacturing facility located in Baddi has been driven by advanced manufacturing and quality management systems to deliver reliable products to its customers.
so ultimately, like, we participate in, we learn from others, we also compete with each other, we discuss best practices, not only in our industry, what is happening in automobile, what is happening in pharma. So it is good to discuss with everybody. So I think that helps us. That's why we are number one market share, number one in the country. Now, we talked about cyber physical systems a lot. So let me show you an example of cyber physical system.
I went to
I
school in
told you
Chicago
these
at
drones,
Northwestern. This
they are
was
not
research
only
that we were
used
doing
for
in grad
photography,
school
you can use
for
them a lot.
aerial vehicles, aerial robots flying around in warehouse-like settings, and being able to recognize what they see using computer vision and machine learning. We realized that this has real industrial applications that can help people. Our proprietary blend of processors and sensors, and of course the software that runs them, these sit on top of the drone hardware and allows aerial robots to know where they are inside of warehouses and find the items that a lot of these warehouse managers are looking for. And it does so in an automated way without human control. The wonderful thing about this technology that makes it sort of magical is that it doesn't require any external setup or infrastructure. They don't need to change their barcodes. They don't need to put extra labels anywhere. They don't need to outfit their entire warehouse with beacons or change the racks or anything expensive like that. So these drones are able to fly without lane markings, without external pathing. As they fly around, they look at what they're seeing and create a map of where they are, which allows these drones to fly autonomously, because we want to make it as easy as possible for these warehouses to be able to automate their inventory capture. These are very, very large
So
spaces
drones are
that
used for
go up
inventory
very, very
capture. They
high,
are used for
and
looking
they
at
have
safety
metal racks that are stacked
around
to the
this thing.
ceiling.
They are
For these
used for
warehouses, the current
identifying
way that they're doing
breakdowns.
this is super duper slow and antiquated. They're using sometimes ladders and paper and pencil. They're using forklifts. They're using handheld barcode scanners. And it's a very slow and laborious and boring process. These automated solutions are able to do at least 10 times faster at a fraction of the cost. So instead of having a full-time inventory staff to do the cycle counts and the physical inventories, they're able to use these drones to do them more accurately, quicker, and cheaper. We're based here in St. Louis. We also have a location in Chicago. We're downtown in T-Rex. Like many incubators across America, they're really promoting innovation everywhere. It's a wonderful community of young entrepreneurs who are all doing very amazing things. For a lot of these kind of applications for software development, it's not something that's bounded by physicality. Like we don't have to be in the Bay Area. We don't have to be in Mountain View or in Boston or New York. We can do our development wherever our customers are, and that happens to be in the Midwest.
And lastly, like it's not only that industry is going smart. Now today's the world is going smart, and so are the cities going smart. So let's have last video which will capture how a smart city of tomorrow will look like.
On this journey, we're going to travel far and wide to show how the Internet of Things is changing the way we live. Let's begin in Barcelona, Spain, a beautiful metropolis with Mediterranean weather and historic architecture. This city is becoming a world leader in intelligent technology. By combining a centralized content distribution system with a vast network of digital displays, Transports Metropolitans de Barcelona gives millions of transit riders real-time access to service information, location-specific advertising, and daily news.
What we are trying to do is to improve all the travel experience of our clients from the beginning of the trip to the end of the trip. When we started 2 years ago, and we had some needs that Intel can solve us with their Intel V Pro processor. With this processor, we can manage all the players that we have around the city.
We have a very close circle from the distribution center to the bus shelters, to the buses, to the metro, and all the information comes back again to the content center. And then we process that information and give it back to them.
We can get the data of our sensor, a lot of sensors in the city, and send with Wi-Fi network to our headquarters. Then, and with this data, we can deploy better services, better solutions, and we can manage better our city.
We use LAN, or we use Wi-Fi, or we use mobile network. We can send all the information, but as well we are receiving every time and every moment the status of all the players and the reports of the playlist that we are displaying through all the screens. So we have a really end-to-end solution.
TMB's digital screens can display 3 types of service information, including real-time info such as train arrival times or incidents on specific network lines. When TMB worked with Admira to design the information system, they knew they needed a technology partner that could handle the security and remote manageability issues surrounding this massive amount of data. Admira went with digital signage displays driven by Intel Core processors with Intel V Pro technology.
To transform the city, we need the best companies and we need the best partners to deploy our project. With the Intel technology, we can deploy a lot of innovation technology to do better solutions to our citizens.
When you are implementing 2,500 screens through the city, it's very important to be sure that this channel is very secure.
The information that goes on our networks is very important, and this is something that we did with V Pro solutions. And it's very important, this remote manageability, because we have thousands of points that we need to control in real time. We are already scaling the solutions in South America especially. We have plenty of clients in Chile, Peru, Cuba, Mexico, Argentina, because this is our main project already. Try to put everything that we deploy in our lab in Barcelona from a big scale around the world.
Working closely with Intel technology, TMB has created a system capable of playing dynamic content and allowing LAN, Wi-Fi, and 3G-based digital signage screens to be managed remotely from a central location. Expect to see this example of the Internet of Things in cities around the world very soon.
So what I wanted to tell that everything is going smart. The competence and skill of human beings is also have to be smart. So we have to continuously focus learning things. And I leave you with these two quotes: insanity doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We have to do different things, try different things. And by our own leader Mahatma Gandhi, if I have the belief that I can do it, I shall surely acquire the capacity to do it, even if I may not have it in the beginning. I may have not have those skills at the beginning, but I should have that grit, I should have that belief that I have to do it. Rest everything will happen. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening.
Fantastic
Fantastic
lecture.
lecture.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Rajiv ji, for a wonderful session. And it's very interesting to see Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0 evolution, and with a real-time exposure, what you have done in Luminous and and other companies. And your insights on cutting-edge technologies is always inspiring. Okay. So, any final words for the audience? One question always rise in minds of manufacturing organizations is where to start. Okay, especially the mid-size organizations, they consider this as an investment. There is a cost, not as an investment. Still, okay. So, what is your advice for the organizations at this
So
point of
as I
time?
told you, like it's a continuous journey. Nobody can do all these automation in one go or in 1 year. The first beginning is that culture. We have to first make you have to make hospital clean and garden green factories. Doesn't cost money for that. You don't have to do epoxy or anything, but at least you can maintain those clean factories. What will happen then? Then you will not have those hidden factories. So means factory inside a factory is a hidden factory, and if everything is visible, s- please, I will request that shop floors there should be no wall. Nothing should be very close to the window. You should have all across, like 1 feet away. There should be nothing towards the window because that is a hidden factory. There should be no storage place. That's a hidden factory. There should be no room inside a shop floor. That's a hidden factory. First, make that you have complete visibility of entire shop floor. Make it clean. That is the first beginning. Then start with small mechanizations. Start with, I'm sure that you can make a highway conveyor at least. So today you are manually putting 10 people who are transporting this product from end of the line till warehouse, till truck. At least that much of it we can do through conveyor system. Conveyor systems are not expensive. You can design them yourself if you don't want to give it to outside vendor. Start with that. Start with material which are heavy. Make escalator system. You can put any system. Use electromechanical system if you don't want to go for digitized and electronic systems. You can do that. Go for digital displays if you don't go on internet of things, but anywhere you're, unless you have that data secure, whether you have it on your server, you have it on cloud, make that data secure so that you can analyze sometimes that what was before, what is happening, and is it improving or not. I think that's the beginning we have to do, but beginning is a must.
Beginning is a
Not
must.
be that world is becoming smart, and we will always think that whatever we are doing, whether it is digitization, whether it is automation, we don't want to touch it. Otherwise, if the world moves fast, we will be left behind.
Left
So
behind.
it is for us, right beginning, do humble beginning, start doing things, and the journey will start. Journey has to start somewhere. But if you think that you will do again and again same thing, then and expect that cost will also go down, quality will improve, and delivery will be fast, that is insanity as per Einstein. I have not said it.
Excellent, sir. I think it's very, you have to have an humble beginning somewhere to achieve it is not only a mandatory thing, it's not only option, it's a mandatory thing to catch up, at least. Okay, what's going on globally. So every manufacturing unit start working on the smart factories in a small or a big way, as advised by Rajiv Ganjoji. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any
Thank
questions?
you. Thank you. Always pleasure. And thank you, audience, for bearing me for some time. And thank you so much and have a great day ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any questions to Rajiv ji? Please post it in YouTube channel or in LinkedIn. We'll make sure that your questions get answered. And we have YouTube live session going on up to 6 o'clock. So make sure that you save the link and make you share to everybody the link. Uh, uh, Fantastic sessions going on. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go to the next session. So we talk about digitization, digital transformation of manufacturing shop floor with Frusi manufacturing execution system. So myself and my team, Anita, will give the lecture on this topic. So let me give some quick introduction about ourselves. I'm Sheikh Abdul Khader, CEO of Data Labs India. So Frusi manufacturing execution system is our solution. So we talk about that very quickly, and Miss Anita will give a presentation, a demo, very quick demo on MES. Okay, so let me share my screen and talk about that topic very quickly. Yeah. So I hope you are able to see the screen. Okay, anybody can confirm if you are able to see the screen. Yeah. So yeah, so Global Manufacturing Excellence Summit Edition 6. We are talking about digitization of shop floor operations, the Frusi MES way, how to do it. What we do in Data Labs India is this. Uh, it's a business excellence. We talk about business growth, and then we talk about manufacturing excellence, and then we talk about logistics excellence. So today we are going to talk about manufacturing excellence in this topic. So which includes the manufacturing execution system, integrations and of IT and OT technologies, and then ERP for manufacturing organizations. So we give services also on the digital manufacturing and supply chain to build resilient and data-driven shop floors. Okay. So just to give you a very quick round of introduction on manufacturing execution system, what it does is, if you see this flow, so consider this as a one work center. This box as a one work center. So you have inputs from ERP, in case if you have ERP like customer orders, production scheduling, and other requests. So you have it, and then all the process in the shop floor starts with the production order. Okay, and then you have a work center. Likewise, you will have a multiple work centers. So in the work centers, you have three things in place: basically the raw materials and work in process, the operational tasks, and man machine hours. Okay, so this is supported by your quality, your energy management, maintenance, and also time management. And then you have an integrations with IoT and PLCs. It leads to a production order costing, and then you're concluding the production order. The data gets updated for your dashboards and also any manufacturing analytics. Okay, and then to do this, you have a configurations which is like item masters, bill of materials, routings, employees, the costing structures, the calendars, blah blah blah. Okay, so this is the high level view flow of your manufacturing process, and this one work center, there could be multiple work centers, so there will be connectivity between each work center. Okay, okay. So everybody have a question: why manufacturing execution system? I think this is always, especially in Indian mid-sized markets, why we do have a ERP, but why do we need MES? Okay, this is a question always everybody likes. So this is the ISA 95 structure. If you see, you have a 0 to 4 levels. 0 levels is a production level where we talk about 0 and 1 level are equipment. Okay, 0, 1, and 2 levels are basically at the OT level. operations technology, which is like a sensors, actuators, and all. Okay, then you have a level 4. You have a business layer where we talk about customer orders, we talk about inventory, we talk about the supply chain processes at the business level. The missing link is the level 3, which is manufacturing operations management, or we can call it as a manufacturing execution. Okay, so this kind of disconnect is closed by MES. So that's how the FRUCI, what it does. Okay, so if you see the elaborated picture of that, so what this level 3, which is manufacturing execution system, does is it take a deep dive into your shop floor. In the ERP, it does not take deep dive. You complete one production order, you record the data, and it is for the accounting and also for the it's a delivery. But when you go for each production order, work center by work center, collect the data and then manage it. So this is how the optimization. So now, if you want to really achieve manufacturing excellence, it is not enough for you to do have a ERP, or it is not enough to you for you to have a controls and automations. You must have manufacturing execution system in place so that you have a seamless data connectivity. And at this point of time, it is very crucial that if you want to enable or if you want to empower your organization to have artificial intelligence in place, then your MES help you to build a platform for that. So that is the reason it's very important. Okay, I just try to summarize. The ERP system will be a long-term view, the linear roads, and then in the manufacturing execution system, it's a detail, work center by work center, machine by machine kind of thing. Okay, a typical manufacturing process happens like this within MES. So it's like a after production order, of course. So receiving part. Okay, so the material receiving and inspection, the kitting of materials for the issuance of materials for the operations. So section assembly line, section by station by station manufacturing process. It could be a cell or it could be work center, whatever you call it. And then the quality at each work center. Then the testing and the calibration part, the packaging and labeling, shipping and logistics, and data analytics. Okay, this is how the classical things will happen. Now let us go back to a few quick demo, and then we continue with the benefits what manufacturing execution system brings to you. Okay, Anita, if you are on the show, you can share your screen and brief. Anita, you are in the call.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let me share the screen. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon all. I think you can able to see my screen, no sir? Yeah, please just confirm.
Yeah, it's not yet come, but let us see. Did you share the screen, the full screen?
Yeah, just share the homepage of application. Let me reshare otherwise.
Yeah, please share it again. It's not visible still.
Now it is visible, no?
Yeah. Okay, I can see it now. Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so let me just try to demonstrate all the the features and what are the process like included in the manufacturing execution system. So here you can see the this is the home page of application. So at the top you can see we can manage like a multiple plant and multiple organizations, and there are the some of the configuration setups which are required for the setuping the manufacturing process. Okay, here you can see all the menus where it will mainly focus on the production process only. As sir told, like it will be the there will be the difference between the ERP and the production how. So based on the discussion, no, like the last discussion. So you can see all the features, like it will be mainly focusing on the production process only, how we are going to connect the machines and the actual data recording from the man machine and all the ways, like, and we can track the production process from the manufacturing execution easily compared with the ERP. Let me just start with the production module here. Okay, here you can see all the menus. This is like a sub menu where you can see the production creation process, material issues, reporting the operations, and how we are going to receive the finished good, semi-finished good, okay, and how we are going to delivery. So operations, no, we have multiple screens for recording the timestamps of the labor machine, all these things like a manager view, employee view, and we have implemented the single resource and multi resource also. It depends on the user how they want to use it. So based on that, we are going to configure it. So let me just go with the production order here. Here you can see the production order details, like the reference numbers. Like suppose no, the production orders we have entry here. If we integrate with the ERP, no, we can get the data from the ERP directly. Okay, either it is like SAP or whatever the ERP. Okay, the planned dates, actual dates, and here no, like let me just edit one order. Okay, so here like we have the item details, like we are going to receive. Here we have the planning method like forward planning, backward planning, and when we are going to start. And here you can see the bomb explosion, like it is if we are having multi-level bomb also, no, we can schedule the like assembly products and the FG products from here itself based on the interlink. Okay, and we have all the delivery dates, production line number linking, all the information we can feed it. So when we confirm this order, no, so let me just try to show you the material issue. Like here you can see all the required materials for the particular order. Okay, here we are going to record all the issued material and what are the unused material back to the warehouses, and the scrap details, and in which process like operation or the task we are going to issue the materials, all the information we can see here. Okay, so in the in this module, no, I am trying to just focus on the production order level only. We have a work center process again that I will explain you, like what is the difference between the production order level and the work center level. Okay, so I just shown you the material issue. Let me just to show the operations how we are going to record against the production order. So I'm just selecting the order here. So here like whenever we create the production order, no, we are generating the barcode also for that. So instead of manual entry or manual input, no, we can scan the order and we can get the information details. And also we can record easily based on the employee like employee login details, I mean the employee ID details, no, we can record the timestamps also. So here you can see here we have the employee icon here. So let me just filter. So here you can see like this employee ID details, and when they started and stopped details. And we also have the time calculations, like it is depends, like we are automatically taking the shift details also. Okay, we are configuring that. Okay, that way, no, here you can see all the production order has how many processes. Okay, we can hold the product process, I mean the employee processing, like, and we can record the what is the reasons, like a stoppage or any instructions we need to define, no, we can define at all the levels, like against the mission wise or employee wise, or if there is any instructions to be provided, no, like for the against the operation also, we can define that automatically. Employees can, whenever they log in, they can see the details. Here we have the print option where we can see all the production order details. Okay, this is the manager view. Let me just try to show the employee view how it will look. So whenever they log in, they can just scan the production order, scan the operation. Okay, and if they have like a reference like a SAP orders also, no, they can do that as well. This is generated by the MES. Okay, that way they can see all the order details, and they will
So
just
this is
scan and
all
just
there is no manual input. That's what you're saying, Anita.
yes, yes, yes.
It's all by
So it is,
scanning.
So it is not only like we are eliminating the login of the application as well. Okay, they can just directly log in with the barcode. Okay, and scan the barcode of the order, scan the operation barcode, and they will just scan the employee, their barcode, basically the employee ID barcode. So and we can record the employee timestamps as likewise. Okay, this way like we can record the all the employee labor transactions. Okay, and we can integrate the mission, and we can get the details in the same way like against the work orders. Okay, based on the timestamps as well. Okay, and so up to here, no, like I just gone through the middle issue process, operations, how we are going to record the timestamps, all these things. So let me just show you the costing here in this menu. Like let me just select the one order. So we have all the, so it is like only mainly focused on the operational timestamps, and based on that what are the planned cost and the actual cost and overall what will be the cost against that particular order, no, we can see from here. This is the costing details. Okay, and so and here we have the work center now. So here whenever like so this is like order level. Suppose no, when we go with the work center, no, so it is basically like we are not going with the work order based on the configuration, employee the permissions of the work center. Based on that they can see only that orders they need to work out, whatever the work centers they have, no, I'll be recording the timestamp against it, and they will be issuing issuing the materials of the production order also in the same way. This is the difference between these two. And so now let me have we have the OEE in this. Okay, so we just completed the production operations, no, we can see the timestamps. Let me just show fifth, sixth. Okay, here you can see like the timestamps, always like plan time, actual time. Based on that uh, we will be calculating the OEE and this. So if for this, no, like the detailed one wise, so we can take up the OEE date wise, and we also have the let me just filter out this some data. Okay. Okay, so here you can see all the data here. Okay, like it is like that is the detailed one. Like if we can see by mission, and we can see like overall orders irrespective of the mission and the work center thing. And here also the same way, this is like order level, and if we sell here we have the mission and the work center selection. So based on that we can track the details from here. Okay, so and we have some other dashboard regarding to the production. So we have in the planned dashboard here you can see what are the planned production orders and actually completed, started and completed. Okay, this is the line here. Okay, this is mainly we are here it is focused for the production lines. Like this is the production line and what are the operations in it. Okay, here you can see at the top we have some status here. Okay, again is that the orders got highlighted based on their status, and here you can see the current last week the performance in this the
This
same way
is like
like.
a very complete view of your shop floor, line by line. So you can have a visibility of all your production orders, stage-wise production order, what are the orders active, and then you can know how much weak performance is it, and everything. I think maybe you can explain a little.
Yeah, yeah. So here we have some of the details, not only the production order level. Here you can see the active working employees, working progress operations, resource utilized in this particular production line, hold the production orders. If we just hold for some reason, no, like based on the material shortage or something, or machine breakdown, so in that case, no, we there will be like a holding of the operations as well. In the same way, so and here you can see at the top, this is like overall, irrespective of the active employees, working progress, utilization, or hold operations, no, we see we can filter out by line or order wise, something we can do. This is like a production line wise. So and we have the production grid here. In this, you can see like order level, like order wise. We can see the timestamps in it, efficiency also for that particular order, and we can also see by operation wise also. If there is any comments need to be defined, no, as I shown in the work order level, so we can see from here. Okay, this is like, and we can export from here and of the planned values. Okay, so this is like a production processing. Okay, so and we have the inventory module. Suppose the if the customers know, if they don't have the ERP, if they want to maintain the stock details, no, the sample operations, they can do the production purchase order processing GRN against the order. Okay, it's like direct receiving kind of thing. Inventory, stock details, maintaining the history, bin to bin transfers, adjustments. Okay, cycle counting, like the physical cross check of the inventory. Okay, this is parts allocate request from the maintenance. Okay, let me just show you like all the order details here, line details. We have all the uploads also for this. We can directly upload the bulk upload. Okay. And here we have the planning module. This is the like a planning module mainly for the stock plan, like the production. Here we have the request plan. Here you can see like planning methods. We have MPS, MRP, and SIC as well. Based on the parameters, like if we define, no, in the item level, based on that it will plan by checking the orders, like production order, sale order, purchase order, all these things. It will take up and it will generate the plan for that. So here we have all the data. If we can integrate with the planning solutions also, no, we can get the data. And we if we integrate with the ERP also, we can get the sale orders. All these things we can get directly. Otherwise we can take from the MES itself, a planned MRP. In the same way, SIC as well. And again, as this, like we can generate the requirements and it can be like approval. We can convert that plan. Based on the plan, no, we can generate like a purchase order, sale purchase orders and the production order from this. Okay, and here you can see like energy module. So whenever we complete and we can take the we can complete the production operations, no, we have the if we have the tagging of the machines at the operation level, no, we can capture the energy consumption data. And we have some costing constraints also, like based on the per hour, how the charge will be. So that details we can define and it will be like estimated. Based on the usage, no, we can take the actual data. And if we integrate with the machines also, no, we can take that data and we can compare it, like where the problem is, and if there is any differences, no, based on the plan, it will be easily identified by this. Okay, this is like a date and hour wise data. Okay, and we also have the production order wise. Here you can see production order wise, item, and the operation wise. This is operation wise, and here you can see the all the setup and wait times, and this is the actual and actual cost. And okay, so and the we have one more menu here. It is the actual billing of the electricity. Okay, so there will be like comparisons of planned based on the planned schedule, the consumptions will be, and actually the usage of the actually the production plan worked out. and also the mission, actual mission, timestamp, how the energy consumptions, all these things taken place in the mission, that data, and directly taking the electricity bill, and we are going to compare it. Okay, that the possibility is available in this energy module. And we have the quality module here. Okay, in the quality module, let me just, here we have the inspection order creation. Here you can see all the origins, like at the grn level, inventory level, receiving level, and production order level, material issues. So all the way, no, like we need to configure the master setup for this. Based on that, automatically test type, what test type we need to do the particular item wise, or order wise. So that we can define. Based on that, inspection orders will get created, and we are going to like, suppose, no, let us take the operations, the production operations. Like it will be linked with the production order, and or the material issue, it will be linked with the quality, and the inspection order, it will be linked, and the data to and fro will be passing in between the two orders. Okay, let me just show you the manager view, how the data we are going to record. Let me select the report operations. So I just selected. Here also we have the scanning option, the barcode generation. Okay, so here you can see what are the operations we need to do the quality check. Okay, we are also recording the non-conformity. If there is any failed test, no, we can record all the non-conformity, easily add all the tests. Okay, what are the result types, all these things we can add from here. So, and we can take the pictures, and what the completion percentage of all the particular stage is quality check, no, that we can record. So if it is failed, no, we can click on this. Okay, so it navigate to the non-conformity form, and here record all the cause of that particular failed case of that particular test. No, we need to record all the corrective action, and we can also upload the pictures also from here. Okay, and the what is the issue, like we have categories here, what are the issues it will be, we can record all the issues also here. And finally the approving and closing this NC, and we can create the like new test, no, and we can record the confirmation of the, I mean, the completion of this NC, like okay. And we can also communicate these non-conformity to the production team also by sending the mails. And we can also attach the reason, all these information, know what is the risk, and what are the issues occurred in that particular. And we can also attach the images automatically, whatever we have uploaded in this NC, and we can also take manually, and we can send to the production team by default. Okay, and in the same way we have the employee view. So they can only see like a particular stage wise inspection, they can scan and they can do it. Okay, so and we have workforce here. So this module mainly for the labor management, it's like resource. Okay, and we have employee task here. We can see all the employee, what are the tasks allocated, and the status also here. Okay, and the information of that particular task. Okay, and in the same way, here we have the employee availability, like how many employees are available. Okay, all this information we can see, and what are the next schedules for them, the plan kind of thing. Okay, and we have the machine task here. So here we can see all the uh, machine data. I think it is like this. So these are like machine schedules. Okay, and the machine availability, like what is the status of that particular machines currently going on. Okay, and we have the maintenance module here. So in this we have the scheduling the maintenance, planning, like allocating the resources and the spare parts, all these things planning can be done here, or reschedules. And work order, we can also, based on the schedules, we can generate the work order, and we can also create the work orders directly, and the recording the meter readings from the machine. Okay, so let me just go to the schedule. Okay, here you can see, yeah, I just selected. me just go back and come. So here you can see it is for both the machine and the tool. Okay, we can do the maintenance for the both, and we have all the service types defined and meter type based on the period or meter reading wise. We can record and we can schedule it. Okay, and we have the planning here. So here you can see like rescheduling, allocation, creation of the work orders multiple from here by cross checking here. Okay, and here we have work order. So and what is the cost and what are the services required? If there is any additional services to be added, or we cannot add it. And if there is any shortage, no, like based on the services, new services add on, we can generate the purchase requisition and we can raise the request to the store people from here. Okay, and here we have the tooling module. So the tool planning is like usually maintaining the tools, no, it will be usually difficult because after using, no, there will be no tracking it. Okay, where it is placed or something, we can whenever we issue the tools, no, like we can record the timestamps for which process we are using this. Okay, uh, and for whom and what is the calibration hours, all these things we can record. Okay, based on that we can evaluate the lifespan of the tool also. This is the tool availability and we can see where the tool is currently available. And so mainly the MES is mainly like we need to integrate and we need to get the data instead of manual entry. So we have the few use cases like where we have integrated the MES. So this is one of the use case, like we have integrated the PLC systems and we get the data from the PLC and we have recorded all the production data. Let me just filter it. Okay. Okay, here you can see like batch wise data. Okay, all the timestamps, but and time required to complete that particular production process. Okay, this is like this is like planned data. Okay, and here we have the actual production details. This is like a we have the production actual completed productions in this. This is against the order wise and batch wise. What is the planned and the actual? Okay, in the same way, and we also have the raw material consumption. These three things, no, we have taken from the PLC, and we just maintain all the data here, and we are going to according to the MES. Okay, so with this, and we are going to change the formats whatever the data come from the PLC, and this data, no, like after taking, we are generating some quality reports, production reports. Okay, and we are transferring to the SAP, I mean the ERP as well. So where for the accounting purpose and the inventory stock updates as well, both the finished good and also the raw material consumption. Okay, these details can be transferred. It's for the accounting and stock updates. And we also recorded the way bridge like in and out. Based on this, no, like we can track all the details like in and out stock details, where we can instead of like we can entering all the details, no, from this data, like what are the purchase orders, like got in the raw material and the finished good out. Okay, that way we can record, and it can be converted to the receipts and the deliveries kind of thing we can take up into the SAP, and it can be transferred from this. Okay, and we also um, have the attendance biometric as well. So this way, like we have taken the attendance check in and check out. It is mainly like we have integrated all these things, which is mainly core for the production processing only. Okay, and we have the S&OP, like we are going to maintain all the required catalog data of the machine instructions, where user can easily download from here and they can see instead of maintaining the hard copies. Okay, and let me just show you a few of the dashboards. Okay, so we have the energy dashboard here. So we can track by hourly, daily, monthly. Okay, estimated and the actual consumption and the cost details. And we can also track by the production order wise. And the maintenance dashboards. What are the schedule, open orders? Okay, and the tooling wise, the tool wise, the tool utilization, and machine wise also, like machine wise data also is the utilization of the machine. Just filter. Okay, estimated utilization and the actual utilization. This is the machine wise estimated consumption and cost. The schedules, if we have schedules, we get the schedule data as well. And here we have non-conformity graph. This is like it's a quality thing. Let me just show you the data. So here we can see like a stage wise what are the NC counts and product wise. Okay, and we can also see all the stage wise what are the counts issue categories likewise, and we can see the details this way. Okay, and there are plenty of reports. Okay, so where we can easily export into the Excel and the PDF formats. We can see production efficiency reports. Okay, and also all the efficiency and also operational level, employee wise daily. Okay, inspection order wise. These reports we can take from here easily. Okay, okay. I think mainly I have covered up all the things. Okay. Yeah, we can go for the presentations here. I just finished
Okay.
the application demo.
Okay. So thank you, Anita. Thank you very much for the
Welcome.
walkthrough. Basically, what I understand is Frusi MES have all the modules what are required for any manufacturing organization to automate their shop floor operations, which includes your production order processing by work center wise, your inventory management, your the quality management, the materials, the maintenance management, energy management, and also your integrations. So the integrations for to register the operational timestamps for people, for machines. At the same time, you can track and trace the work in process, and then you have a platform for AI level the AI architecture, so that you can use artificial intelligence for this. So I'll just share my screen and talk about only one slide. Okay. So the key benefits is basically, if you have your, I'll just stick to this. If you have any MES system, okay, you have a benefits about reducing manufacturing cycle times. So this is one advantage you will have it, because you reduce waste, and then you have a reduced work in process inventory because you keep the work in process inventory materials to a minimal. And then work center management, material and operations reporting. Usually what happens is we report at the operation order level, but not at the work center level. This is one of the main difference why you need to have a manufacturing execution system. In the first session, we hear from Professor Narayana is we talk about process, operations, and the element. So what happens at the element level is within the work center. So if you manage that properly, everything, your operation and your business process will be optimized to the optimally. Okay. And manufacturing execution system gives you a visibility. Okay, see, if it gives a visibility of your order. ERP level production order is only at the order level. But now, when you want to go, what is really happening in which machine your process is working, all those things will be improved or maybe established by manufacturing execution system. Okay, this also tells you about the digital twin. We nicely hear from what Rajiv ji was talking about, and then process mining. Then we have to improve quality, because it's a quality each. In my experience, quality management is done differently for each organization. We have multiple ways to handle quality process in MES. So it made it much easier. The quality management is not just only to check what is correct, what is bad, and that is internal quality, for sure. Then you have external quality, where your wrong product goes, your defect product goes to a customer, and then you identify there. Then it will be very expensive task for you. And one more most important point, why the quality management through MES is more important, is there is another point. Okay, the reason is, when you deliver any cooling system or any other large manufacturing unit, any other equipment or something you produce to customers, they have a warranties. So the warranty could be 1 year, 2 years, or something. Now, in that, the client will raise you warranties. Okay, if there is any problem. So maintaining a proper quality records for the key process, key parts within your machine is very critical, because that gives you traceability. And if customer says this is your problem, you need to serve the warranty, then you have a traceability. You don't have to fulfill them. Maybe it's their fault. Maybe their power has a problem. Maybe they have a handling problems. Okay, so actually, proper quality system will protect you, and Frucy MES will support you to do that. Proper recording of your quality records, and then you have a traceability. Okay, and notification and alerts. Notification and alert means, if something goes wrong in a particular work center, if a machine goes down, and then a alarm can push. Maybe in your TV screen it can pop up, or any a message, a WhatsApp message, or text message, or an email can go through your manufacturing execution system. It is not only a dashboards. You will find many tools in the market which shows only collect the data from the machines. It will show the dashboard. That is the very simplest part. Okay, but that does not really help anything unless you have a very colorful dashboards. But the real benefit you get it is, you digitize your operations within the shop floor, work center by work center, machine by machine, person by person, and then material by material. Okay, so materials, machine and labor, and then your your timestamps. So if you do all these things together, you have a better way to do MES, a better way to get the benefits of the MES. So predictions are empowered by AI and ML models. Since you have a good data at the OT level, which is a machine level, then you have a MES level, and then you have ERP level. All these things, if you connect, you get the benefit of artificial intelligence. So many people jump into doing things AI, but it will be very, 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 very minimal, because you don't have a structural data. With that, you can generate any AI models or AI enablers. Without MES, it is not possible for you. Just, you can take my word. It's not really possible. You will be The data will be in a different silos. You will not make really a meaningful information out of your data. Okay, and manage your operations remotely is one of the benefit, since the solutions put in the cloud. So what happens is, you can manage it from anywhere. Otherwise, what happens is, the manual processes are in the shop floor. They register in the books. Nobody knows what happens. They are correct, by the way. When they write something in books, they are correct. But you don't know exactly what is going on the floor at any given point of time. So putting an MES will help you to read that. Okay, so you can take any decisions on the go from your location, wherever you are there. Of course, this all leads to increased customer service level. So deliver on time, deliver right product, like OTIF can be improved. So and data-driven decisions instead of people who just instead of asking, "Hey guys, how are things going on? How is the progress? Are we meeting the schedules?" kind of thing. Without asking them, you can know it by default. And then planning is one of the most important thing, which almost always done manually in manufacturing units, especially the mid-size smaller units. Maybe the larger units have established planning processes, but mid-size organizations almost always do the planning manual. So master production scheduling, MRP and CRP, I also include the finite capacity scheduling at the job shop manufacturing level. This will be of great help for your team. Optimization of improving OEE, and also I add this as a OLE. So overall equipment effectiveness, and then overall labor efficiency. These are the two things, the outcomes you can measure. Make sure that you can monitor them, and then make sure that you improve them. Everybody talk about OEE at machine level, at the work center level, at the plant level. Actually, if you don't get the data properly, it's a number only, but it does not give you anything. Okay, so make sure that your underlying data for OEE calculations is captured in real time, and then it help you to optimize while the work is in progress. So I think that's the main part of it. We also have one more session today. We talk about business growth, how a manufacturing unit can adopt strategy. Then they plan, they can plan they do their planning at the high level, and then they set the goals, how they can align the organization, how can they execute and grow. So this we have a session at maybe around 4 o'clock or something. We talk about this in that session. Okay, so if there is any questions, we will take up. So let me stop the screen share. Okay, so so I would like to have any questions because I'm moderating the show and I'm also asking questions. It's not possible for me to see. I see the posts. There are some posts here, some questions. Okay, so yeah, I'm available in the session. Anytime you just ask a question, we are here to answer, online or offline. We'll be happy to do that. Okay, so now let us go to this next session. Before that, introducing Rizwan, I would like to say that stay tuned in the YouTube live channel, because that is an uninterrupted live channel. You have when you log in into YouTube from your username, so you can post your questions. Those questions will be posted here. Okay, so thank you very much for listening to me and my colleague Anita. This event is sponsored again, just to tell you about the Frusi manufacturing execution system. Okay, so thank you Anita for a wonderful demo. Thank you very much. I invite Muhammad Rizwan. Thank you, Rizwan. Nice seeing you again. Assalamu alaikum and welcome. I always wait for your session because you talk something very nicely about OT. The topic we talk about is how OT, operations technology, can help manufacturing organizations. We talk about some concepts and cases. Muhammad Rizwan is a specialist in securing IIoT, ICS, and OT devices for critical infrastructure, with a strong focus on helping utilities modernize and safeguard their operational technology environments. He worked extensively on OT device management, secure remote access, and centralized compliance reporting. With deep expertise in ERC, CIP compliance, and cybersecurity frameworks, he supports utility organizations in strengthening resilience across their risks. Representing Subnet Solutions Inc., he actively engages in global cybersecurity forums, including Black Hat NEA 2025 in Riyadh. So thank you, Rizwan, joining from all the way from Riyadh. Thank you. Over to you. Your mic is in mute, it seems. Please can you check? No, not yet. We are not able to hear.
How about now?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. So thank you for giving this opportunity to talk about OT cybersecurity as a part of a global supply chain summit here in the sixth edition. So, so let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, you can see. You can see. Yeah, you can put it in a power slide share. Yes. Yeah, you can just yeah. It gone now. You can just share again.
Yeah, let me. I'm not getting the full view of this one.
No, you can just share screen button. Click, check the entire screen.
Yeah.
Then click on that and then just share it. Then you can just put it in a slide share mode. Yeah,
Yeah.
now we can see the presentation. Yeah, put it in a slide share mode. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Please.
So thank you again. So let me give like a brief introduction about myself and OT cybersecurity. So myself, Muhammad Rizwan, I'm working as a OT system architect at Subnet Solutions. So I'm also working with many different OEM and vendors. So to implement OT cybersecurity as a in both and in the industrial environment. So as an OT, so many people are aware about the IT cybersecurity and how the IT security is implemented. But when compared to OT, you see there is a lack of knowledge sharing and lack of information about all those systems which are managed by the OT engineers. So the systems like whatever the systems OT has like it include the process control, the manufacturing, and all other conveyor systems, and MIS systems. So all those systems are hidden before. Unlike IT, they were already exposed to the internet, but nowadays, when there is a lot of implementation about the AI and the IT OT integration, so you see there is a lot of information being getting out of the OT network and getting into the cloud and like this. So there is many major challenges faced in implementing these kind of systems, cybersecurity. So if there is any weakest point in those systems, if, for a hacker or for any activist, it would be easy point for them to get through those weakest points. And security doesn't work without without the clarity. So you have to have all information about your assets. So the majorly you have to keep account of your assets in the OT. Then those assets can be monitored and can be protected. And then nowadays there is huge requirement of the secure remote access. So you need people to the experts will be all over sitting around globally. So you need a team of engineers who are very well aware of the systems. They can access those remotely and get the job done. In OT, in generally there is who are the bad actors. So we need to identify. You have to have your own security level. What type of security level your process plant or your manufacturing plant would like to achieve. So firstly, you should define that what I am protecting against. So is it a downtime, or is it a competition, or a ransomware? What is the impact of this downtime on my overall production or overall business? So how my business gets impact. So that's the reason you are trying to implement the security. So there are many scenarios and many incidents happen all around the world. We know that which has impacted the production, which has impacted the business, and some business are out of business or because of the small mistakes they have done in the OT. So majorly there are different systems which are need to be implemented. Let me go from bottom up. So majorly first thing is we need to have training and awareness of the systems. Like what is the impact of OT cybersecurity if it is not implemented? and what is how you will respond to an incident immediately whenever this is happened. And then you have a continuous monitoring and logging on reporting of those systems 24/7. And then system hardening, so you provide right access to the right people. Not everyone has access to those systems in your company or your production area. Then patch management, how you improve the security and how you update the system. So this is also one of the key things which is impacting the manufacturing area. And then you have a endpoint protection, so antivirus and application whitelisting, and you allow only the application. So the manufacturing systems have many process control applications, and the specific applications don't allow only those applications to run on those systems. And then you have a clear identity and access management, so you know that who is accessing system. Either be nowadays machines are talking to machines, so manufacturing a robot is talking to a conveyor or all those systems. So these systems also should have an identity. So you have proper implementation of zero trust and role based access control, all those systems. Then over that you have a detection systems which is detect the anomaly. So any abnormal behavior in your process should also detect, and so you should have a baseline first. So you implement what is normal in your system, then anything above this baseline goes wrong, so system detects is like, no, something is abnormal in the system. And then you have implemented those controls. Then finally you have a perimeter defense, which is intrusion prevention. So you have an IPS called intrusion prevention system, which is the next generation firewall, protecting your perimeters of the network or whatever the systems you have. So these are the global trends in observe, like what are the different attacks on the ICS, and these are the percentage where these attacks were defended in all industrial and computer systems which are has happened by country wise. So in OT cybersecurity, you have like offensive and defensive. So offensive is like you are trying, somebody else is like the attacker or the hacktivist or some other entity is trying to uh, penetrate into your network or jeopardize your systems. Then you as a defensive, you will try to protect, identify, and detect and respond those attacks. So for now, like if you see what are the different standards in OT, so you have like each country has their own cybersecurity standard. Like India has different cybersecurity, Saudi has different cybersecurity, America has different cybersecurity standard, Europe they have GDPR and other NIS2 standard. So we see that different standards are needed in the OT cybersecurity, and then each process plant and medical processing plant need HIPAA and all other standards. So there is different standards that govern how the OT cybersecurity is to be implemented in that country and in that type of manufacturing process or that type of plant. So majority NIST is the one which is globally a reference for all of the world, like which has clearly stated that you should have different type of functional identifiers, which is mainly identify, protect, detect, respond, recover, and the newer version they have also added govern. So there is many different challenges in OT. So you see like there is many different type of devices, process, PLC, switches, computers, industrial computers, all those systems which has a complex process, and they are designed for the purpose. So when you have designed for the purpose device, so you should have a purpose-based cybersecurity implemented for those systems in line with the process. And the OT systems demand the availability when it is coming to the IT systems. Confidentiality and integrity are more critical, but in OT availability is more priority. Otherwise the systems or the process have downtime and you will lose your production. So if you see here, like this is the major organization which is Purdue has developed this kind of architecture, wherein the process flow from the machines to the MES, manufacturer execution systems, and the ERP systems. So this collects the information. Nowadays you see there is another layer getting added here. Over here is like IT. So here you will have new systems coming up for AI, and all those systems are trying to collect your information from the process level. So how you defend all those attacks, and you new technologies penetrating your production shop floor. So this is the overall Purdue level architecture more in deep. So you will see here your robots, your process plants, and your sensors getting collected the information at different levels. So you see that here the information flow is from one level to another level. So there is no direct information flow from one level to another level. So you see here the information goes from the sensors, the PLCs or the motors to the next level, level one, and then from level one the information goes to level two, wherein the SCADA or your MIS systems, the process level systems in your shop floor. Then from level two to level three, and then you have a DMZ wherever you try to extend the system to outside. So you try to send this information out of your factory or your process plant. So you have a DMZ, demilitarized zone, wherein you allow only whatever is filtered traffic go out of your network, or whatever has to be come into your network through the DMZ. So you see here each level of information goes to the next level, and then from there to the up. So it is not allowed to any, if there is any information or a HMI talking to a machine is not allowed here. So it should talk to a PLC, and PLC will talk to the robot or the machine. So if there is kind of information flowing from one level 0 to level 1, this is kind of anomaly. This can be detected by different type of systems, like we have in the system we have in place is called intrusion detection system. So intrusion detection system uh, is kind of detection. How it does is like it collects the information from the process level traffic, and then pushes ingest this traffic into the sensor, and this sensor has already built-in algorithms to detect all the OT framework or all OT issues related to that process. So you have an energy plant, or you have a robot manufacturing plant, or you have a manufacturing process. So all these processes are already defined. So based on those definitions, the system detects like what is normal, what is abnormal. So you see here like different detections, like vulnerabilities happen from level 1 to level 0 to level 1, and level 2 to level 3. And then we have pure all pure security parameters. So you see that nowadays when the companies are getting implemented OT cyber security, there is reduction in the security parameters issues in the OT. So this is another architecture. So you have a factory or a manufacturing plant. So you have to enforce different layers here, like OT and control layers. So you should have all those applications, your product applications or process applications, being monitored and controlled. So at any point of time, you can isolate those store systems, and then you have your production run manually. And this is one of the systems where you have to implement the zero trust and role-based access controls, give the shop floor or the manufacturing users only the rights, and based on the policies they have you have implemented in your company. So go through the process, day-to-day process in your manufacturing plant, and identify the people who are based on their roles, what are the access, what are the system have access, like this. And then you should have an additional system which is out of your process in corporate headquarters or your head office, so that you bring all those security information to a single dashboard. So you bring all the information from the switches, the devices which you have implemented, to a central place, central location, so that in case you have an issue with process plant, you can deep dive into this data, and then investigate what went wrong on those systems, and what was it, a security incident, was it a malfunction of any device, or misconfiguration. So you can identify and then avoid those things in the future. And then patch management. So you should do patch management on a regular basis. So how you patch all those devices, how you make protection of those devices, and update. So you update only the devices which you need to update, and don't update the devices which are not needed and which are running normal. And then you should have a regular backup. So when you implement all those systems, so you see here different machines. So in the process plant or your manufacturing plant, you have MIS systems, you have inventory systems. All those systems should be backed up to a central repository, so that in case of downtime or in case of any issues with those systems, so you can recover from that backup, and you are up and up in within hours. So and also implement, so this is a PLC, so which is like, which can be used to control your lighting system, can be used to control your process system or monitoring. So you should have like implemented those system hardening. First, identify that device is not communicating externally, and it is sending only the information to your systems. So if you see any, you have manufactured, you purchase any devices from the OEMs, they have some kind of code which is like sending some other information to their private clouds or out of their country. So each country has a regulation, like when you, so now you buy a device from China, so all this information is, you have to verify that this device has not some code or inside it, that it is not sending out of your country or out of your process plant, which is not required. So you have to harden those, then authenticate. So when you configure those devices, you allow only the users who are engineering access or operator access to those systems. So you have clear definition what an engineer has to do, what an operator has to do, and what are the controls of our operator on this device. Then you implement the firewall. So here you can see what is the traffic going out of that device, and then you encrypt those information within your network, so that even if this information is go out of your network, but he cannot understand that traffic, or whoever monitoring to penetrate your network, he need high end algorithms to encrypt those information. Then parallelly you have monitoring and alarm system. So in case someone is trying to jeopardize your system or trying to hack, so you still have monitoring, and what is the approach he is following to in enter your network. So this concept is called defense in depth. So you have a plant level security, you have network level security, and then you have your system integrity. So you have first thing is like physical security. You should have a physical security for your process plant. You have a CCTV, and you have a security in place, and then who is entering your process plant, why they are entering. You keep a record of logging and monitoring what is the reason they are entering, like manual records, same way we do for cyber. So this is the steps you have to follow for different technologies to be implemented on your plant, so that you have your plant secured and operations run in smooth. It is same like a castle. If you see here, there is a castle here. You have a different level of security being implemented in all this. So same concept applies to it. And then you have one more logging system, which is syslog, which is an international standard for collecting all the errors, information, warnings, and alerts from those systems. And you can segregate them, and which is critical for you, which is not critical for you. So you can identify which process based on your process as a manufacturing plant. Each manufacturing plant have different process. So you have a clear study of your process, what is critical, what is a warning, and what is an alert, and what is an emergency for your process plant. And then send this all information collected from different systems to a central dashboard. Then you have all logging there. Then you have backing up of all the data, which as mentioned, you can use different tools. We can advise you which are the best tools based on your environment. Thank you, and thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm looking forward to answering it.
You have time, Rizwan. We have few minutes time left for the questions.
Yeah.
In fact, we have, I think, how much time we have? We have another 15 minutes. Okay. So
Okay.
I would like you to explain more on the how this OT and IT the integration part. So one of them, see, our target audience are manufacturing units, the mid-size manufacturing units. So they have some machines which generate data, okay, and they use some protocols like OPCUA or whatever, okay. Some machines don't have that layer, okay, so they don't. There are like old machines, okay, so they don't generate data. So now the question is how this data will be connected to MES, and then MES of course connected to ERP kind of thing. So that is a usual problem what we have. Okay. So how can we manage? We can help, or how these organizations can solve this problem. Okay, for the machines which have data connected through protocols like OPCUA or MQTT or Modbus or whatever, and then those machines which don't have. That is number one. So that is the area. That is one area. The second area is, okay. So you need a strong platform of MES as per your Purdue architecture. So without that, there is a disconnect between the legs. So how what is the importance of each layer? You very nicely explained that the data will grow from one level to another level. It will not jump from one level to the higher level. Okay. So this part has to be explained very nicely. Otherwise, what happens is people think we have an ERP and then ERP should do everything. Okay. So these are the two areas where you can explain based on your experience, Rizwan. Your voice, yeah. Can you check your voice? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, can you say
Yeah, yeah,
see
we
my
can hear.
screen now?
Yes, I can see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So let me take you to this sheet. Yeah. So Purdue level. So you have this is a high level. So I will go to the next slide also to explain more deep. So you any process plants or any manufacturing plant, you have machines, right? So
Mhm.
whatever be the machines, conveyors, robots, your chimney or whatever process you have in your company. So these machines are sometimes maybe 30-year-old machines, or sometimes they are running very good, like in this invironment. So nobody would like to touch those machines or like this. And then these machines have data, so you are maybe monitoring intrusively, or you can monitor those machines by adding a new sensors, and then these sensors can communicate to external, so you can send this information. So suppose nowadays there is thermal cameras. So thermal cameras have all those information by sensing by infrared. So you know that what is the, suppose you need to send the temperature of this machine. So suppose this machine is like a motor or a process machine. So you have a 50 degrees centigrade is your limit. So you can, so this machine now has no sensor in build, but how to monitor those temperature. So you can put one way is a thermal camera there, which is like trying to capture the image of the this machine and send this information outside. So you can have SNMP based sensors, like we have different companies in the market which send the sensor information over SNMP. So they can put a sensor here and then send this information over SNMP to the PLC or a process, so MES system. So here you see there is there is a description here, milliseconds, seconds, and then here you have seconds, minutes, and hours and shift. And then you here you have ERP, which is takes the decisions based on day or month. So the decisions or the process, the information and decisions are being taken, and the manufacturing process. You see, the information and the actions are within milliseconds and second. But whereas in MES, you see like the actions are taken based on minutes, hours, and based on the shift, the operator shifts, and like this, right? So, and when this information is fed again into the ERP, so you see here it converts into days and months. So you have information per day. So how much sales I have, how much production this day I have, how much monthly production, what is the monthly production capacity of my factory. So these are informations coming out of the ERP. But MES has daily information, hourly information,
Mhm.
minutes. And then process systems, you see, the things are changing in seconds. So how many are, what is the RPM of this machine, how speed, and when it runs at this RPM, so suddenly I need to increase my capacity. So any process plant has decided we need to go increase our capacity by 10%. So you decided to change your production by over 10%. what impact it will have on your machine. So the machines which are running over suppose 24/7, and then still you cannot meet those capacity, and maybe you will have that machine to break down. So because it is already running at its full capacity, all this information can be fed into the ERP, so that you can take a timely decision, and then you don't commit to your customers like, okay, we can give you over your production capacity. So uh, you can see how well your machines are loaded. So based on those load, you can also decide your sales capacity or your commitment to the customers. So these are integration of database. So how you push the information, so you should have a process system here at this level which is collecting the information, and this system again pushes this information to the another system, so legacy. So you have a existing plant, so you can have additional controls with additional devices. We can recommend those devices how to collect those information, and then push this information to ERP for the timely decision. This is one of the scenario I have explained. So this is one of the high level architecture for any process plant. You have motors, you have robots. So if you'd like to know what information you need from those devices which is not available, and you need it additionally, then you should add more sensors in this level. So once you add the sensors at this level, then you should add the additional devices which will collect the information from this level, and then push the same information. You can send it to the same dashboard over a different protocol. So first you have to identify what protocols your manufacturing system supports. So it supports Modbus 61850, or it supports like DNP3, or a different protocol for based on your process. Identify what additional protocols your level 2 systems or HMI support, and they can push this information as a different level of protocol. So once you identify this one, then you go and get those sensors which send those information in that protocol. So you brought a sensor, but your system doesn't support that protocol, which is SNMP. So you identified a sensor like which is sending information over SNMP. So before purchasing the sensor, go and study the systems which are existing and what protocols they accept. So go to the market and identify those sensors which send you information in that protocol. Then that protocol can automatically be integrated in this system. So you have all information from that sensor, and that information again you can push it to your MES and ERP systems. Hope I answered the question.
Yeah, yeah, that's fantastic. Now, one confusion I want to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are some systems. They say they directly connect to machine, and they say that we do generate the dashboards, and also there are some inputs given in that minimal, and then they talk about the OE calculations and all. Okay, so this is only to just to give you the machine data. Okay,
Yeah.
so if you get only machine data directly at the level 0 and level 1, that is not actually enough for you to make a meaningful decisions. So
Decision.
you
Yes.
need to, yeah, you need to have a level 3 and level 4. Okay, otherwise what happens is you have a limited use of the data, which is the which is maybe the manufacturing units get confused. Okay, so they say, okay, we are all connecting these machines to a software.
Yeah.
They generate
Nowadays
very
you.
nice, yeah, very
Yeah.
fancy now. They get generate
Yeah.
very nice dashboards, and then they think that, okay, we have a digitized. That is not correct. Okay, so
Yeah.
you need to have level 0, level 1, and level 2. It is at the OT level. Okay, which you have to have a proper data collection points and then data generation points, and then level 3 is your MES. DMZ is like a connecting from outside your plant, as
Yeah.
you rightly said, and then you have a ERP. If you
Yeah.
complete all these, only your manufacturing plant has a complete architecture to make use of any AI or any other data. If you have,
Yeah.
if you miss any layer, it will be a problem. It will be okay. You get something, but it is not really a long-term thing. Okay,
Yeah.
so you must think in that sense. So ERP, MES, and then all your OT layer. Yeah. Mhm.
Right. Yeah. Presented it right way.
Excellent.
Yeah, because there is companies like selling many products which are censored or machine to cloud. So straight away they have very good dashboard. they put sensors or devices which are placed in the field. Then they send directly to the cloud, and they give you a very good dashboard. But you don't need this dashboard straight away for you, because these machines has been talking to others, or you have proper utilization of this sensor, and all this information should go through different levels, as I explained. So if you have any system is connected to cloud directly, and then you don't have a segmentation of firewall. So you see here, there is a firewall at this level which filters every traffic
Mhm.
which is inside the process. So you can block so this information is collected by these vendors, and they can share this information to other paid subscribers. So you don't know where this information is going about your process. So they know that your capacity is getting down. They know that all this information which you don't need the market to know, that your production capacity is down nowadays. So you are planning to so all this can affect your business, because you are pushing the information from your shop floor or production floor to the cloud, which is dangerous. So you should have a step by step approach, and then you should send any information out of your company through ERP systems or your portal systems. From ERP you can connect a portal that you need public to share, like what is you need current capacity or production going on. So you should share it to your through your ERP, and then publish it for the public data. Like you want to share something with what is the generation now. So we have many companies now which are used for solar plants and solar or wind plants. They need to send some information to the public. So what is their current generation on their website. So they are an IPP, independent power producer. So they have many different plants in different region. They are collecting the process information. So how much each plant is generating. This is for local, and also they can publish like we have this much generation per day. So this can be used in their business slides and pitch, so that see live dashboard for their production. So these all informations can be sent from here. So if you put a sensor here and a plant, and then this plant is sending all this information to directly to their website, this will ease your process. But in the long run, you cannot have the security of that plant, and all those process can be leaked to the outside.
Yeah, security is one important point for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely, you should not do that. You should go through a proper security layers. And the secondly is, your information is also not complete, because
Yeah.
when you collect the machine data, okay, that gives the data from the machine. To get
Yeah.
the meaningful information on the overall production, you need to have the data of machines, you need to data of the people, okay, and also you need to have data of the quality kind of thing. So all these combined together, there will be the information or analytics on manufacturing will be meaningful. Okay, so
Yeah.
that is exactly the problem. The mid-size manufacturing units now, they're directly going to connect that, and then actually eventually they don't get any benefit of this. Yes, they will find some nice dashboards, which is the data is generating by machines. They consolidate it at the work center and plant level, but eventually it's not used. They cannot use it because in the shop floor, the production order processing is very critical. So they need to
Yeah.
complete their production order properly and as per the plan. Okay, deliver it, customer service level, customer or delivery kind of thing, and then at the same time you connect the machines, and then connect this machine information and put it in the layer, so you have a meaningful information, okay, as a holistic. So that
Yeah.
is one thing Rizwan is missing nowadays. So many people directly, as you rightly said, directly connecting from machines to cloud, and then they're generating dashboards. Definitely does not going to solve the problem. And the second problem is, if they have established such a system, and then you want to include a MES layer, then it will become more complicated,
More
because
complicated.
you have a data compatibility issues, you have other issues, and if they are not sure if this data they are putting in the cloud, is it what kind of cloud is it, they can take it or not, how long the data will be stayed, all these are complex. So all they sell is the dashboards. That is
Yes.
really a big problem, and people, manufacturing units need to be very careful about it. Yeah.
Yes. See, if you see here, the machine is sending it to the cloud dashboard, and then you are collecting the information back to your MES or like this. So this is see, you see there is a round way, and then here you have a proper system. Like you don't have a sensor right now, so only that sensor which you place should talk to the PLCs or SCADA. Then you send those information to your MES. So this is the right way to get it into your MES. So instead of going getting this information back to the cloud and cloud, then you are exposing your MES directly to the internet. So this is set somewhere, this dashboard, which is Azure or Google, which is sitting out of your country, and then you are
Hmm.
connecting your MES directly. You are opening a port in your MES to collect this feed from here, which is again your manufacturing information is again connected to cloud, which you don't want to happen.
Yeah, that's exactly. So what we do in Frusi is, Rizwan, just for your information. So in MES, we have all the production order processing. We
Yeah.
also have a part of machine integrations. So this machine integrations is dedicated fully for that company. It is not outside. Okay, either it is an on-premise or a dedicated virtual machine. You connect to all machines, and then from here, you adopt proper security to connect to the ERP. So that way you don't have to worry about anything. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, and you can have additional if you need to integrate one of the module for sensor information, which is like in your architecture or in your free strategy, your product. One more layer of application which is catering this need. So we can also offer
Correct.
to some customers so who want production information to their MES
Correct.
or your
Sure.
free
Definitely.
strategy product. Yeah,
Excellent.
sure.
Excellent. So, yeah, very, very insightful discussion. Always, I like to have a word with you. Uh, so, any final thoughts? Rizwan, what is your advice, key takeaways for the participants from your side? I hope Jyoti, next speaker, is ready. And just before concluding, stay tuned for YouTube channel because YouTube channel will be live without any breakage. So you stick to YouTube live streaming to make sure that you are not out of the session. So maybe LinkedIn sometimes, it cut after 4 hours. So we have an issue with the LinkedIn live streaming. Okay. So Rizwan, just a final conclusion thoughts uh, from your side. So the top three key takeaways for the participants. Mhm.
Yeah. So first thing is a proper
Hello. Yeah, yeah. I lost you for a minute. Yeah.
yeah, sorry for that. So the key takeaway would be for in process or any process plant, first try to understand your assets and define your process into how to secure and what information you are pushing out of your process plant. So mainly asset management and what group policy you are applying for the users, who are the users, define role based access controls in you are implemented. So these are the two things we should implement, and then apart from that, once this is implemented, you can share this information anywhere. Then you have proper control, you can manipulate and you can have filtered of those information when you are sending outside the your manufacturing plant. Thank you. Thank you
So
for giving
fantastic.
me this opportunity
Yeah, thank you,
and
Rizwan.
giving
Very
a
nice to
topic
hear
again.
you.
Nice,
And
nice to
ladies and
talk to you.
gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Rizwan. If you have any questions, please post it on the comment section. You will get them answered by Rizwan. Okay. So yeah. So thank you very much for your uh, participation, all the participants. So we'll take up next lecture from Sergi Masiajin. I hope I read it right, Sergi. Okay.
Yes, yes, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Can
So
you hear me?
welcome to the session, Global Manufacturing Summit, Sergi. So thank you very much. The topic we talk is achieving supply chain synchronization with manufacturing operations. Okay, so now we talk about supply chain synchronization with manufacturing. As in the first session, as Dr. Narayana says that the overall optimization does not only happens in manufacturing, but it is all across supply chain. So Sergi is a seasoned supply chain strategist, a thought leader specialized in digital transformation, AI-enabled planning, and end-to-end supply chain architecture. He helps organizations embed intelligent planning and decision supports into their operations to boost agility, reduce manual efforts, and handle disruptions more effectively. Known for bridging ERP planning and automation layers, Sergi focuses on turning supply chain complexity into streamlined, future-ready systems. Sergi, welcome to the show. So over to you.
Thank you, Sheikh.
You can
Okay.
introduce about yourself from. I think you from where you are joining, and you
Yeah,
can just.
absolutely. So let me share my screen now, and I have a presentation. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you can see your screen now.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so today I will be talking about synchronization, supply chain, and manufacturing, and we are at the operations or manufacturing summit. So I will of planning and supply chain into your world. I hope so. About me, so I'm a pure planning guy. So I have a lot of experience in doing the actual supply chain planning of different kinds, demand planning, supply planning, DRP, MPA, everything end to end. I started my career in Procter & Gamble, spent there like 8-9 years. I was launching planning service centers like more than 10 years ago. We were planning remotely, manufacturing multiple sites remotely. At a time, it was like a breakthrough. And currently I'm working mainly with the big global companies in the FMCG, pharma, and let's say semiconductor industry. Actually improve the planning and implement the advanced planning solutions, right? With AI, with calculations on the flow, etc., etc. And I will be sharing some of this later on during the discussion. But more importantly, I want to actually, because I think there is a lot of hype now on the market around AI orchestration and all these kind of things. But I will share a little bit of my view, what is really required to make a step change in term and become more agile and more synchronized, right? My core experience, as I mentioned, is supply chain specifically. So we are talking about synchronization, right? But there are things which are preventing to be, let's say, ideal or synchronized in what are those? I just want to mention a few, so that then we go into the details and then discuss it one by one. Okay. So we have an MOQ mismatch between the different stages of the supply chain, and this joint and mis-synchronization between the phases and make your supply chain worse, let's say, right? Lead time disconnect. So for example, you can come to the store and pick something from the store, and your lead time would be like a few, let's say, minutes, and then it takes more time to deliver to the store, and then it takes more time to replenish to the previous level, and then etc., etc. And then it's the entire lead time, the demand lead time is in hours, let's say, and then your manufacturing lead time would be in terms of production. We'll get into this one more in the point 6. Then a classic one is cost versus service trade-offs, where you need to decide basically if you want to optimize your manufacturing efficiencies, or inventory, right? That's what to actually do today, right? You did all the planning, but what you have to do today, you need to decide based on something, right? So, and you always have a conflicting priorities. Yeah, we also have a lot of disruptions around us. You know them very well. And the bullwhip effect, I will share a few words in a minute about it. So now let's move into the details, right? MOQ. So, for example, let's say that planning says that our MOQ is, but your sales team will sell whatever they let's say able to sell, right? And it could be low margin SKUs, slow moving SKUs, or something which you would not really want to price from the, let's say, supply chain perspective, something which would difficult for you to make, right? And then you always have a situation when you have a production field with something, so you're constantly doing something, and then your order bump there with like a small order for, let's say, important customer, and then you have to reshuffle everything. So this drives the changes. Change has a cost, and then you will end up paying for a change and actually put in some inventory later on, because you will be afraid that this customer needs this SKU, and then you have to put something on stock so you can supply it. So these are the behavior patterns in the supply chain. Then let's talk about lead times. Okay, so how the planning system works. So we have a lead time in the system, and it's really good when it's maintained. I saw when even lead times are not maintained or maintained incorrectly, or not maintained in full, and in the given complexities. Let's say if you're a global organization, you have a distribution network, you have a manufacturing network, and there you have a lots of lead time. To say just one element of lead time, like a generic lead time between the order comes and then the supply arrives. But in reality, you have lots of lead time. You have goods receipt time, you have goods issue time, you have processing time. You can have different elements, more elements into it, all gets together, and then it's quite complex situation. It needs to be also monitored, and all this lead time are subject to change from time to time. But here, let's say with this one. So lead time disconnect. Let's say our fixed lead time is 4 weeks, but in reality, it's a variable, because you put 4 weeks when your actual manufacturing time will take maybe days, so like few days, something like that. And then in reality, your actual response time to the specific order might vary depending on if you have stock to make this order, if it's a priority one, to make an urgent change, etc. So your actual lead time is variable. It could be maybe from 1 week to 8 weeks, something like that. And this also drives disconnect or instability in supply chain. A typical thing, straightforward cost versus service trade-off. So how much you need to what are the batch sizes, right? How often you need to change? What should be the mix between the products? So this type of questions. So the following. So if you have a smaller MOQ, faster response time, then you have lesser inventory, right? But then it comes at a cost. So the question is, if you are capable already from the manufacturing standpoint to be very agile, because agility actually is a foundation to that later. So cost versus service is basically inventory versus your fixed cost and variable costs at manufacturing, warehousing, and transportation. For example, on transportation, it's also would be a good example. You can ship in the full truck mode, or you can ship in the pallet, right? And but the cost per piece will change dramatically, right? If you want to be very agile, you will reduce your shipment size. If you want to be cost efficient, you will ship the full truck, right? And and the truth is somewhere in the middle. So priority conflicts, right? So we are at the manufacturing summit. So from my experience, manufacturing leaders are focused on efficiency, OEE, and actual output and quality. Supply chain will be very focused on service level from the customer, because they are facing the sales and sometimes the customer, and the inventory. Inventory basically gets into the P&L. That's why it's actually they have a lot of pressure from the service and the inventory side, also from the manufacturing. When manufacturing people says this is my MOQ, which covers typically like weeks or sometimes months of production, and then it's difficult to navigate through the customer needs, the finance needs, and the realities, right? And I will be talking later on how we can navigate through this situation. External disruptions, I think this is very clear. So sanctions like tariffs, this year we saw it, regulatory changes, quality issues, these kind of things, right? Something which you was not expecting, but it happened. For example, on your raw material or pack material supply gets broken, you don't have supply for 8 weeks, 4 weeks. What do you do? How you solve this? Will this impact your finished goods output? Oh yeah, for sure, yes, it will impact your output. So you have to be ready for the big challenges, right? And the more agile supply chain, the better you. But it happens. So in reality, we always have in supply chain world every day you have some kind of issues, right? So bigger or smaller, but there are issues. It's managing. It's about managing exceptions, and it's basically there are no days when there is no material changes, no urgent orders. This is just that would be my dream, but in reality, always you have a lot of situations where the planner needs to navigate through and meet all the KPIs at the end. This one is the classic one. I just want to stop by very briefly on this. It's the effect of it's also known as a Forrester effect. It's basically when a small change on the finished good side, let's say on the store side, that the customer comes to the store and takes one piece. It's a small change. Then when it gets to the next level, retailer will order a bit more because customers has bought a little bit more, but retailer cannot order. Let's say customer took extra 2 pieces, right? And then retailer has to deliver extra 2 pieces, but they cannot buy extra 2 pieces. They have to buy extra box, let's say. And box is, let's say, 50 pieces, right? And then they buy 50 pieces. And then distributor says, hey, I cannot ship you just 1 or like 2 boxes. I ship you like a pallet or half pallet or 1 layer from the pallet. That's why it's also increased. And then you see very sporadic requests, more or less. It could be like a weekly or monthly or like every 2 weeks, something like that. And the big orders, because the distributor will not order from you like a pallet or half a pallet. They will order like a full truck. They will order half truck, which makes your cost efficient and manufacturing efficient. So that's this is known as the bullwhip effect, or Forrester effect, when the small change somewhere in the supply chain drives a bigger change on the manufacturing side. So manufacturing, when you are sitting on a supply chain on the manufacturing side, right? And there you see things differently. So you see it's huge changes happening on the demand side. Something always happening, and you always have to react. But to a large extent, it happens due to Forrester effect and all this, and the MOQ increases. And the amplification here ratio is here typically 2 to 5. So like the magnitude from the first level to the end will be like 5 times more typically. So if you can, you probably can type in the chat which of the elements of this have you seen in your organization. Just you can put just one number. If you saw anything of this, or you can if you face something else. Okay, good. Thank you for your inputs. So we are moving forward. So basically I stood by on the issues, right? So then let's discuss how synchronization looks like, right? So to me, synchronization looks like as a system where there is a connected or close to real-time loop within the organization. So for some organization that would loop reconnect when things let's say happens in the morning, and then it's reported within, let's say, hours to the planning, and then planning is reacting also within few hours and replanning things. Right? This all sounds very, very. In reality, it requires a lot of capability on all fronts, right? So the manufacturing should be able to understand and report the issue correctly. So, for example, what kind of breakdown it is? Is it how long it will take to fix it, right? Because one thing is you're reporting that the line is down, another thing you're saying the line is down for 4 hours or 8 hours or 2 days. Okay, so this information is critical for the planning, and then planning also should be capable of going into the system and actually using the system do the replan, right? This is not always possible, but this is how synchronization looks like. So communication between the departments and then planning reacting. In terms of manufacturing planning, they also would have to check how, before they can actually change the manufacturing plan, that they have to talk to the customers or representative of, if they have raw and pack materials supply. Sometimes other constraints like warehouse and transportation constraints. So all this has to be considered during this activity. That's why it's like it's an element of the synchronization, right? What helps is time fences, aligned time fences. So typically it's implemented to some extent, but not fully. So what like these numbers are typical for, let's say, FMCG and like industrial manufacturing. So basically current week, a week or 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks is frozen. It's basically no changes there allowed. The plan is fixed, no changes possible. Assuming this, to enable this happening in reality, you have to keep in mind that to enable this frozen zone to happen, you have to have all the capacity fixed. You have to have all the people, basically all resources, including raw materials, pack materials, other materials, services, whatever. Okay, so whatever is in the frozen zone is a must-have. This is something should be ready, right? So for some organizations, I had seen the frozen zone is like one shift, and then that they're capable of changing the plan for the next shift. So it's a very agile organizations with fast suppliers delivery, or with fast suppliers delivery with stock on hand for some other raw materials. Others would like pharma would for pharma the frozen zone would be 8 weeks, 12 weeks, something like that, given daily times and complexities. So it really depends on the industry, but the principle is the same, right? So it's a fixed zone, everything is sealed there. So slushy, or like the period where it's likely fixed or firmed, right? So we have an outlook, but we still can change there within the reasonable amount, maybe plus 30% agreement and flexibility. And then basically whatever is beyond week 6 or week 8 or 12, depending on the organization, then it's completely open. So whatever happens there is assumed basically okay, right? In the synchronized, you should have also a process, rough cut capacity planning, RCCP, where you're actually looking on a weekly basis and monthly basis. If you have enough capacity and other resources, if you have issues with other resources, let's say warehousing, transportation, people, so you're doing the plan like rough plan for the next slushy periods of weeks, right? Expressed in weeks, let's say 12 weeks. And then you're checking if you have all the resources, yes or no. So this helps a lot to do the synchronization. And then, of course, a unified KPI. So let's. So what might help is for manufacturing people to become also responsible for the service, customer service, which they deliver, and for the people from planning who actually can impose lots of changes on the line and break the OEE of the plant. They also have to be limited by the number of changes, right? That they are allowed and the type of changes. So this kind of thing. So it's like an SLA agreement between the manufacturing and the planning. So that really helps. Excuse me. So this is synchronization. So what you will actually see is the leader in the supply chain. So a daily, like a stand-up meeting where you put your demand planner, production, and materials. You have a dashboard where you check all the results together from the manufacturing and supply chain. So you will track OEE and do the joint decisions. Also, that there might be some levels. So they could be shift meeting, then department meeting, then plant meeting, then the regional meeting. So this could be cascaded, and the production floor activities like checking changeovers, checking readiness of materials, and checking the complexities of the plan, if it's possible to do or not. So what would be the typical results of this program? I will tell you how actually it's possible to do. So in terms of service, you should be able to see plus 5 to 10% depending where you are. If you don't measure service today, so likely you will be in the 70% or so, 70-80% or so. Okay, to get improved. Inventory typical is like 10% to 30%. Okay, so this range, this is absolutely doable. Firefighting, like less firefighting basically, and cultures like working as a one team, not like blaming between the supply chain and operations, right? So how would you achieve it? That's, I think, the key question. And I will stop by on this in a minute. So I started my speech. All these modern cool features about orchestration and synchronization, etc., is all cool. But in order to, this is like a cherry on the pie. In order to make the things really get synchronized, you have to have the foundations right. So these are the actual steps you have to follow to get supply chain synchronized. And I want to say that this is not like you cannot do like one project here or there and then assume that you are now getting synchronized. Like a large organization or leaders in the area, they actually manage it as a program, right? So there is a decision of this company to build the capability across supply chain and manufacturing. These programs have been there for decades, and it all gets together into the same, as we mentioned here, looking into the getting the service and inventory at the same time, right? Because this is, you can typically do better service but with lots of inventory, or poor service with low inventory, right? We are talking about how to do both service and inventory right. So these are the 5 areas you can look at, and I intentionally put IT systems at the end of the list because I think it has lesser priority versus all other steps, despite the fact that many people try to fix all kinds of issues by implementing some cool IT system. Okay, so what are the steps? So basically build the technical capabilities. I will share a few more words. Then portfolio complexity, data, and at the end, of course, IT systems. So let's go one by one. So strengthen technical and operational capability. So manufacturing is the enabler because manufacturing and, let's say, broader operation. So transportation operation, warehouse operation, it's all operation. It all has its MOQs, it all has its lead time, which are driven by the real constraints. So you cannot produce, let's say, batch lesser than 10 tons due to your equipment, right? To go from 10 to 5 ton, you have to do something on the manufacturing side. So once you actually reduced your MOQ on the manufacturing side, then you would be able reduce your MOQ on the supply chain side and get deliveries more frequently, but with a smaller quantity. So that's how you reduce inventory. You get more deliveries with smaller quantities, but if you get more deliveries, you have to pay more transportation. You have to do more touches. It means more orders, so more like transactional work for the system. Excuse me. But this is the way you actually improve and synchronize the supply chain. So how to do it? Loss reduction, so unplanned downtime, macro store. So basically, that's called restore the basics, right? So your equipment must be in the good condition. It must be cleaned, maintained, everything up and running. All documentations are available, etc., etc. Okay. So this is the foundation. Then you time reduction, time reduction and cost reduction, right? So if you, for example, keep the same time of the changeover but reduce the actual loss loss of the material generated during this changeover, this is also helps a lot because then you can decide to invest in doing more changeovers and then reducing inventory at the end. Okay, quality related issues, so doing faster checks, lesser certifying your, for example, suppliers, getting certification by customers, so reducing the load on the quality checks and load and time. So in supply chain world, everything is time, right? You need 3-5 days on the quality. This is lead time. So basically, every day of lead time will mean I need more inventory to cover for that day. So if you reduce day will reduce your inventory more or less by 1 day, a bit less, but like still just to simplify. Okay, so process reliability. Let's say I've seen manufacturing operations which runs, let's say, at a good OEE, but not stable, right? So if you organize the world, synchronized supply chain, that means that you are reducing your inventory in the system. That means if your line breaks and it's unpredictable, then your customer will not get a delivery, okay, because you don't have that much in the system anymore. Okay, so in order to go into synchronized world, you have to have everything working fast, agile, and reliable. So this is about stability. Portfolio. This is something which is usually overseen, this topic, because the complexity is there. Okay, and it has a certain cost, right? And if you do the typical Pareto analysis, let's say 80-20, so more, you will see that most of your portfolio is not performing that well. Okay. But for if you think about complexity from the supply chain standpoint, let's say you have 1,000 products, right? For these 1,000 products, you have to have all the master data set up, all the bombs set up, everything set up. On the warehouse, you have to have spaces to store. You have to have all the printing done for each of these. You have to have all the deliveries happening. For the small products, typically for the small volume, low volume products, you will produce, and this production will cover not like weeks or months, it can cover for years. So sometimes it's actually easier to go and cut like a tail of non-performing products, like 20%, 30%, depending on your situation. And typically, no one will see it. I mean, if you cut the products which are rarely produced, okay. If there are some situations where some of the products are sold together with something else, or some super important customer needs something, but it's all manageable. If you cut your complexity, you will have let's say from 1,000 SKUs, you will get down to 700 or 800 SKUs. It's much less for you to make. Okay, it's you can put more focus there. So this helps a lot on freeing up the space, and you will put more focus on the value on the SKUs which actually generates the profit, and then typically your profit and gross margin will grow. That's the output of looking into the complexity area. Data quality. So this is very interesting one. Okay, so this is really the foundation of the planning. I saw some of the projects where we all started in the conditions when the data was not there. Okay, because in order to do the planning, let's say, or advanced planning, or like even the normal planning, you should have all the bombs accurate. You should have all the routings, and it should be in the system. It should be in the consistent format. For example, so you did an acquisition, and that company was not fully harmonized. So they have a different naming structure, they have different systems, they have different everything, right? But when you come to and implement, let's say, advanced planning solution, you should be able to get to the same rules. I mean, system will not understand if you give a little bit of Excel, a little bit of this data, a little bit of that data, something will be missing. So whatever planners are like fixing manually in Excel, it will not happen in the any planning system, in the automated one, right? So it has to be done before even any kind of automation. Your data has to be in a good condition. So basically, once you think about, hey, I want to automate my planning, you have to check the data. If it's there, if it's in what kind of condition it is it consistent? And if yes, think about implementing the planning solution. Okay, then planning processes. Excuse me. So talk about the strategy, planning strategy, or like service level agreement, if you wish. So let's say the organizations which are advanced in the area of supply chain synchronization and planning, what they do, detailed understanding how they plan. So they have a starting from the top, starting from the, let's say, 10-year plan, 5-year plan, 3-year plan, and then more in operational, let's say, SNOP, IBP, whatever, right? All the monthly activities. So they're to do the monthly activity, be able to generate the demand, let's say, for the 12 months, 18 months. So you need a forecasting tool, right? So then this data needs to be sent into the supply. Then supply should be able to do the assessment of feasibility of doing this, of meeting that demand, right? If this is not possible, then they should provide the feedback. And this is a monthly process. And on a weekly process, there is a similar process, but looking at if as S&OP you're looking, let's say, in the 12 to 18 months horizon, then on a weekly process you're looking in like 2-3 months horizon, like firms we discussed in the beginning. So in this horizon, and then the planners are looking in the like daily or weekly in the very short horizon, just to fix and schedule the plan. And all these horizons and communication ways and the limits must be written down. Okay, so for example, you should have you might have, not should, a list of brands and the variation. So you should, demand variation. So depending on the variation, you might decide to put more or less safety stock on some of the portfolio. So for some of the portfolio, you may say that product, like a low volume, low profit, low everything product, but I still need to keep it due to whatever reason. That for these products, I don't keep safety stock. If, for example, I have an urgent demand, I don't prioritize this. Okay, and these kind of discussions that will happen every day, right? So the more you document, the better. So ideally, it's like a book, like the strategy, SLA, where the planning principles are written, including the settings of your system. Let's say if you go in SAP, on there, turn off, what are the algorithm, how the algorithm should behave, etc., etc. So all these kind of things should be documented, so everyone speaks the same language and understand situation the same way. And then, as a last point, there comes IT system, because what I see today, not like 20 years ago, today in the planning organization. So typically there is an ERP and there is some kind of forecasting tool in the like big organizations. There might be no forecasting, but just an ERP, and everyone is basically using Excel to a large extent. Okay, or like different tools where in some tool they're doing something, then doing some extract, then upload, and then back and forth, right? So these kind of activities are there. Okay, everyone is doing this. Then keep in mind that this is the process runs this way, right? If you want to implement, let's say, an advanced planning solution, say Kinaxis or MP or 9, whatever, any system, first of all, that they require. Okay, so you must have a lot of data. This data must be accurate. Okay, you should be capable of making sense out of this data. Okay, because I saw the situations when data is there, everything is fine, but people used to work in Excel, so they don't mind. I mean, in SAP, but they don't use it. They use something else in Excel, and based on this Excel, they make a decision. And then it's actually, even if you get the data right into APS, the planners are not used to work in that way. Okay. So I think you're aware that like about the ERP and the MES, and then the integration is also clear. Yeah, and then APS comes on top, and APS comes between the APS and the ERP. Typically, there is this layer integration, which is which collects different inputs, which collects inputs from the different ERPs. Let's say if you have in different regions or different versions of the same ERP, it gets the data in, does the consolidation of the data, clean up the data, etc., and then APS. And then from APS, once the planning is done, it gets the data back, this integration layer, middleware, and then it sends into the respective ERPs in the form of orders. Okay, and then it works back and forth. Typically, update few times per day, depending on your planning processes and needs. But that's how it looks like. What are the benefits? I think I should mention about end-to-end visibility. So these advanced systems, like it for the organizations which has like a global presence, or regional presence, So to improve the condition when say you have multiple plants or multiple disease, and you need to be able to see the situation, what's going on there, more or less in real time. Okay, to some extent you can do it with BI, etc. But this is just giving you the information, right? Then you have to then you say, okay, so I want to change this scenario. I want to do this change. Okay, so how would you know if this is going to work or not? Okay. So this kind of what ifs is the basis of the advanced planning. So because you put all your end-to-end network into the system, and you create a scenario, and then in this scenario you say, hey, I want to try these conditions, right? I want to improve lead time, I want to expedite my delivery, and I want to use this line. Okay, so this is the scenario number one. You can check it, and you can see impact instantly right now across your supply chain, and you can see impact on your metrics, right? Like cost, service, whatever is important, and then you can basically decide, compare a few scenarios, like whatever you decide is the best scenario, you can submit, and then it will be applied directly into across the network. Okay. So there are some benefits of APS systems, but it's for very organized and very mature organizations who are really capable of implementing it and running the process in that way. Okay. For the smaller organizations, I think what would be really beneficial in terms of like tangible improvement on supply chain driving synchronization is to, if you have a poor forecasting system, just think about implementing just the forecasting part of APS, say Kinaxis or whatever, because it's quite easy to implement. Depending on the complexity, it might take say 6 to 12 months for such kind of solutions, but then you have a very like tangible improvement, tangible output. So, and this forecasting tool for forecasting, there are some actually standalone forecasting tools, right? But on the supply chain, this is the easiest one. Also, due to a large extent to the change management effect, because you don't touch too many people. Usually, demand planners are just few or fewer, depending on the comparing with the other planners. So it's easy to implement. It gets tangible outputs, and it doesn't cost you a fortune. That might be like a step forward. But again, depending on your current condition, right? So then what you can do actually now, basically within the next short-term week or so, see and discuss with your team what are the real constraints, and try to get them together and put a common view across supply chain and manufacturing. Choose the few KPIs: service, inventory, OE, changeover cost, losses, whatever you measure there. Put it in the small scorecard, and then you can move forward into that direction. I have just a couple of slides more. Investment, right? So how to spread your effort when implementing this. So before this, I want to mention that this is think about it as a program, as a direction, right? So it's not like a short-term project. You have to move into that way and do consistent changes into that direction. Okay, and the more effort you need to actually spend on the people and process, changing the way people cooperate, changing the way people work, then technology, because I mean there are some tools, as I mentioned, on the forecasting, etc., which would really improve the and for sure the data quality. Okay, so the key takeaways. I would start with number 2. So technology is like 20%, just process and people is like 80%. So change, big topic for in the planning, And even if you think the current process is simple and it's easy to shift to something new, it's not. Okay, this is the big topic, right? Synchronization, as I mentioned, so to choose a few KPI and then move together, and then find that you have a reality, right? So you have the actual batch sizes, campaigns, current planning systems, current warehouses, like reality. Don't forget about this, right? And then the last slide. So what from my side? So what can I help? How can I help? So I can help on the audit and preparation of your supply chain for the digital transformation. Help on the transformation, cost saving program, loss analysis, and also I do the workshop or training, like the big distribution game for the leaders. This is basically for the bullwhip effect, as I mentioned. So it helps teams to get together, work together, and see each other pains from the manufacturing, also to the supply chain people, and then work in the dynamic environment. And especially for the attendees of the forum, I'd like to offer two sessions, two free sessions by 30 minutes. So if you're interested to talk on this topic of the supply chain automation, etc., you can scan the QR code or and register. So 2 sessions for free. So I'm done. Stop sharing. And then I will get back to the screen just for the questions if any.
Fantastic session, Sergey. Thank you very much. Very insightful. I really liked. You said that 20% is IT and 80% is your basic involvement. Okay, and you are very nicely said about the technology systems. You talk about the ERP, MES, the integrations, and then APS, advanced planning and scheduling. Okay, what happens usually is they have some missing element, and then they try to cover through Excel files or something, doing manually, and they will not get the optimum results. Okay, so it's not really about the planning engine, the way you have accurate data. You also said very nicely about the data accuracy and how you really want to do the planning processes. That's really great insight, Sergi. Thank you very much. And I myself, I was a planner for supply chain for a long time in 2008 to 2013. So I was taking care of the entire planning process. So I know that the pain and the importance of the systems in place very well. Very nicely said. So the key takeaway slide is, it tells everything. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Sergi. And as he put his last slide, if you would like to, if anybody would like to have a quick 30-minute session to help you, so he's available. Okay, in case if you want to reach us, we can set it up a call. And if you have any questions on the entire content, the video is available in the YouTube. You can always play it. We also upload into the YouTube channel, our channel, with the link we will share. So with that, you can always keep in touch with Sergi. Okay, so thank you very much, Sergi, for a very insightful, very knowledgeable session. Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Excellent,
Great
excellent to see you, and then look forward for more sessions with you. Okay. Look forward for more sessions, Sergi. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just to connect, stay aligned to my YouTube channel for the live streaming. Stay tuned, and please ask questions in the YouTube. When you log in, you have a questions you can ask, so that the speaker and the expert can answer your questions. Okay, so I would like to invite Engineer Balakrishna for the Global Manufacturing Excellence Summit. A very quick round of introduction is we are talking about Mr. Balakrishnan will talk about workforce empowerment, and skill development for small factory era. Okay, this is the topic. A quick round of introduction is Balakrishnan is a mechanical engineer with 35 years of manufacturing and operational leadership experience in automotive industry, managing multi location plants with strong governance and compliance expertise. So he is certified in digital and smart factory implementation, a Lean Six Sigma, and driving organizations towards global competitiveness. As a vice president, he transformed loss-making unit to 12% EBITDA and tripled revenue from 50 crores to 180 crores within 2 years through operational excellence and business development. A people development champion, he has sustained platinum level customer certifications for over a decade, advanced ESG initiatives with 70% green energy adoption, and led cultural transformation across teams. Thank you, sir, for joining the session. We will be very happy to listen to you and learn. So thank you. Over to you, Mr. Bala.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored and happy to say that I've been given an excellent opportunity to share my knowledge and experience with the team of engineers, and uh, and I must of all thank Mr. Abdul for giving me this. And specifically, my introduction, you have clearly explained what is my background and what is my experience. So, just a few minutes back, I was also listening to the previous speaker. He talks about 20% technology and 80% the people environments. So, the subject what I am going to discuss is specifically on the people empowerment and skill development. So, before I start my, I'll can I share this? Uh,
Yeah, you can share it.
yeah,
Just the share screen button is there.
yeah.
Click on it, select the entire screen, click on the screen diagram, and then the share will be enabled. Just share it.
Their screen, right? So, I'm not able.
So you see the screen share button
Yeah,
in the bottom.
yeah, it is now
Just click
sharing.
on it.
I have to click the window.
Click the screen. Perfect.
Able to see that window?
Yes. You can put it in the share now.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
But I am not able to see my video.
Uh, okay. Yeah, when you see full screen,
Yeah.
you may not be able to.
No, you are able to see my screen, sir?
Yeah, I can see. I can see, and you screen. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, I am not able to see my video. So let me start my presentations.
Yeah, you can remove the share channel. So, yeah, you can close. No, yeah. No, if you want to see yourself, you can just use that.
Okay.
But you again need to share screen share mode.
It's not. You're able to see this now?
I can see it.
Yeah, I think
Please
so.
go to the next.
Go
You
to.
can continue.
I need to do a stop sharing. Then
No, you are doing correctly.
yeah.
The moment you say the full screen, you may not see your video.
Oh, okay.
It's like that. But we can see you.
Okay, right. So now I can find. Great. So once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Uh, Before I start my presentation, I would like to uh, discuss more, or at least briefly, about what is that digitalization, why the digitalization is required for today, and how Indian industry, specifically auto industries, are equipped and also moving towards a complete digitalization, and how this people empowerment and skill development play a major role in achieving the uh, complete digitalization and smart factory era. So why digitalization of manufacturing is essential? So as we know, the India is a fastest growing economy. Our economic growth, which is expected to touch $5 trillion by 2030, in which the manufacturing is to grow on a percentage of GDP from 115 to 25%. It means almost 0.45 trillion to 1.25 trillion. It's about three times of the growth is expected in 5 years' time, which is going to be a great opportunity for Indian industries. And we are also going to be the large manufacturing hub in the world shortly, next to China. So, and government's ambition and push for the Make in India, it's again an opportunity, but also for Make for the World. So, and huge amount of capex is being uh, spent by both public and private, and it's a strong expert. This recent allotment of infrastructure capex by Indian government is approximately 11 lakhs crores. But if you look at on auto industries, on the automobile auto component manufacturing industries, the capex place is about 30 to 40, 3 lakh to 4 lakh crores of rupees are being spent on this capex. These are the great opportunity for Indian industries to grow and becoming a global suppliers. And of course, the resilient and sustainable production from global customer is the demand of the hour. And we need to be more efficient, agile, and innovative, customer centric, which is the reason why the digitalization in manufacturing is most essential for us. So, what is the digitalization, and which has been discussed in the previous speakers in detail? I brief it. So, it is automated data connected manufacturing technology, where everything that is machine, people, process, system, and it will come across the plant, as well as the vertical and horizontal integration was happening. Entire system is connected, which results in connected environment, and people are working in a connected environment or having a fastest response to the changes which is happening. So, which is possible or it is inevitable, and which is nothing but a cyber physical system, and it's a smart factory. And this is what is a digitalization in a brief note. So, what are the key benefits we get out of these capabilities? Is improving the productivity and profitability. See, in the current scenario, we depend more on skilled labor, labor-related activities, which may create a lot of errors, results in huge rework and rejections, which increases the cost. So, which definitely affects our profitability. But initially, the digitalization cost may be more, but over a period of time, we will be able to take back the cost, and we will be able to improve the profitability and productivity, and more agile, resilient, and flexible. As I
So,
discussed,
sorry to disturb. Will you
yeah.
please share the screen? Your screen not visible.
Oh, I. Oh, you are not able to see my screen.
No, no, no. The PPT, the presentation, we are unable to see. Only your screen.
Oh, that's what I asked Mrs. Abdul. He said he is able to see the screen. Can I reshare it again?
Yeah, please, reshare it.
One minute. So I have to go to
Just what yesterday did the screen sharing screen. Select the window. Entire.
select select the entire screen, right?
Yes, correct, sir.
Entire screen, and Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, yes, yes.
Now you are able to see the screen.
Yeah, yeah. But your PPT, please open. Yeah, slideshow.
Yeah, 1 minute. Okay.
Perfect, sir. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So another benefit which we get out of the digitalization is the agility. So agility is dynamic change in the environment. So specifically, when we see the macroeconomic, macro-political scenarios, which is very agile and B, it's very difficult to respond fast. So the agile companies only can respond fast and can be more resilient. So that's most important benefit which we get out of the digitalization. And product concept to the market in very short cycle. See, new product development, normally it takes a huge lot of time for the Indian industries today. Customer can't wait for a longer time. So this digitalization helps a lot to concept to the market in a faster rate. And what customer needs can be supplied instead of what we produce, and with a high quality and consistent variety. And sustainability is another important aspects which you get out of this digitalization, which is actually, if you look at the technologies, what we use on the digitalization helps us to optimize our energy consumption, which results in reducing the footprint. So few are the smart manufacturing characteristics, which has been discussed little earlier by the detail by the previous speakers. So let me go and brief about the pillars of the smart manufacturing. So automation, autonomous robotics. What is this automation? Today we have most of the companies which has the present automated machineries, which is able to produce the parts at a mass production with a high quality and consistency. But autonomous robots are nothing but, we call it as connected robots, which speak with each other and also with the uh, machines which are being connected with that. Also, along with the human being, the robots are able to work in a safe mode. We sometimes call it as a cobot. And simulation and digital twin, which is one of the important pillar of this digitalization. So by generating huge amount of data, we are able to create a virtual model of the physical asset, which also helps for the operation people to improve their efficiency by means of reducing the setup time, improving the process optimization, and so on. And also for digital twin helps to improve, increase our rate of new product implementation. And horizontal vertical system integration, where entire companies across the company and inside the company's complete system is integrated, which is nothing but a value added, automated value added system. We can see IoT is industrial in uh, Internet of Things, which is sensors which are enriched with the embedded software system, which makes the machines to communicate to each other and also create a lot of data. These machines are connected as well as the interconnected with the centralized systems. So which makes create a lot of data, which helps us to create simulations and also decision makings. And augmented reality is another technology on smart manufacturing, which normally used on the warehouse side, parts identifications, and also in the maintenance side to release the repair orders. Then additive manufacturing is 3D printing is an example of additive manufacturing, by which the components are produced, uh, specifically the complicated and aerospace and defense sectors. The complicated components can be produced at a faster rate. So even for the prototype manufacturing, the additive manufacturing enables us to speed up the prototype manufacturing instead of going for each and every component to produce and validate. So it can be done in a full assembly, can be done in a single settings. And big data analytics, which helps to generate a lot of data which normally a human being cannot do it, can be analyzed, and decision making it helps us to take a right decision well in advance. So cloud computing is another technology which normally the manufacturing industries delegates their machineries into the cloud so that it can be managed and efficiently managed by suppliers, service providers. And cybersecurity, of course, huge amount of data are generated which needs to be secured. So this has to be implemented so our data generated is safe. So these are the key design principle of digitalized plant: interoperability, interconnectivity. So all the things which is a machine or a material or process or systems which need to be bridged. For bridging this, we need a networking and connectivity and data transfers. And virtuality and information transparency is another key design principle. It means whatever the data which has been generated can be formed as a virtual shape, like what physical structure can be modeled as physical shape, which is helping us to uh, optimize the process and also improve the productivity. And the decentralized autonomous decision making, which is really helps us to uh, uh, flexibility and agility. When there is a uh, uh, tremendous change or demand supply changes, and which our organization has to respond very fast through this decentralized autonomous decision making system, we are able to respond to the environmental impact very fast. And real-time capability, the data are created, and real-time capability helps us to decide on time and without any lag in time. And service orientation, so of course the customer satisfaction is taken care by their service instead of what we want to do. Then modularity is, again, it is not a rigid system, it's a more flexible system by which each organization can be uh, kept in a separate module that can be carried out so that we'll be able to take a decision in an autonomous way. Yeah. So if you look at this picture, we can, with our competitiveness improves over a period of time. And when you see the bottom line is IoT, additive manufacturing, AI, robot, and cloud, which helps to data collection and exchange, storage, and analyze, results in improving the quality, productivity, safety, flexibility, and cost. So which helps us to produce the value in product, productivity, supply chain business, improves our competitiveness a lot. Yes. How to see this fullest impact of my digitalization? Whether uh, is it possible so easy to implement the digitalization? Yes, it is not so easy. We need to work on various aspects like instigate a cultural shift. That is what the people involvement and empowerment comes into the picture. And when you are implementing a digitalization in a manufacturing, which we need to map the organization where we are. Are we in a very matured level or in a very primitive level, which we need to work on that and implement it? And there are a lot of barriers across organization. In today's scenario, we can see which needs to be broken and plan for the whole organization. It's not just simply implement for a one area of the organization, which will not give the fullest benefits. So we need to go for a full organization as a whole and ensure right personal development. This is most important, to have a trained team which can take forward further progresses on the digitalizations. Yeah. Now let us look at the readiness and maturity index. What is this readiness? For all industries, are you ready for digitalization and to ready to take the opportunity and challenges and convert into an opportunity to meet the global competitiveness? So, which readiness and maturity index really helps to find out the industries, where are they, and what are their gap, how we can fill up the gap, and we can also draw a roadmap based on this analysis. There are a lot of maturity index has been analyzed, but I am going to brief here one of the models. So readiness is a degree to which the organization is able to take the advantage. So of course, whether they are ready or not, which need to identify. Maturity is at what level this has been implemented, and maturity index helps us to identify whether the organization, in terms of technological, organizational, cultural as perspective, and focus on business process manufacturing companies, which is are ready, are they, what is their future goals, and what is the current situations, and so on. So from this onwards, we will be able to identify the actual maturity level, and which will help us to create a roadmap. So this roadmap will help us to go from the current level to the fully digitalized or smart factory. So this is what actually the 6 pillars of path towards a smart factory. So computerization, of course, most of the companies today and Indian industries are computerized, and we have a lot of machineries which are CNC machines which are computerized. It can produce mass-produced components at high quality consistently. Of course, whenever I want to produce a new product, I can design a product in a CAD, but if I want to transfer this CAD to the machine, it is not possible today because they are not connected. So connectivity plays a major role, which most of the industries today are going towards connectivity stage. So connectivity is nothing but the CAD and CAM can interact each other, and which machine can produce the parts which is be designed and give a feedback back to the design department. So this can be done through the MES system, manufacturing execution system. Then these two are basically most of the industries are reach this level, are of course working on this to reach this. But the next one is the visibility. The visibility is nothing but connecting the entire system. That is it is actually most of the companies are suffering to do this, or partially they do it, which results in partial implementation of digitalizations. So based on my experience, which I have seen companies which has not completed this aspect of the roadmap. So by visibility, we are able to find out what exactly happening in the factory. We can create a shadow of the factory. So we will be able to see through this things are interconnected and interoperable, as well as the systems like MES, PLM, and ERP are interconnected, which helps us to identify the entire shadow of the factory to note that whether the what is happening exactly in the factory in terms of manufacturing and processes. But why it is happening is the next level of improvement. This is what where they have collected data which needs to be analyzed. So brainstorming and cause and effect is to be done, by which we will be able to identify why this happens and we can improve on that. But what is this digitalized factory which employs is the big data. Big data system also is to be integrated with the system so that we'll be able to find out why this is happening. And of course, above this is the predictive capacity, which enables us to identify the issues well in advance, specifically on machineries, on condition monitoring, and improving the assembly sequences. So we are able to create a digital twin or a digital factory, or which helps us to identify the various scenarios what happens. So helps the management to take a right decision well in advance, so that we'll be able to be a predictive company. And the final one is the autonomous or adaptability. So once it is the entire system is integrated, we are able to even decentralize or decide certain decisions can be taken in autonomously by means of by experience, but based on the cost benefits. So which makes the entire company on a real time. So data is on real time, and decision making on real time. And if, of course, for example, there is a change in the demand on the production, so automatically the schedule is changed or shifted or based on the past experience, and we are so flexible to the market and able to take a decision autonomously and meet the demand on time. This is what actually we have to work on to make our entire industries to move towards a smart factory. Of course, definitely there are a lot of challenges. The industry readiness to change. Yes, our Indian industries has a long way to go. Whether we are ready, it's recently there is a survey conducted by one of the service providers. We found specifically on industries, auto component manufacture, SMEs. SMEs, of course, even the OEMs are going in a full swing and deploying huge amount of capex to be a digitalized factory, but tier 2, tier 3 companies which yet to get ready for that. And organizational cultural shift, which we have been discussing, this is what actually a backbone of any industry to be digitalized and made more successful. And this is one major area of uh, issues, that is skill and competency gap. So lack of digital workforce, which we need to focus. This is going to be a big challenge, and infrastructural capital expenses. Of course, company has to initially invest, and the ROI will be better once this we started getting the benefits. And data security is another cost where we have to deploy proper cyber security systems. And of course, there will be a disruption in manufacturing workflows at the time of digitalization process, so which we need to be proactive and take care of that. And which I discussed about some MSMEs. If you look at really in India, 80% of these companies are MSMEs, which are the backbone of manufacturing, and they are in the very early stage of digitalizations. Definitely, efforts are being taken by various industry bodies and governments to create a more awareness and capability to technical companies to important the changes. But still, the recent survey which shows that people are not ready for investment. They talk about only return on investments, which may not be in the expected financial terms, but still the government and other bodies has to support this MSME to get ready for this next level. Of course, the current government is working on various schemes like PLA export promotion missions for specifically certain areas like defense, electronics, industries where a lot of productivity linked incentives are being given, and industries can make a lot of profit and go for a digitalization and invest huge money. And of course, the recent modified laws which enables industries to adapt to change. The recent labor law has helping even women employees can work in the nights, and there is a lot of safety and health insurance are being ensured for the labor, which is a win-win situation both for the employees and employers, which will definitely make this change faster. And of course, a collaborative model is being created by the center and advanced manufacturing industry, manufacturing Ministry of Heavy Industries and IACs support industries, which works on the implementation of digitalization and the faster mode of implementation of the new products. So through using the capital infrastructure instead of investing more on infrastructure by the SMEs. Yeah. So let me discuss on the employee empowerment. As we have started off with 20%, 80%, 80% of the uh, success is based on the employee involvement, and 20% is the technology. And I've just drawn, and which we have also implemented in some of our plants for various reasons, and this has really given an excellent result in terms of um total employee involvement, innovations, more of continual improvements as happening through these type of systems. So we actually went through a team approach. So we created teams at various level, from the grassroots level, that is shop floor to the functional to the manager level. So the empowered teams which make decision on his daily work. See, most of the times in industries, people at manager level go one step down and work for the next level, and they are what they are supposed to produce or what supposed to deliver is not being done by them. So this can be easily avoided by the team which is empowered at the lower level, who is able to plan their work as well as they are able to go one step up and taking care of the supervisory role. So managers can focus more on training, improvement, developmental activities in the new scenario. So why this empowerment is required? So of course, as we have discussed earlier, we are in a competitive environment, and of course, the skill and knowledge requirement keeps on changing, and very fast to the markets. As as we discussed, we have to be very agile, be resilient, and more flexible. And these are the reasons why the empowered team only can meet that requirement and move fastest response to the market scenario and make the customer most happy. And we brought four shared underlying principles for the high involvement. First and foremost is the information sharing. Creating a culture where employees are able to access to the information which is most essential, and knowledge development is a culture where everyone learns in real time, and there is a learn teach learn concept by which people learn between them as well as trained by the senior people as well as the external agencies, and performance reward which definitely motivate the team to involve, which is nothing but improve or increasing their intrinsic motivation. Instead of, I'll say, it is not a monetary alone, it also recognizing the people on the group and distributing or making them to go for outward excursion and recognize in front of the senior people or managing director. So by which you can see more lot of involvement in the people. They actually involve in a lot of kaizens, quality circles, and continual improvements. Innovative ideas are coming, small ideas, which gives a big result. And utilitarianism is nothing but there is no status of power. So there is no say people can meet at any level at any point of time, and which makes the people to involve much and also share their ideas. So which helps us to improve further. So this is what is the anatomy of our empowered team. So we have around 10 pillars. What are the roles of the each pillars and what are the contribution they do in this are being mapped. And the team pillars and purpose is just been very clearly given, and which is nothing but uh, giving their roles and responsibility at a grassroots level, which makes the team to be more purpose, and they know what they are expected to, and their roles are aligned with the organizational objectives. So if you look at communication continuum, which is open board communication system, today the digitalized environment, the data is available, everybody is also in the interconnected status. So they are shared with the data continuously. And enhancing their skill and knowledge is one of the important aspect, which, as we know, the skill and knowledge is the requirement is very dynamic. So because of the technological advancements, so people need to be reskilled or upskilled continuously. This is one of the most important aspects which can be achieved through this team formation. This is how the implementation of this empowered team concept can be achieved in an organization. So that is through awareness creation, behavioral training. That is most important. How people may be technically strong, but still behavior plays a major role. This makes them to involve and self-development, and also the process mapping and identifying the knowledge gap. This is most important. So existing, I also saw the morning session. One of our speakers were talking about the gap of knowledge gap in the people, and they need to be analyzed well in advance, and also with required training is to be given, because people are more important. people cannot be eliminated. As we know, Industry 4.0 is moving towards Industry 5.0. It is actually people-oriented technological advancement in the industries. So people need to be taken care. So the knowledge and skill improvement is most important for them to achieve their objective of their organization. And of course, the team configuration and their charter and their empowerment roadmap, which need to be created. It cannot be done in one day. It needs a longer time to achieve it. So the roadmap can be created over a period of time based on the availability of the resources and facilities. We can work on that. Of course, management support is required on that to achieve this. And of course, open board communication system and launching the scorecard. Scorecard is nothing but it's a objective of policy deployment where people performance is monitored on daily basis along with the organizational objective. So both should match, which helps us to organization to achieve their goal. Also, the each individuals also are aligned with the organization, like and will be able to meet the requirements. Of course, there are another two more slides. I would like to talk on the skill gap.
No, no problem.
Yeah. See, the skill gap, as you know, recent study has shown that 50% of the workforce by 2025, of course, now it is 2025, we have to reskill because of the technological advancements. And this also is not, it's going to be continuous. The 2/3 of the skill important today will change within 5 years. So what skill we were having about 5 years back may not be suitable for today. So which need to reskill and upskill. So large scale of upskilling, reskilling is need of the hour. So this is how we can achieve it. There are various solutions for it. There are by creating a lifelong unique education system. Our system itself, education system itself need a revamping so that we are aligning with the technological development and industry's requirements. And of course, industry body and economic institution has to work together to identify what the skill requirement today and work for this upskilling and reskilling. And of course, data shows 40% of the companies are committed for training and reskilling, but that is not sufficient. 100% company has to commit for it. Other sources like online courses, flexible learning pathways are in demand at least for the career growth and new entry. So there are people who also not only depending on the companies to get trained on, also there are a lot of other service providers who give a lot of training for the latest technology. So these are the various ways by which the skilling is possible. Of course, what is the skill we need? It is not like earlier days, the skill what we are having is only a technical skill. We need more and more technical is taken care by the automations and digitalized tools. But what people need the skill is the analytical thinking, problem solving, innovative skills, which is most important. So this can be trained as well as practiced. The technology use monitoring skill also most important to take care of the recent changes in the digitalizations. And of course, data analysis, decision-making skills are most essential for the today's scenario. So with that, I would like to complete my presentation. I am very much thankful to the team for giving me the opportunity once again. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. Thank you. Wonderful. You just try to cover entire segment of manufacturing. So very nice. I would like to ask you, still the manufacturing segment, the mid-size manufacturing segment, consider IT investment as a cost. They
Absolutely.
still don't have that mindset to consider this as an investment.
Absolutely.
Okay? And you also rightly said that all the transformations start with the culture, the people. Okay. So can you just summarize how these manufacturing organizations should start the transformation?
Yeah, this is what I have actually touched upon in my presentation. It is not possible for industry alone to work. There are government has to push it. Maybe currently we are having a lot of PLI scheme, which government may have to go for a lot of incentives for the digitalization aspects also, because MSMEs normally they look at ROIs. See, within 3 years, if I get back the money, I'm very happy. Otherwise, No, I don't want to invest. So you know very well, because today our ecosystem is also improving. A lot of startups are coming, and the government also pushing easy to do business and so much. So financial assistance may also has to be supported, and a collaborative system is required. It's not only industry or government alone, and institutions like India IITs, IICs also has to maybe support these MSMEs, and even like ACMA, which is playing a major role in working with the MSMEs to improve their efficiencies and productivities. So they have to also come out with a lot of awareness program and implementation program and digitalizations, which will definitely open the eyes for the MSMEs. We will definitely come forward to invest more on these ITs. Yeah, and this is what I feeling, and this is my experience also. I have met a lot of IMSMEs, and so I was also mentioning about one of the important aspects. There is a survey conducted by one of my friends, who is a senior person in the Infosys. So he shared with me about what is this MSMEs are thinking is they actually even may not understand the terms of this technology. So what we today talk has so many things, additive manufacturing, MES, so much. But MSM is not ready, because they are the backbone of this entire supply chain and value chain. So which need to be strengthened. Then only we will be able to be more competitive, and globally we will be able to meet the requirements. So I feel this is what is most important, which we need to do, and of course each maybe you as an organization really doing a fantastic job. So this itself is a communication to the team. Most of the people will be able to understand what is the demand of the day and what they are not supposed to do. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So one more question to you is now what is my observation at least is see, if you have a manufacturing segment, manufacturing segment is not like any other segment. Okay, so here the problem is if you have a manufacturing unit, the same product produced in another unit, okay, it has a different structure, different machines, different people, different culture in place. Maybe the output is same, but the process and the machines, the way they do it is different. So that makes very non-standard way of managing all the manufacturing units. Okay, so digitization, when you want to do digitization, okay, so it should be more on like adaptive. It's not that one solution does not fit to everybody.
Yeah.
It does not happen. So the the leaders in the manufacturing, they should think a holistic way. They should not think in a fragmented way. So what happens is some companies offer machine integrations. So they put the data of machine into a cloud and they give some dashboards. So they are happy with that. Actually, that is not going to help them for the whole solution. So they have a ERP do some part, like especially the sales and procurement, accounting. They do that.
Yeah.
Manufacturing, they leave it to the end. Same, there is a gap very clearly where manufacturing operations are digitized. That is a clear-cut gap. So that's where the manufacturing execution system plays a key role. So that connects everything together. But this awareness is not there still. Still, people consider this as an extra thing, and we don't need this. So if you want to really make use of technology, you need to have all bits and pieces connected together to get the benefit in whatever way required. Okay, so the organizations should have a plan
Yes.
for the
Yes.
plan how to do the digital transformation. Then take bit by bit, as you rightly said. Start with people, then take one step each time, and then achieve complete digital transformation. Because one of the main challenges, Balkrishna sir, is once you do a proper, when you do an investment, and if this initiative get failed, okay, reinvesting is a big problem.
Yeah.
So
True.
you always compare to the failure, and then you don't complete it. Then actually you are losing both money and also you are losing opportunity. Okay, so if some initiative get failed, so leave it.
Yeah.
That is like a, you just forget about it and then have a plan. Don't consider that I have done some investment, it is a loss, it did not work out, now I will not do it, then it's actually you are losing both. You lost the money and also you lost opportunity. So
Exactly.
yeah, that's how it is. So what is your summarized advice for the manufacturing unit?
Yeah, it's good actually. Maybe the which you have already you clearly mentioned about the integrating the whole system and the implementation of the digitalization for the whole organization. This is what is the result we can get, full result we can get. This is what I touched upon that.
Mhm.
So even the organization like us, uh, which fortunately I'm currently advising for digitalization of the factories, which I create a roadmap. What exactly you mentioned, not just to go for only connectivity and integrating the whole system, so that you'll get the full benefit out of the digitalization. So as you rightly said, MES, then you integrate with the PLM, also integrate with the ERP. So all this need to be completely, so that we'll be, as you mentioned, it is we need to be more and more matured level, but may take time. But we should have a clear-cut roadmap.
Plan.
We should not say that I am going to digitalize. No, I am going to be a complete smart factory or a digitalized factory, which helps me to be the more competitive and stand in the global competition. So this strategy should management should have, every management, whether it is MSME or OEMs or companies, tier 2, tier 3, whatever the companies. So once we have the roadmap and clear cut budgeting and capex plan, so I think I'm very confident that our industries will definitely do better than any other industries in the world. So this is what is my advice to any manufacturing industries. I am also doing for my company the
That's
same.
great. That's great.
So I am very clearly communicated to the team, and don't go for a just digitalization. Go for complete digitalization of the entire system. It is not only one factory; across the factory, and we have about 9 plants. All the plants need to be integrated.
Correct.
May not take today. I mean, it will take another 5 years, 10 years time. No problem. Let us have that plan and
Plan.
work for that and budget it. And that's a management strategic thinking. This is what is required for any
Perfect, sir.
organization.
Perfect.
Yes.
As a management strategic thinking, I think I take
Yeah.
this word and take it forward to our next
Yes.
session. So
Yeah. Sure.
thank you, Engineer Balakrishnan, for an
Thank you
excellent
very much.
insights and excellent
Yeah.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies
Thank you,
and
sir.
gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Engineer Balakrishnan for a wonderful lecture. And if there is any questions from your side, please post it, and then we make sure that your questions get answered. And if you would like to talk to Mr. Balakrishnan, just send us a message. We set up a very quick call sometime, whenever possible. Okay. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and
Thank
have a
you.
great
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let us go to the next session. Management strategy. Every management need to have a strategy for the digital transformation or a business. Okay, so I take this word and continue. Our next session is business excellence for manufacturing firms through strategy management. So this is the topic what we are going to discuss today. So I would like to introduce, I'm Sheikh Abdul Khader, CEO of Data Labs India. So we help organizations with our products and services. So our products include strategy management solution, business excellence solution, and also manufacturing execution software. Okay. So with me, I have Ms. Josna, consultant for strategy management, and she will talk about strategy management today. I'll give some briefing about the topic, and then maybe she give a good demonstration about the business excellence software. Okay. So let me share my screen, and let me share screen. Jyoshna, if you would like to introduce yourself, you can do that before I start screen sharing.
Hello, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Mhm.
So, first of all, good afternoon to everyone. So, this is Josna. I'm working here as a true strategy consultant. I'm with Data Labs India since 10 years. I have started my career here from here itself as a business analyst. I worked on the budgeting, forecasting, and planning modules. I worked as a business analyst for them. After later on, I moved to the current role like as a true strategy consultant. And thank you for this opportunity to present this session along with Mr. Sheikh Abdul Qadir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Jyotsna. Thank you very much. Let us take up the presentation. I'll quickly give the overview, and then Ms. Jyotsna will take us through the solution. Okay, so let me share my screen. Correct? Can tell me if you are able to see the screen?
Yeah, we are able to see the screen, sir.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us talk about a balance scorecard for manufacturing companies. And so, what is the strategy? To start a discussion, what is a strategy? Okay, so strategy means what do you mean by strategy is what is our current situation, where we want to go, and how we reach there. So, if you are able to answer these three questions, that means you do have your strategy. So what happens if you don't have a proper strategy in place? So you will be doing a reactive mode majority of time. Okay, so you will be doing a reactive mode, and also you will be wasting resources. So sometimes you spend and you don't get results. So this is exactly what will happen if you don't have strategy. If you have strategy, proper strategy in place, what happens is you will have the strategy will become your competitive advantage. So you work on it, and then also you can think about the long term, as rightly said Balakrishnan. So you need to have a plan so that you can adopt it year by year, and then you achieve what exactly you are willing to achieve over a period of time. Okay, so this is how it is. What about the balance scorecard? Balance scorecard is like a one very simple explanation is having idea of only financial outcomes is not enough. Sometimes the company is doing very nicely in finance and very good, giving very good results, but it may not be sustainable. Okay, so to have a sustainable performance, so organizations need to have a financial objectives and their KPIs. Of course, we'll talk more about it. Then what the customer perspective, how the organization get value to the customer, and then internal processes means everything in the company should support the customer perspective, customer objectives, and your entire organization, the people, the structure, everything should be we call this as a learning and growth perspective, should be supporting your internal processes. Okay. So that's how the balance scorecard take place. So when you talk about balance scorecard, it's a set of basically strategic objectives. So each strategic objective will have a measure, and this measure, if you want to close the gaps, you need to have a target, and then you need to know exactly what are the actuals. So that's how it is. So if you have any gap, so this gap will not be closed automatically. This gap will be closed by strategic initiatives or a projects. Okay. So for this each project you need funds. So you need to put specifically, otherwise your gaps will not be closed. And then this is one of the most important thing is each strategic initiative or strategic measure or objectives need to have an owner. If you don't have owners, what happens is it will not get executed, and you cannot even identify why we did not, why we failed. So that's how it is. So there is a methodology called execution premium, XPP. It's a balanced scorecard approach by Dr. Kaplan and Dr. Martin. Very successful methodology. It's very simple also. It's very easy to understand. So in this six-step approach, what it shows is you need to have a strategy first. So develop strategy. So in that strategy, you have a mission, vision, values, perform strategic analysis, and formulate the strategies. And also you plan it. We talk more about it. And then translate the strategy. Just having a strategy in place is not enough. So this strategy needs to be translated into operational terms. So that means to do the strategy translation, you have something called strategy maps, strategy themes. Okay. So and then you have strategic objectives, measures, targets, then initiatives, And then for that to execute these initiatives, you need to have budget funds likewise. So this is the translating the strategy. Now to execute this translated strategy, you need to align the organization. Okay, so aligning organizations means if you have a multiple business units, multiple departments, so everything need to be aligned. This is very easy to say, but in reality it's not easy. So you have a multiple business units, you need to align to the corporate strategy, corporate business. And then you also need to align your customers, your partners like vendors or somebody, and also you need to align with your board. So that's how the alignment take place. And then you connect this to your operations, day-to-day operations. How you connect this to day-to-day operations is to connecting through sales and operations planning, detail operations planning. But all the things, whatever you do in the organization is to connect it to the strategy, align to the strategy. Finally, you execute operations, you do your day-to-day job properly, but those are aligned to the strategy. You are not doing anything which is not aligned to the strategy. Okay, and most important thing is you need to review. So monthly review process. So it includes your strategy reviews, your operational reviews, and take actions. When you do the reviews, what happens is, yes, we have a meeting, but one of the most important thing in the meetings or reviews is you need to communicate very well, and also you need to come up with the actions. So those actions need to be listed down and make sure that these actions are executed. Okay, that's how it is. And then all you do all those things, but if you don't test and adopt, then what happens is maybe you are doing a wrong strategy. Okay, so this test and adopt help you to make sure that are you really achieving results what you have planned here, or maybe there is some deviation. So now here emerging strategies we talk about. So when there is any change in the trend or whatever, in the scenario in the business, so you correct it and this cycle flows, and then the planning engine stays in the middle, the strategy planning and operations planning kind of. So this is the balance scorecard approach. Okay, so one important terminology is a strategy map. So this strategy map tell you what really you're going to do in the organization. So here, when you talk about financial perspective, what you want to achieve from the financial point of view. You want to grow revenues, you want to reduce costs, you want to increase asset utilization, you want to enhance customer value. All those things you can do it. This is a typical strategy map. It is not required that all the things are required for your organization. So whatever required objectives for you have to be taken. It's not required that you need to take everything. You have whatever value you are creating to the customer, you have to take it, especially in the customer perspective. So you have like you may compete on price, quality, availability, selection, functionality, service, partnership, and brand. Whatever you do it, but you don't have to compete with your competitors on everything. Okay, you have to compete whatever you are doing good, and then rest you need to meet the requirement. Okay, that's how it is. Then the your internal processes, which is like a procurement, manufacturing, supply chain, the delivery, customer service, and innovation, all those things, you need to really align to the organization. You need to align to the you need all these things need to be delivering the value to customer perspective. Now if you want to do all these things, but if you don't focus on human capital or information capital or organizational capital, you have a problem. So make sure that these human information and organizational capabilities or capitals are taken care properly, so that they drive internal process, customer and financial things. Okay, this is an example how this strategic objective is driven. So this objective can be measured by KPI measure, and then for each KPI you need to have a target. The gap will be there. This gap will be closed by initiative, and then there will be owners for this. Okay, this is a typical balance scorecard look like. So you have a strategy map here, and then objectives, measures, target, and initiatives. This is one area where, and one important thing is one more feature is like a value gap analysis. So if you have a plan, and then with the current capability, you cannot achieve all in future for next year, 2 years, 3 years. So what is the gap? and how you close the gap. That is the essence of strategy. Okay, likewise. So this is the gap what we have, and then each gap will be closed by some particular strategic objective or strategic initiative. Okay, and your strategy map also supports what are the key business processes which are very important to achieve your strategic results, and this will be connected to your business process management. So when you focus business process management or business process optimization in your manufacturing organizations, not all processes are having the same equal weightage or importance. Now you need to see which process is really more valuable from the strategy point of view and make sure that you achieve the excellence in that particular business process. Okay, so some processes may not be so important, but you can have some kind of inefficiencies there, but the priority should be the most important process which is really aligned to the strategy. Some processes which are not really aligned to the strategy, but you need to have it, just meet the requirement, don't try to invest as a priority. Okay, so now how Fru strategy help you is, Fru strategy help you to grow your business. How? So this is, you can do a planning and goal setting for next 3 to 5 years. So you can do external, internal analysis, assessments, and then build scenarios. You can also align, you can also do strategy formulation for this. Like you can achieve what is the value proposition you are going to give to your customer, and then how you do the strategy plan. So with this, you have your strong strategy plan to achieve what you are expecting. If you want to achieve that, you need to align the whole organization. This is one of the most important point what we are talking about. So completely aligning the organization includes your business processes, your technology, your projects, your people and culture. Okay, so if you see here, your people and culture needs to be aligned. Of course, your risk and compliances and budget also need to be aligned to that. So once you have that, so you need to execute. So execution is aligned to strategy. You know what, where we are going, and then you do it, and then you measure it, you report it, you review. Okay, if there is some gap in the execution, you close it properly by the strategy reviews and actions. You take actions and then you close this. While doing this, there is a lot of change required in the organization in form of culture. You manage the change. If you do all those things, you come up with a growth, whatever your intent in the planning and goal setting. So you achieve, then you also measure it. So how your growth you are assessing from the organizational capability point of view or reports or whatever. So now through strategy, your business, your way, do the exactly help you to do this. Of course, it will not do it for you. You have to do it yourself, but it will help you to do all those steps. Okay. So in detail, this slides talk about in detail, step by step, what it does, but I will not read that to you. So here you do the strategy analysis, positioning and formulation, activities and capabilities required, planning, translation. Okay. So this is something which you do it to achieve your business growth. What we do in the Data Labs India is, so first thing what we do is we support organizations for the business growth through strategy. We help organizations to achieve manufacturing excellence through our manufacturing suite, which includes MES, IT and OT integrations, and also ERP. Then supply chain excellence. So warehousing, transportation and fleet, and supply chain network or control tower. So all the things required for a particular manufacturing organization to achieve business excellence is supported by us. So this is an alignment view. Your corporate unit has to be aligned to the business units kind of thing. Okay. And this is the OKRs, Hoshin country, and you will have a fantastic dashboards. But these dashboards are aligned to strategy. You are not measuring whatever feels good. Many people, what they do is they try to connect to the directly machines, get the data, and they give some very nice dashboards, but you are not going to use that. Okay. So, and what we help you is, we help you in fixing the strategy. We help you to implement solution and also manage your strategy and performance office. Okay, because it's not easy to get a very good skilled resource further business excellence or strategy management. So we have a shared way to do like a remote center of excellence that can be used. So now, with that, I ask Ms. Josna to give a good demonstration about the solution. Okay, I will stop screen sharing. If there is any question, please feel free. Okay, so over to you, Josna. If you're able to hear me.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, Josna, you can explain the flu strategy tool to the audience.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen first. Are you able to see my screen now, sir?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
confirm it.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, please. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. Thank you for the given opportunity to present this. This is the Brew Strategy homepage. This is the landing page. So basically, this is the administrator view. Here we are seeing the all the modules what we have in Brew Strategy. So I just want to explain about the Brew Strategy today. These are all the modules. I'll give one short introduction about each module now, and then I will take you through the one by one, that from the dashboards to the real execution, and then the business excellence. So here the first module is the strategy analysis. So where we can evaluate our current position and then plan for the future success. And we have the modules called BSc and then OKR. So these modules we can use to execute the strategy, to execute your long-term goals. So we can prefer the balanced scorecard. Okay. And next we have the enterprise PMO. So where we can maintain all the portfolios, programs, and then initiatives and everything. And we have the people performance module. So this is completely related to HR module. This can work as in two ways. One, it can work as standalone, and second thing, here the individual and then team level objectives can contribute their performance to achieve the organizational level goals and everything. And we have the business process module we have, which is the supporting module, and this is very helpful for the manufacturing industries. So they have uh, their business processes, and then they can maintain methodologies and everything. So that we can cover here. And we have the risk and compliances modules. So where we can maintain all the organizational level risks and compliances and everything. And we have the budgeting module. So this for the manufacturing companies, it can be helpful. So here we can maintain all the capex values and then opex values and everything. Okay. And finally, we can generate the financial statements also in this module. And we have the organizational assessment. So where we can do the assessments like ESG, OHA, and then SFO. And we have the additional module like CRI also we have. So for any kind of assessments, we can use that and we can do the assessments for that. And performance reporting module we have. So here we can see all the scorecards, scores, reports, and dashboards and everything. And one of the most important module called OSM we have. So the OSM manager can handle all monthly performances and everything here. With this module, they can send the reminders to get the updates, monthly update for the measures, initiatives, and everything. And we have the integrations also. And the next, the main add-on is the AI Explorer. So it can help us to do the analysis, and also it will provide the performance insights and recommend actions also with our scorecard related data and everything. So the AI module is we integrated on top of each module. Okay, so I'll just start with the dashboards first. So let me navigate to there. So in the dashboards, so once again, sir. opened this application few minutes back. Let me restart it once.
Okay.
Are you able to see my screen now, sir? Sorry, there is some internet issue.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, Jyotsna, please.
Yeah, okay. So first I would like to show the scorecard dashboard. So where you can see all your translated strategy into the measurable actions across the four perspectives. Usually the perspectives can vary, depends on the industry and their strategy type. So here we can see all the scorecard related perspectives by each panel wise. So in this dashboard, you can see for the financial perspective, what are the measures you have defined and who is the responsible persons and what are the measures and their targets. For the chosen month, what is the action actuals and the performance and also the status trend, everything the scores will be we can able to see here. And for the against each objective we can see the performance scores also. At the perspective level, the system can provide by accumulating and weighted averaging all the scores of object.
Jyotsna, can you make sure that your screen is shared once again, please?
Yeah, sure, sir. Let me
Try to share the screen now.
reshare once. Sir, I'm getting the message like you have removed from the stream, so that's
Okay.
why it is unable to.
Yeah, Jyoti, please add to the stage. Yeah, now we can see.
Yeah. Okay.
Go to the window. Yeah. Yes, please.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
please
this is
go.
the card dashboard. So where you can see all your translated strategic objectives here. So here you can see all the panels related to your focus areas. So in each panel you can see your strategic objectives and their measures, targets, what we fixed to achieve our strategy. So whatever the targets we fixed for the measures, we can see that numbers and the actual numbers, performances and the status, and comparing to the last months of performance for this measure, we will get the trends as well. Okay. So like way for the each objective also we can see the score, the performance scores and everything, and the system can calculate the perspective level scores as well here. So like way by accumulating all the scores of each perspective, you will see the scorecard scores and everything here. So in this dashboard you can see all the level 2 measures as well, along with their targets, actual performances and everything. The parent and child relationship we can see in this dashboard like this way. Okay. So the next dashboard, I would like to show you that the strategy map, where we can visually see our organization strategy. So the flow strategy, it can provide visual representation of your strategic objectives here. So what are the focus areas you have? That means the perspectives. These we can see for each perspective wise. What are the strategic objectives we have defined. So all we adjusted like this. This is a user friendly dashboard. You can navigate and then you can present your dashboard as you expected. So here we can see all the objectives with their cause and effect relationships and everything. Okay, so here we have all the drill down options to from in this map. So if you want to see the connected objectives and their measures and scores, so if you choose any one objective, so in left side you can see for the current month, whatever the month we have chosen, for that month, what is the scorecard performance for the chosen objective, what is the performance for that objective, and the connected measures, initiatives, and risks, everything we can able to see here. And also, if this strategic objective linked to the human resources, the personal individual objectives and then team objectives, if there is any link, so that performances also we can able to see here like this way. And if any business processes are linked, so that performances and then the linked list of performance, the business processes also we can able to see here. And for this objective, if you have mapped and also this strategic objective, if you are you are maintaining this objective to achieve any strategic revenue or something, also that to to achieve which product group revenue amount you are doing this initial the objective, that also you can able to see here. Along with this, there is a drill down option also if there is. So if you want to see any particular measure or any objective performances from here itself, we no need to navigate enter the system. So from here itself, if you double click on it, so it will take you to the next screen. There you can see the performances and everything. So we no need to choose again everything. So the system can automatically read the details and all. So here the system can display all the details, whatever the connected details we have for this objective. Here there is an option to see the performance, the connected measures and then initiatives. So if you have any doubt about it, about this measure performance and everything, you just click on here. So it will take you to the measure data. In this pro strategy application, so the drill down option from for all the story screens, there is a drill down option. So you can directly navigate from there itself. See here, there is no, we no need to choose again the details and everything. The system can automatically populate and everything here. So here you can see your actual values, target values, if you have any doubts about it. So you can choose that. And if you want to give any performance insights or any recommended actions to improve this performance and everything, there is a recommended actions panel we have. So here you can insert your comment and everything. And if you want to communicate with the responsible persons, we have the mail icon. Okay, if you click on it, it will take you to the communication screen and it directly send this recommend actions to the these people to take the actions from the next ones. So like way, here we have the all the drill down options. And if you want to see any particular measure initiative performances also, from here also you can navigate that. So like way, we have the all the options from here itself. So this is all about the strategy map what we have in Flow strategy. So like we have the uh, balanced scorecard dashboard we have, and then measure dashboard also we have. So in this measure dashboard, you can see all the uh, measures, whatever we have the measures. So you can see all their individual measure wise performances from here itself. Okay, if you want to compare with the last month actuals and targets, there is a scope also. So you can compare like this way. So this gauge, in this gauge, you can see what is the performance of this particular measure and what is the status of it, what is the polarity you have fixed it, what is the trend of it. So everything, the details we can able to see here like this way. Okay, so like way, we have the another dashboard called initiative performance. Here you can monitor your ongoing initiatives. So in this initiative dashboard, you can see the the scorecard level to come to achieve our action plans. I mean, whatever the targets if you want to achieve. So for that we take up some initiatives, right? So for the initiatives, what are the initiatives we fixed at the scorecard level? All the list of initiatives we can see here. So for them, initially we can see all the cumulated initiative performances, the project performance, and what is your planned the schedule performance what we have, and it is related to the budget, how much budget we allocated, how much we utilized, what remaining budget we have. So everything we can able to see like this way, and you can compare so the month on month performances and the budget, how much budget you have utilized in month on month, everything we can see like this way. So like way we have the initiative dashboard, and also we have the measure the BSc performance also we have. So in this BSc performance dashboard, you can see all the objectives current year versus last year performances, whatever we have defined, and then what the strategic objectives we mentioned for the organization, for example for the manufacturing industry. So for the all the objectives, what is the current performance and their perspective performances, current year scorecard performances for each objective wise, the current year versus last year performances also we can able to see like this way. So everything can be visually displayed in this module. Okay, so like we have the number of dashboards actually. So I just now I just want to show you the master setup in the balance scorecard just for the 2 minutes. Later I will show the people module and everything. So in the BSc module, so whenever we translate our strategy, so we need to define the focus areas, strategic objectives, and their measures and everything, right? So the flow strategy, in the flow strategy, we have those areas to define the all the masters here. So here you can name your strategy, and you can define your perspectives where the business areas you are focusing, and also you can define your strategic themes in manufacturing industry. Most of the industries they can definitely maintain the strategic themes to achieve their goals and everything. And we have the strategic objectives. So in this strategic objectives, this is the main one. So from here the balance scorecard will start actually. So here you can define all your strategic objectives related to your strategy, what we are focusing on. So the cause and effect. So if anything happen in one objective, so which objectives are affecting. So that links also you can maintain here, and the impact levels, the hypothesis, the details, everything related to the objective, we can maintain that. And as per the priority and then importance of objective, you can define your weightages and all. So like we can maintain these strategic objectives. And the next one, the most important screen we have called measure library. In this measure screen, you can define all your measure measure details, how the measure is behaving. So those details you can maintain here. The parent of measure, their weightages, how the polarity must be, whether you are expecting this performance in high or low or range. Are you considering the performance or absolute or any binary kind of things? The status ranges, everything in the yearly consolidation criteria, how the value you are expecting by accumulating, or else if you want to average this value. So those kind of details and everything we can maintain here. So to achieve these strategic objectives, um, we need to do some certain projects. So that is nothing but here we call it as the initiatives. So in these initiatives, you can maintain all the initiative related information, like when you are going to start, who is the responsible person, so what are the expected project risks you have. Okay, so what are the benefits you are expecting from these initiatives, So those kind of details, everything, how much budget you are allocating, the details, everything we can maintain here. So for these initiatives, we need to have some steps. To complete any initiative, there must be some actions we need to have. So in this activities and milestones, we can add all those things. And what are the subtasks we have? So what are the deliverables you are expecting by completing this milestone or activity? Such kind of details, the responsible person, details, everything we can maintain here. So once we have done this, we have the grid actually. So visually represent that. So which objective this initiative is driving. So this kind of information, everything we can see in this chart.
So we
So
have five
likewise, we
more
have the
minutes,
Gantt.
Jyoti. So you try to cover up things in 5 minutes. Huh?
Sure. Okay, sure, sir.
Okay.
So for these initiatives, whatever masters we have set up, so month on month we can update the performances here. Okay. So like for the objectives, measures, and then initiatives, we can update the monthly performances, and we have the communication option also from here. So we can communicate with the people and everything. If you take the initiative story, so in this initiative story, you can update all the expenses, how much you have spent on this month. So how many milestones or how much task you have completed, those kind of details and everything we can complete it. We can update here. And if you have any project risks or issue logs, if any risks occur during the project, so that information and everything also we can maintain here. So if you want to provide any recommended actions or any performance insight, if you want to maintain that scope also we have. And the next thing, I just want to touch the OSM module. So where the OSM manager can send the reminders and the updates from where they can request the performance updates and everything. So this is strategy execution. This one. Okay. So from this screen, usually from the screen we can the reminders to the users to update the performance values and everything. Uh, every employee no need to have the user in this application. So from this screen, we just send the mails to them, so they can receive one URL. From there, they can update the performances and everything. So whenever the manager comes to this screen, so they can able to see how many measures are updated, how many not yet updated. So for them, they can send the reminders from here itself also. So like the OSM we built for the measures, objectives, themes, and everything. Like for the initiatives, OKR modules, wherever we need the monthly performances and all, the OSM is built on that. Okay, built for that. So this is all about the OSM, what we have. And the next thing, I just want to show you the AI layer. I just want to show you that. So this is the AI module. Usually, the CEO he can't able to communicate each employee one by one, right? So for them, we have the interview chatbot. Here we can add all our questionnaires. So we can send the link to the employees. So from there, they can do their they'll answer their the CEO assessment questionnaires. So the screen will be like this actually. So the question it can be like this. So the question will be play like this. So they can give their answers by click on the record option and everything. So however how many questions we are uploaded. So whenever we click on it, the questions may vary like this. Okay, they can record all their questionnaires. Finally, all the questionnaires, whatever the answers the employees are provided, that can be uh, downloaded as a report format and everything. So in this AI, we have the analysis and analysis by ESM, analysis by AI. So these modules we have here. So in this analysis module, we have the pestle, porters, four corners, all the modules we built here. So by using this analysis strategy analysis pestle in AI. So this is we no need to conduct the analysis manually. This AI can help us to do that analysis. Okay, so here just you can give your organization year and which product you are focusing on, to which customer group, which market you are focusing on, your plant and resource. If there is any another considerations, if you have any specific requirement on while doing the pestle analysis, you can input your considerations also, and you can just click on the generate. So here we have the AI modules. So with this, we can do the analysis and everything. This is the existing one what we recently generated. So like way, the AI module can provide the analysis for the all the analysis. So for the pestle, it has provided like this. Okay. So like way we can conduct the analysis for the porters, by four corners and everything. And also we have the analysis by AI, whatever the production data we have. So with that, this AI can provide the uh, performance insights and then recommend actions as per our data and everything. And we have the talk to data here. So we have the huge data in our production server. So we can't able to find any single information. So instead of searching all the modules and everything, the point of views and everything, this talk to data can help us to get the direct output. So here you can just enter your query and click on go. This AI can access our production server, okay, by using so with that it can provide the outcome of that, the output. Okay, if you want to know any particular employee performance in any particular month, so it will directly give that. So
Yeah.
like way we have the
Krishna, can
talk
you
to data
conclude?
frameworks.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, please sir.
Okay, just conclude whatever you are saying here.
Yeah, so so like this way, here we have the Fruit Strategy application. So it can be suits to any organization, and also it very easy to work for the strategy to business excellence. So usually, with having the without having the strategy, so the companies they can work hard, but they can't move in the right direction. So if there is strategy and then business excellence in the right way very strongly, so everything goes well here. So that's why I truly recommend that our Fruit Strategy application, it's really works well for the strategy and then business excellency. Thank you guys, thank you for the given opportunity.
Thank you, Josna. A very nice presentation, demo of the solution. To achieve business excellence, you need to align to the strategy. So that's what the Fruit strategy tells about. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions to Ms. Josna, please write to us. She will try to answer offline. So we are running 10 minutes late in the show. I would like to invite our next guest speaker, Bruno Acosta. So thank you, Bruno. Thank you very much for joining all the way. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so
Sorry,
much.
it took 10 minutes late because the whole program
Not a
got delayed by
problem.
10 minutes. So let me give a quick round of introduction to Mr. Bruno. We are talking about supply chain synchronization on VUCA world today. So Bruno Acosta is the CEO of SAPIX and globally recognized supply chain transformation advisor, holding elite credentials including DDLP, DDOP, DDPP, JONA, SCORP, CPIM, CSCP, and CLTD, and more. He specializes in score-based transformation, DDMRP, TOC, and SNOP ERP implementations, and strategic business process improvement. As an APIX master instructor for CPIM, CSCP, train the trainer, the learning dynamics for instructors. So he trained and mentored supply chain professionals worldwide. Bruno is a master instructor for ICE, DDP, and DDL, and an experienced DDMRP implementer as well. So he enables organizations to build agile, resilient, and high-performance supply chains. So thank you joining Bruno. Over to you, sir. Yeah.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir. I appreciate your invite, and I think that we can contribute with some professionals. And I would like to, let's say, create a kind of incentive for them for looking for let's say, a bigger or a greater preparation in the supply chain field. So I would appreciate if you could tell me if you are seeing my screen now.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
That is a little bit. So I'd like to share to present this slide because I just wanted to create let's say kind of confidence with the audience. So I would like to invite them to not keep only the knowledge that they have from, let's say, from universities, but there's a lot of knowledge down there outside in the market. So what I would like to invite them is to consider their preparation, their supply chain preparations, let's say, on a deeper way. So there are several certifications out there that create value for us and for companies. So that's what I would like to invite them to look for those certifications. Okay, so let's talk about what we are just discussed today. Mainly, I thought that one of the most important topics that we have to address is that for supply chain professionals that they have to, or they must understand that supply chains are non-linear systems. That is my main topic here. And I would like to besides this, for let's say expressing what a linear system is, I've also would like to share with them what a complex adaptive system is. Because we assume when we're trying, let's say, by looking for optimizations in the supply chain, we're looking for some special solutions, but never realize that we are not managing, let's say, linear systems. Supply chains are not linear systems. Supply chains are more like let's say, even not like chains, but more like webs. So they are very interconnected between all the nodes that are involved in the supply chain. So we have to address the supply chain. I'm going to say optimizations on a different way, because I'm going to describe in the next slide that supply chain it's a living thing that we'll have to consider many aspects. And one of them, the most important aspects of the supply chain, is that realizing what is the element, or what are the few elements that are controlling the entire, let's say, output of the supply chain. So let's analyze a little bit about what is the focus of a linear system and a non-linear complex system. So the first thing that I would like to analyze is that in linear systems, we used, let's say, the concept that if we divide the system, we analyze the system, and we split it into pieces, and if we solve any piece of the supply chain, and we then put together again, we are going to fix the problem. And that is not the case. That is not the case, because when we see the supply chains in a different way, from non-linear and complex systems, we recognize that supply chains are governed by some elements that are, let's say, controlling the entire output of that system, right? So if we understand, instead of looking at the elements that are being part of the supply chain, if we understand the relationships between them, we're going to have a better understanding on that supply chain. So we have to look at the interconnections, the dependencies between them. From a linear perspective, the predictability of the system is assuming from the beginning that they are stable and they are predictable, while the linear systems and complex adaptive systems assume that those are dynamic systems. They are living things that are behaving depending on some of the elements that they're built. On linear systems, we can, let's say, assume that the input to the system and the output of the system is proportional. So while the nonlinear systems assumes that the entire system is governed by even one or just very few elements that controls the entire behavior of the system. So by being said, and assuming a couple of pieces, I'm going to try to demonstrate that. The linear systems assumes that the mathematical models are no, not the mathematical. The way that we can describe the linear systems is by using some statistical models by, let's say, governed by normal shell-based distribution curve. So there's this the focus on that is more on the averages. So everything that falls, let's say, between or inside of the curve can be considered that this that is the good things that are happening in the system, and those systems ignore, let's say, the things that are in the tails of the curve by considering that those are some anomalies, while the non-complex systems use partition statistic models that focus mainly on things that are occurring not as suspected. We're going to see a little bit deeper here. When talking about maximization or having the best things about the system, linear systems assumes that the system can be optimized, while the non-complex systems assumes that the complex systems cannot be optimized, but they can be, let's say, continually learn and improved. So I would like to show you a little bit about that. So for that post, I'm gonna show an example. Just let me see. Okay, please confirm that you're seeing my screen now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So in this case, I'm gonna just describe a small system that is compound of, let's say, this system that is a company. It is producing just 3 finished products: finished product A, finished product B, finished product C, that sells to the market with these prices. It is, let's say, the mix of this week. We can call it, for example, an MPS. This is the master production schedule for this week, and the mix for this is using, let's say, this, or asking for these specific numbers, right? So when trying to look, because one of the main questions that we may have is what is the main purpose of our companies? What is the main purpose of our systems? Mainly, with the companies where we normally work, all of them are for-profit companies. So if they are for-profit companies, the most important aspect of that is that they have to create wealth, right? So we also know that we don't have to, let's say, look for creating the wealth at whatever the cost, right? Because we would like to create wealth and create money, make money now and in the future. For making that or happen, we have to be aware that we have to be sustainable. So the enterprises, companies need to focus on that specific, because that is the nature of their organizations. They are for-profit companies, so they have to create money. So they have to create wealth. So in that case, we have to care about that, because by considering a concept that is called the TBL, the triple bottom line, when we talk about the triple bottom line, we have to realize that even when the main objective is creating wealth and making money, we have to care about, let's say, the social aspect and the environmental aspect if we would like to be on the market for a long time, right? So by that being said, let's analyze this. If the company is willing to create money, so let's how they normally do the analysis for that. So in this case, what we have to do is just to, let's say, look at the price of the company, of the products, excuse me. We have to care about, let's say, our bill of materials. In this case, I'm going to just using the just very flat bill of materials. So this product is using this set of raw materials in order to be built. The same for the finished product B and finished product C. So, and also I can calculate the cost by recognizing what is the unit price for every single raw material. And when considering the consumption rate of this, so it uses one unit of this raw material that costs $15 per piece. So it makes, let's say, a partial $15 cost for this. And if I realize the consumption of the rest of them, so I can calculate my cost, my materials cost. This is something that I would like to highlight, because normally when companies look for the calculation of the cost of a product, they use the cost accounting system that requires us to calculate not only the material cost but also the overhead and the labor. But I would like to put something here. From a, let's say, managerial system, we have to consider that the cost, the labor cost, and the overhead can be considered fixed cost. So for that, and that makes the difference between the managerial accountant against the traditional cost. That is something that is imposed for reporting externally. But for conducting some analysis, we recommend to do a different approach, or adopt a different approach that the managerial accounting provides. Right?
Bruno, sorry, we are seeing the linear versus complex slide, right?
Oh no, let me just.
Can you just, because you know I have,
try to.
Can you reshare
Okay,
it, please?
let me just reshare screen. So I'm sharing this. Okay, please do it. Can you confirm that you're seeing now my screen?
It's coming up. Did not still show. Waiting. Did you share it?
Yeah, it's already shared. Let me. I'm stopped sharing it.
Can you just share once again? Maybe share entire screen.
Okay. Right. Okay. There should be.
Just click the share and then select the entire screen.
Yep.
Maybe select the window.
I've done it. Yeah, I've already selected the window. So let me just see.
Not unable to see it still.
Okay. But please confirm that now the screen is being seen. No, I don't know. I've already shared the screen.
Okay. Yeah. Now it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
All right.
And now you can see the Excel file. Yeah.
All right. That's it. So that's what I was saying, that we have, let's say, the prices to the market for these three products. We also have, let's say, the actual demand for this product. So in this case, we can figure out and calculate what could be let's say the maximum profit that this company can create for this week, right? So let's highlight some things. One of the biggest things related to the things that I was saying is, for example, companies assume that their capacity and the resources are infinite, while in the reality they are not. So one of the most important things that we have to realize is what are the elements that are impeding my organization, my company to create more wealth, to create more money. So in this case, we have to do some kind of validations. Let me just analyze this. If I just try to produce all the demand that I have to realize if there are some elements that are impeding my system to achieve its goal, right? So assuming that I will be able to produce everything, I would say, okay, our target for this week is for creating, let's say, $24 million or $24,175, right? But something that we have to care and realize is that there are some resources that are involved. I've already mentioned. In this case, I can say this finished product uses from its routing. It is using the elements that are highlighted here, and those are the, let's say, the units of time that they consume these resources. And by looking at the units that have to be run by this production line or these processes, I can realize how many how long time do I need for every single resource in order to build this product, right? Or these 120 pieces. So by looking at the mix of this company, I can realize how long time do I need from every single resource for this week, and comparing against, let's say, the available time that each of them has, I realize that I have a couple of resources that are overloaded, and if I don't have it, so I won't be able to achieve this number. So frequently companies uses this kind of calculations in order to realize, or for budgeting, or realizing if they will be able to achieve a goal, but without realizing that there are some elements that are impeding this objective. So by realizing this, I can say that there are a couple of processes that are overloaded that will not that goal. But also I realized here that I have a raw material that is also lacking, because it is loaded to 242%. So let's see if I would like.
Hello. Yeah, we missed you.
Yeah.
Can you reshare screen, please?
Yes, this. All right. Okay. I've already shared it. Could you confirm that?
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what I was mentioning is that let's consider that is let's say the arrival, let's say rate, but the flow of this specific company will be controlled by some elements. I can say that there are, let's say, few elements that are controlling the system. And I've also mentioned that there will be only one. So in this case, I can realize that even when there are three elements that can be controlling the output or the outcome of this company, one of them is the one that is, let's say, more overloaded. So let's see if I would like to try, let's say, what would be the optimum of this system. I may just run, let's say, an optimization by trying to get as much as possible of this margin, right? This profit. So I will try to maximize this value by shifting these values, by constraining this, that those items, that mix couldn't be higher than the actual demand. But also I have to realize that the load required couldn't be, let's say, higher than the billable time. So I will run this by using a linear system optimization, and let's see what it would be the result. In this case, it told me that would be the best combination that could provide me with this maximum that is the optimal, right? So, but let's analyze it, because in this case, the traditional finance system, the traditional cost system can say, all right, let me just drop it. Just please take a look at this. From this 120, I will only produce only two pieces, the 70 and 105, right? So let's see if it's making sense from a traditional point of view. Because in this case, I have to realize what is my price. If I look at my materials, I can calculate my cost, and the labor and the overhead, I will place them just here as part of the operational expenses that I will be decreasing my gross margin by this and calculate my net profit. So in this case, if my price is 250 and my cost is 123, so my contribution margin is 127. So my question is, if this is the one that has the highest contribution margin, why it was not, let's say, put on the first term? So why this product was having not the highest priority? So instead of building first this 120, let's say the next 70, so I can start realizing that, oh my God, this is, I have overloaded the system, so I've just I cannot build this 70 or even the 105. So the best solution comes from, let's say, building 105, 70, in this case just only two, right? That is why, and in that case, I realized that the raw material that was the higher overload, the load, is now loaded to the 100%. So I will use the maximum of this element that is controlling the system. So that is the case of the complex adaptive system. But I've realized, I've also said and mentioned that systems, that complex systems cannot be optimized. And what I've already done is an optimization. So but look at this. If we learn, if we understand what is our, let's say, our constraining element of the system, we can realize that our main focus should be placed on this raw material 5. If we would like to improve, to increase this, the optimization would say you cannot do more than this, the $9,189 dollars. But when we realize about that, we should learn about that and realize that our focus must be on let's say, breaking this constraint. And we may say, okay, what can we do related to this raw material 5, because we are lacking, let's say, we have no enough inventory to fulfill all what we can do, right? So in this case, we may say, all right, we need to increase the amount of this availability. So what can we do? So let's what we may say, because we just realized that there is something that is going, let's say, in the opposite side, right? Because instead of producing the most profitable part, we are producing, let's say, the one of the less profitable. And let me explain the reason why. When you have a constrained resource, you don't have to use, or it is not, let's say, advisable to use the cost accounting system, because the cost accounting system may say you have to produce this one. But if we use something that is called the throughput accounting, the throughput accounting will say, based on the resource that is limiting your system, you have to realize what is the contribution margin for the consumption of these units. So instead of using this contribution margin, I have to say, okay, I have this contribution margin by using how many units of my constrained resource. So I will say, okay, I will have this contribution margin divided by, in this case, 6 units of this resource. So my contribution margin by the every single unit of the constrained resource will provide me $6 per use. So if I realize this, let me see. No. Yes, this is the contribution margin. Yes, see this 100 divided by 6. Okay. Yeah, this is the right calculation. Here it is. Now, I did a round division. So in this case, if I divided my contribution margin by my consumption of the scarce resource, I can realize that every single unit that is allocated to this product will produce $21 per unit. And look at the contribution margin per consumption of the scarce resource. So this one is the one that is providing me the highest benefit. So that is why the optimization tries to build this first, then this one, and this leave it at the left, at the end, right? But that is not, in this case, my optimal, because when I realize that this raw material is constraining my entire output, now I have to focus on breaking this constraint. How can I do it? In this case, what I'm going to do is, okay, let's try to bring as much as possible of this. And if I go to the market and say, okay, supplier, I would need to, let's say, I will purchase from you, let's say, instead of purchasing just 500 units, I would like to purchase from you 1,000 units. So if I am increasing the size of the volume, I'm let's say using economy of scale. So I would appreciate if you could, let's say, provide it to me and reduce this price, because I am going to buy from you a higher volume. And the supplier will say, oh no, this material is very scarce. I'm scared. I'm selling all what I have. So if I have to sell to you more than the 500 units that you are buying now, I have to increase the price of that. So I can't provide this 1,000, because in that case I have to take this from another customer that I have, and if I would like to give you, so that should be because I will sell it on a higher price. So let's say the supplier, what about this? The supplier says, if you purchase from me this material, instead of let's say in $10, I will sell it to you in $15 per unit, and I can sell you these 1,000 units. So maybe some people would say, oh no, I won't make it, because I cannot accept from you a 50% increase or even 100% increase, right? So let's see what the optimization can say. Now, if I do the calculation again, I can see that this focus solution now brings me from having a 9,000. Do you remember 9,000 to 14,000? So we almost, let's say, increase also the benefits close to, let's say, 50%. And now in this case, we realize that the mix has already changed. So the optimizations stay in that level, but the complex systems that understand the complexity of the system will try to learn and realize, even, for example, in this case, what about if the units that I am not able to produce? What if I, let's say, use a subcontractor that may build it for us, and someone can say, okay, let's see what would be the cost for doing that. So if I do this analysis and say, okay, there are some options in the market that can provide us with this benefit. So there are subcontractors that, in this case, there is a subcontract for these items. So for the items that we were not able to produce, these 33 units or these 2 units, they may be produced by a subcontracting, and but this is the price for them. So it is much higher that my cost in this case is much higher than this. So, but since I am not able to produce it internally and I do it externally, I can realize that even with that, let's say the revenue and the cost of considering this producing this material outside of the company, I will increase my revenue by not my revenue, my benefits by 1,050 if I outsource these items that I were not able to produce internally, right? So now I have to add to this 14,000. So my last benefit will be this plus, excuse me, this plus this. So I will increase this to 15,000. That is what the complex adaptive system must do instead of just keeping this recommendation, right? So let me just go back to my presentation. So let me introduce what the demand-driven adaptive enterprise model is. So this is three elements, three big elements that compose this demand-driven adaptive enterprise model.
We are seeing only Excel still.
All right, let me just, okay, stop sharing, and I'm gonna share again the window that has the presentation. Please confirm that you are seeing now my screen.
Yeah, yes.
Wonderful. All right. So there are three elements that compose this demand-driven adaptive enterprise model. I would like to highlight that this is not, let's say, top to down. This is not a hierarchical system, but a system that, let's say, goes from, let's say, right to left and left to right. And this element weights the same that this element. These elements are, let's say, focused on the strategic side, the tactical side, and the operational side. So we have three elements that compose this demand-driven adaptive enterprise model. From the market, from the, let's say, from the strategy that you have already been mentioning, we bring all the signals that came from the market, and we start, let's say, publishing all the parameters for the business plan that will drive the tactical side, and then the tactical hub will configure the operational model. And then when the operational model is having now, let's say, it is operating on the reality, it must provide some feedback to this tactical that will enable a first adaptation loop. This is the first adaptation loop, because in this case, what I am saying is that is what I am expecting to obtain, and this, based on the actual demand, will say this is what I have. So what I will, let's say, provide to as a feedback loop is a variance analysis that says there are some assumptions that are not valid that we must challenge in order to get closer to the reality. So that enables a first adaptation loop between the tactical side and the operational side. But also, this adaptation loop will enable the capability for providing feedback to the strategy by realizing and projected, let's say, some models that will enable a second adaptation loop between the tactical and the strategic side. That is what the demand-driven adaptive enterprise model does, based on two things, based on and driven by the market, by the, let's say, what is happening outside, the tendencies, all the aspect from the, let's say, from the what we hear from the voice of the customer and the market, but also by using the actual demand, right? So that is what is demand-driven. And I'm going to focus on this because what I was showing is focus on this place specifically. So I'm going to go deeper on this concept that is the demand-driven operating model, the DOM, right? Let's see this. Please take a look at this, because I've just mentioned that all these things came from the complex adaptive systems, right? So the adaptation systems requires that three things happen. An emergence from let's say, from a system. So let's say a configuration that emerged from this. So it is setting the parameters for the other elements that now it does exactly the same thing, but for a different, let's say, range, for a different process. So in this case, there is an emergence from this that the demand-driven operating model will consider, and then a feedback, let's say, loop will provide what happened in the reality. So it provides the expectation and it provides the reality, the comparison between them. So when we see that there are a couple of items, a couple of loops that provides the adaptation, we realize that that is what we would like to create, an infinite loop that comes from the left, from the right to the left, and the left to the right. So in this case, we can say that the strategy is not driven only the operation, but the operation is also affecting the strategy. That is why they are at the same level. They are not hierarchical. There are no, let's say, in the traditional system, we have, let's say, the strategy in the top, the tactics in the middle, and the bottom. We have a hierarchical, let's say, system that it is rebuilding everything what things don't happen in the right, in the way that they were expecting. That is why this becomes really interesting thing, while recognizing that the operations even are responsible for setting the strategy. That is something that let's say, when I realize about that, I just, let's say, oh my God, that's really evident, right? So let's focus on the first element, that is the demand-driven operating model. That's the scope of my presentation. So the demand-driven operating model consists of three elements too. The first thing is that we call the demand-driven MRP. Demand-driven MRP is only the heart of this model, the demand-driven operating model. That is the supply order generation. The DDMRP is just the entry point to this demand-driven world. We have a couple of elements more. The demand-driven scheduling, that is the finite control point scheduling. Remember when I mentioned that there are just very few elements that are governing the system. So that is what we are trying to realize here. When we realize that there are some elements that are controlling the outcome of the system, then we have to realize that those elements are finite. They are not infinite capacity. They have not infinite capacity. They are finite elements. So we need to have and recognize what is happening with these elements. So that is why we're going to use this concept that it's called the control point. A control point is let's say a place on the system where we need and want to capture as more relevant information regarding the system. So we're gonna, let's say, try to realize what is happening with the system by controlling those points. Some of the, let's say, if you are interested on that, some of those control points may be set up in the entry points, and the exiting points, where the things converge, where diverge, and with those elements that are governing the systems. Those, let's say drum, we call it drums. Those are the, let's say, the elements that govern the system, the bottlenecks, right? And also where we see let's say a very clear on stability. Those are the places where we would like to place these control points, but because those are places that we are, let's say, trying to keep and have as much information as possible, not in every point in the system, but only on that specific control points. And then we're going to create finite schedules in order to make realistic expectations, right? Then the demand-driven execution is when we put everything in place and we are going to be obtaining the result of all the plans. So we are going to be releasing orders. So this system will be releasing based on the actual demand. That is the main thing here. We don't use the system doesn't use the forecast for placing orders. This system can use the forecast, but not in the way that the traditional system does. We let's say we use the forecast, or we can't use the forecast for sizing some, let's say, elements that I'm going to explain later, right? But we're going to size the let's say the investment that we need in the system. Let's say those are, let's say, inventories that we will need in order to maintain the stability of the system, by looking at it and protecting with the use of something that is called buffers. Buffer stocks. I'm going to explain a little bit. Now, based on the forecast and based on the history, based on the actual demand, we may size buffers. But the only thing that we will use for releasing orders is only actual demand, not the forecast, not in the way that lay in the bill of materials, that explode the bill of materials. We're gonna use something that is called the net flow equation, and the net flow equation will allow us to realize if we need to trigger a replenishment order or not, for even for raw materials, for purchasing items or distributed items, or if we need to, let's say, replace materials in our distribution system, we may also trigger some stock transfer orders. And for manufacturing items, we're going to release manufacturing orders, but we won't release the manufacturing orders directly to the execution before going to the finite capacity elements, right? So in this case, we're going to ask for a request date. Then we have to validate that this element, that this resource have the right capacity in order to be to fulfill that expectation. If not, it will say, okay, that is what you would like, but based on my load, based on the uses of these specific elements, that is what I can't promise to you, because maybe my capacity is, let's say, overloaded. So I have to do a finite scheduling and forward scheduling in order to provide you with a more realistic promise date, right? So now, based on that, and based on the orders that we have already released to the purchase for purchase orders or stock transfer orders, then we're gonna, let's say, be now provided feedback against the situation of these orders. And with the manufacturers that have already gone through these elements for finite capacity loading, then we're gonna release to the execution, and then we're gonna expect to receive some feedback from them, right? About the progression. And once that we have already executed, we that previously we went from a pre-configuration to this all these elements that came from the tactical side. From the tactical element, that is the demand-driven SNOP, we will do a configuration of the stock items and for the capacity, right? And for doing that, we will use three things. Three things that are, let's say, the ones that will provide us with more realistic programs that are mainly, let's say, three kind of protections. We will use stock buffers. We will use also capacity buffers, and also for protecting our schedules, we will use in the execution also the time buffers. So these three types of buffers will be used in order to protect our operational model, right? And two different, let's say, strategic points. The first strategic point is what we call the decoupling point. The decoupling points are places in the bill of materials where inventory needs to be always there. That is let's say a decoupling point. The decoupling point will allow us to define our lead time to our customers and the size of the investment that we need in order to make. And in the other side, we will define these control points. The control points are locations where we would like to capture as much relevant information as possible, right? So with these two different kinds of points, the decoupling points and control points, and these three different buffer types, we will provide with a more reliable or realistic managing of the operational model. All right. So, and when things are not happening in the way that we are expecting, we have to provide this feedback from this order generation, let's say, element, from this execution element, and from this scheduling finite control point. So from all of them, we will provide feedback to this tactical hub that now will will do the analysis for saying, okay, we need to reconfigure the model. That is where the the second emergent happen, right? For the capacity and for the materials from the investment. So that is why we use these three types of buffers: stock buffers, time buffers, and capacity buffers. All right. So that is the way that we are going to see this. We will use this as let's say as a generation, let's say a system that generates relevant information that will allow us to make better decisions based on what we have already understood. We are not managing linear systems. We are managing systems that have to be adapting, that are not, let's say, predictable, because they are living on what now we have already coined the term VUCA world. It's a volatile, complex, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. That is why, and this is the system that we have built just for managing this or facing this VUCA world, right? I don't know if I have, let's say, enough time just for continue, because
Yeah, we are running out of time. Yeah. So if you can quickly conclude, complete.
Oh, okay, right. So for this first element, the DDMRP, there is a methodology. The methodology for this is, okay, we have 5 steps. First thing is we have to position. Position is you have to decide in your bill of material where do you have to place inventories that are strategic. There are several. There are at least six criteria that we can use, for making these decisions. It is not that only that like in the traditional system by saying, okay, we're going to place, let's say, inventory at the finished good level for make to stock. We're going to place inventories at the sub-assembly level for an assembly to order, and for a make to order, we're going to place materials at the raw material level. No, that is not the case. And someone can say, okay, that is exactly the same thing. No, that is not the same, because when we, in the traditional system, we use, let's say, even when we decide to decouple by using these materials, that those systems, those places are governed by a forecast. So these elements are forecast driven. And the problem when using forecast driven is that we use the forecast in order to explode the material, the bill of materials, the entire bill of material, for releasing these POs. So we can say that these POs are forecast-driven purchase orders, not demand-driven, because it needs to see in the future at least this cumulatively time, that is the longest, let's say, branch of the bill of material that sets up what is the planning horizon that we need to see. But when we place these let's say, strategic elements, strategic buffers, stock buffers, now we are reducing, because the availability of these materials are in place. So we don't have to wait for these materials to arrive, because they are there. So in this case, when we see that these elements that are never, let's say, out of stock because they are considered strategic position, what we can see is that we reduce our, let's say, cumulative lead time from, let's say, in this case, 98 days, we reduce it to 3 days. So instead of looking into the future for, let's say, 98 days, I can only, with this, I can only see in the next 3 days. So I can use my let's say, demand time fence. So I can use my actual demand, my sales order, just for building this material. That is what the customer is willing to wait for, right? So my planning horizons are being reduced, but also the variability that is, let's say, entering to the system is also being decreased, because the piece that is here, let's say, in 98 days ahead, it's much more, let's say, unpredictable, more variable. And what is, let's say, inside of this frozen zone, or what we are seeing, the sales orders, it is, let's say, more realistic, right? So the problem with that we use in the forecast is what, when we release a PO 98 days ahead. So what will happen is that I released it 98 days ago. That's what you receive 98 days, 90 days later, right? But what about the forecast? Maybe at the first time we saw the forecast a very high, but the forecast can be decreased or increased. So 98 days later, my actual demand could be higher or lower. So, but what I ordered remains the same. It doesn't change with the time, right? So what we are going to see is that when we place orders based on this forecast and based on this cumulative lead time, we will have, let's say, this reception with this demand. So it led us to the side of the excess, or when we release an order with this and the actual demand was this, so it will take us to the stock out, or lead us with a very few inventory. So when placing orders based on the forecast, we're going to face something that is called the bimodal distribution. So we will have several items, a lot of items that are even in obsolescence or in excess, a lot of items that will be in stock out or with very few inventory, and very few items will be on the optimal range. And the only thing that will be, let's say, the reason why we may be achieving this optimal range is because the forecast never changed. And that is a fallacy, right? This is not true. So what we would like to be is just in this side. So when using these elements, the time buffers that will be able to absorb the variability in the process. So even when we have already scheduled a limited resource, limited capacity resource, even when there is variability in the process, but these buffers, the time buffers, are, let's say, protecting these control points, these elements that are, let's say, the ones that are defining the outcome of the system. So we will be able to be consistent and, let's say, providing the right customer service, and by using the right way these scarce resources, right? That's what the time buffers does. Also, our capacity buffers shift our let's say perception of the traditional model, because on the traditional model would say, okay, if the resource is let's say is being used in less than a capacity and a specific capacity, let's say it's having let's say a low efficiency, so that is bad, right? In this case, we can say no. If we consider that this is not a resource is not a constrained resource, it should have a protected capacity that will allow the system to recover fastly if something happened. So take a look at this cost-centric point of view and the flow-centric point of view. So capacity must be, let's say, sized when they are not, let's say, limited resources, by having, let's say, excess capacity that can help the system to recover when it faces a disturbance, right? That is the way that we can see.
When we conclude, sir, sir, we already little delayed by 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm done with the next slide. So that is the way that we are going to see a demand-driven operating model that will be using some stock buffers, some, let's say, capacity buffers are for non-constrained resource. The constrained resource, in this case, for example, this constrained resource that could be, let's say, a bottleneck, will be protected by using time buffers. Some stock buffers will be used, let's say, for reducing the lead time that let's say matches what the customer is willing to wait for, right? Some time buffers ordered for protecting the shipment. All right. So by using all this type of buffers, we will be able to manage all the let's say the disturbances from the supply and the demand. And very important thing, we don't focus on these three elements. We don't focus on what is happening the way that we were willing to happen. No, the relevant information is in details of these normal distributions. Everything that happened on a different way than expected, says that there is relevant information here. There is relevant information in the tails. So when an order is arriving, let's say close to the dark red or the red, we need to do it. We need to know what was the reason why, what is the root cause. If something is, let's say, arriving earlier, why? Why is something arriving earlier? If you are releasing the order, let's say, or the times are wrong. Same happened with the stock buffers, and same happens with the stock with the capacity buffers. So now you can see why this is now, let's say, called a demand-driven adaptive enterprise model. I've just only introduced during this presentation only this piece. So there is a bigger world here.
Fantastic.
I hope that this is good. That would, let's say, be interesting for you.
This
And
is
that's
really
what I would like
interesting.
to.
This is really interesting, and I think we need to have a good slot to discuss in the detail. So, inventory buffers, capacity buffers, and time buffers. Fantastic way to drive demand-driven adaptive enterprise. So, thank you, Bruno.
You're
I
very
know
welcome.
we are a little late, and our next expert speaker is waiting. Okay.
Thank you so
So,
much.
we would like to discuss more offline. And also, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Mr. Bruno for a fantastic lecture. And if there is any question, please post it, and we will make sure that we get your questions answered. So thank you very much, Bruno. Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. Gary. Nice to see you, sir, again. So sorry for keeping you waiting. So it's a long day. So yeah, we lost around 14 minutes. Okay, as promised. But you have enough time to present it. And so let me give a quick round of introduction for Mr. Gary Cockins. So we are talking about analytics-based enterprise performance management today. Gary Cockins is founder and CEO of Analytics-Based Performance Management LLC, and globally recognized authority in enterprise performance management, activity-based costing, and business analytics. With a career spanning financial control, operations management, and 15 years of consulting at Deloitte, KPMG, EDS, brings a deep industry expertise. His 16-year tenure at SAS further established him as an influential author, thought leader, and international speaker in EPM and analytics-driven decision-making. So Gary specialized in designing and implementing integrated performance management systems, including ABC and ABM, balance scorecards, strategy maps, customer value analysis, and risk and supply chain management. So thank you, sir, Gary, for joining the session, and eager to listen to you again. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks you. But I'm having difficult sharing my getting to my PowerPoint.
You have it in the bottom. You have 4 buttons. So the third one is the sharing button.
Yes, I have that. I have 3 columns: Chrome tab, window, entire screen.
Yeah. So go to the last one, entire screen.
Okay.
Then you click on the window, whatever you see it. Your screen, you can just click on it, and then the share button will be activated. Yeah.
No.
So now we are able to see the full screen for you. Now you can share.
But how do I get to my PowerPoint file?
Yeah. You open the presentation. Yeah, open the presentation now in the bottom. Your regular PowerPoint presentation. Yeah. Now we can put it in the slideshow.
Wait. Can you see the landing slide?
Yeah. I can see that.
Okay. Can I go to
slideshow
view? Can you see that?
Yeah. Yes. Fantastic. We can see the full screen.
All right. Let's get going. Because I'm running a little late. I've put that, and you gave me 60 minutes.
You do it, sir. Yeah. You can take your complete time. No problem.
Okay. I'm in the Eastern Standard Time, so I'll try to. I'm at 8 o'clock. I don't know what that time is in India.
You take your time.
But
yeah, you take your time. Yeah.
Thank you. It's a longer presentation, so there will likely be no time for Q&A questions at the end. So those who are listening to me, if you want questions, see my email address, gcokins@garycokins. Just send me your questions and I will reply to you. Also, if you website, below the horizontal tabs are lots of articles that I've written. They're all free. You don't need anything. Okay, let's go. Who am I? Well, Sheikh Abdul introduced me, Cornell University, 71. If you're doing the math, I am 76 years old, but I think I'm 46. Why are those there? I believe that careers have much more to do with circumstances than being smart. Breaks. One in 98, KPMG, where I was a recruit with Harvard Business School professor Robert S. Kaplan. Many of you know that balanced scorecard to train KPMG consultants on activity-based costing. I recruited, I implemented for 5 years. I wrote a book, one of these books, and the rest led to writing more. You do not need to purchase my books. I don't want you to be criticized. Oh, this guy's promoting his books. No, I'm not. If you go to Wiley.com, chapter 1 in there is a free download. Get the summary from there. All right, let's go. Who will benefit from this presentation? Professionals who have previously struggled at promoting financial planning and analysis, FP&A, enterprise performance management, integrating business analytics into support systems. Who intend to champion ARL, EPM, and business analytic improvement techniques, and they need a call to action. The reason marks, it's been my observation that although it's for the senior executive team to advocate and new ideas, often they are preoccupied with short-term priorities and firefighting. So typically managers 1, 2, 3 levels down in the organization, possibly of some who are listening to me, to basically demonstrate to their with a pilot project or a proof of concept that this is a go to use these progressive methods. So my agenda is going to clarify the confusion and lack of consensus. What is enterprise performance management? Similarly, to say what's business analytics? Describe 8 pressures that have interest using these methods, and then at the end I'll bring it all together. But I will go through several of those 8 methods in more detail. So there is confusion and lack of consensus about is it human resources performance management. You just do an internet search on just the 2 words performance management. It'll be about the personnel and HR function, employee appraisals. It's much broader. Is scorecards, dashboards, KPI? Yes, but that's a subset. The executive team strategy with that. Is it process productivity and quality improvement? Lando, lean, manage, Six Sigma quality, cycle time reduction. Yes, but that's a subset. Or is it all of the above? And the good news, all of the above. But the problem is organizations that implement these methods, they implement them in isolation of each other. So you've got planning and budgeting people one part of the bill. You got risk management people in another part of the building. You got doing profitability reporting in another part of the building. You get a lot more power and energy when you seamlessly integrate all of these methods like gears in a machine, and even more power when you analytics of all flavors into them. So I will be sending Abdul this PowerPoint PDF later. Get it? You can read the definition that I just described. So let's move on. What is analytics? I always say work backwards with the end in mind. In other words, regardless of how analytics should be defined, and I could put a Wikipedia definition here, there should be no argument what purpose of analytics. It's 2 things: better decisions, better actions. Analytics should be to gain insights and foresight and solve problems to make better and quicker decisions with more fact-based data and to take actions. I said I wouldn't give you a definition, but that last paragraph at the bottom is a pretty good definition. Now, I have authored one of my books on predictive business analytics, co-authored it. The link is in that slide. Let's talk about the analytical continuum. Think of it as stages of maturity. We start with historical view, just analytics, pie charts, histograms. Then we move to diagnostic ones. Notice there's that black dot on the curves. So that's an outlier. So we want to drill, see what that's all about. Why is it an outlier? When we go to the future, we start with analytics, forecasting, and then at the very high end, I call it Mount Everest, is descriptive analytics, which the operation has caused interest in EP in the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years. Quickly, the first one is executives' frustration with strategy failure. Most executives are quite, excuse me, at their strategy. Their frustration is failure to successfully implement the strategy. And there's empirical evidence on this. There's a executive recruiting in Chicago, and I was raised in Chicago. Go Bears! That's a NFL football. They monitor the involuntary turnover of CEOs in North America. The firing of CEOs is increasing every year. Example is Carly Fiorini at Hewlett-Packard. Director gave her a few months. She didn't implement. They fired her. Increased accountability. Today, there's no place to hide. Employee teams will be monitored. They will be measured. It doesn't necessarily mean their job is at risk, but it could impact their salary and more rapid decision making. Unlike a few years ago when you could test and have meetings and conferences, today people are on the phone. Go yes or no. They have to make a decision in real time. 4, distrust of the managerial accounting system for transparency and accuracy. The reality is most managers do not trust the costing system. Why? Those overhead allocations that they know are misleading. I will describe later how activity-based costing resolves the problem. 5, poor customer value management. The reality is customers and the actions with customers are the source of financial wealth creation for owners and shareholders. With customers all the way to the consequence of more money and profit for owners and shareholders. 6, contentious budgeting, poor resource capacity plan. My observation is the budgeting process is broken. Recommendation is saying, well, I brought your attention, didn't I? But what I'm going to describe is what was the purpose of a budget in the first place, and can we replicate and satisfy that using these corporate performance and enterprise performance management methods. 7, management. The reality is most customers view their supplier as the enemy. It's an adverse relationship. Oh, let's negotiate a lower supplier. If we put them out of business, so what? We'll just get another supplier. That behavior has to stop. It needs to be a marriage. Supply chains are competing with other supply chains for share of wallet and purse. And finally, unfulfilled return on investments from large IT systems, enterprise resource planning systems, ERP systems. Here is when you ask the director, after they've gone through 2 or 3 years implementing that complex ERP system, you ask them, how well do you believe the return on investment has met or exceeded? Where ERP software sold you on 2 years ago, they'll say, I'm not sure. We've put in a lot of time and I'm not sure we've got the benefit yet. Does not mean you don't implement ERP systems. You have to. You've got to basically stay competitive. The problem is ERP systems produce a lot of data, not necessarily information, and they're not the same thing. So what we want to do is convert the data information, and that's where the EPM systems like create the ROI like seeds from the ground. So I'm now going to drill down for about 40 minutes into the 8. The first one I already mentioned, failure by executives to execute their wealth strategy. So here's a little bit of a primer on the Kaplan and Norton strategy balance scorecard. You'll notice that the strategy into the balance scorecard. Many people say, well, we implemented a balance scorecard. I asked them, did you start with a strategy map? No. The strategy map is times more important than the balance scorecard. The balance scorecard is, and I'll show you an example of it in the next slide. But above those are something arguably an mission statement. That is the responsibility of the executive team. That's their job, to set direction. But the vision and statements answers is this question: where do we want to go? But the strategy map and the balance scorecard answer a different question: how will we get there? The balance scorecard, they're mechanical. They help realize the vision and mission of the executive team. Here's a fictitious example of a strategy map. What Kaplan and Norton recognized, and when they created this, is that executives were overreacting to financial reported at the end of the fiscal period. They said you need to shift your attention to non-financial metrics collected during the period, and then basically focus on improving to produce the financial results. The second reason they created this is most management teams and managers don't understand strategy of the executives. I mean, maybe your organization, and in the hallway, I randomly interviewed 10 employees. Quick, can you explain and articulate your executive strategy? How do they do it or do it well? None. So what Kaplan and Norton perspectives that go from bottom to top, learning and growth, and these little rectangles, these are strategic objectives. So you go from learning and growth objectives to the internal improvement ones, then further up to customer and loyalty objectives, ultimately arrives at the financial objectives, typically 2, 3, or 4 strategic objectives. Those arrows, those are the metro performance indicators, KPIs. You get what you measure it, you can't manage it. So to sort of bottom of the top, a learning environment stimulates process excellence, customer intimacy, loyalty, retention, and that creates the financial wealth for the shareholders and owners. To think about this is, imagine if every employee and manager every day answer this single question: how am I doing on what is important? Am I doing on what is important? The strategy map's balance scorecard provides the answer. The overriding purpose of a strategy map and the balance scorecard system is to make every job. It's almost like owners out of the employees. Let's move on to the fourth one: mistrust of the managerial accounting system and its flawed cost allocations and missing cost reporting of outputs, products, standard service lines, channels, customers, and outcomes. And this is ABC solves this. So here's my simple way to understand ABC. Imagine you go to a restaurant you order a little salad, the other 3 order the most expensive item on the menu. And when the waiter or waitress brings the bill, you say, hey, let's check evenly. How do you feel? Not fair, not equitable. Well, that's how products feel in a standard system when the accountant this large amount of indirect expense, commonly called overhead, and they allocate it to the products using cost allocation factors like labor hours, number of units produced, square feet, square meter, number of employees in a cost center. None of those cost allocation factors, the true consumption, that the product we consume of the end-to-end business processes and the work activities that belong to them, which in turn then on the expenses, salary, wages, supplies, and so forth. The simple definition of AB is as if the waiter or wait for individual checks. You pay for what you consume. And when a do that butter spreading compared to ABC, they discover that method, some of the products were way overcosted. The others were way undercosted because it's a zero-sum game. And so ABC, like a pair of glasses with the lens. Now, the reason there's been interest in ABC over the last several decades has to do with this diagram. It has the three universes of any organization's expense and cost structure. At the bottom, you've got the direct labor, the direct cost, direct material in the middle, the overhead at the top. Notice that as time goes by, the indirect expense overhead is displacing the in magnitude. And when you ask people why, they'll say, well, computers, automation, robots, we're automating out frontline workers. That is a secondary explanation. The primary reason for this is over time, all companies have had an increased proliferation of different types of products in manufacturing, more colors, more sizes, more ranges, and so forth. And the point here is that when you increase the diversity and variation of the outputs, and the complexity requires more and more indirect expense overhead to manage it. Years ago to the left, when homogeneous products, maybe you did black, red, white pens, that's all. The indirect was if you could allocate it, spreading the butter, you didn't introduce that much error. But now look to the right. Let's say we have 50 colors of pens. It's much more complex. We need to trace and assign it. The problem actually begins with this left diagram that everybody recognizes, a responsibility center cost statement, salary, equipment, travel, and so forth. The problem is, though, when managers get this kind of report, they're more sad, but they're rarely any smarter. So what ABC does, now look to the middle, it's the same 900 and 1400 US into the language of work. Key scan claims, claims. Notice I mean back office of a insurance company too. So ABC is universal, can apply to service organizations as well. And then we read those activity costs into the products, just like the waiter or waitress restaurant, based on the consumption. So it's basically, now I've rotated the previous diagram 90 degrees. It isn't as simple as, we take our expenses for the departments, we trace them to the work activity, and we reassign them to the cost objects, products, and services. The right side is more high. It's multiple stage because we have support departments that ultimately support the frontline departments that interact with customers and make multiple stage. Now, I'm going to warn you, the next slide will look at it, but below it, the next slide after it, I will give you that you can read more slowly, leisure, how this slide works. Not complicated. We've got the resources at the top, salary, phone, depreciation, and so forth. We have the work activities in the middle, and they eventually pile up. We call them into the final cost, products, services, and customers, and what's called business sustaining. Now, all of those arrows, think of them as wide pipes where the amount of money flow basically. So if this organ spent, let's say, 5 million euros or whatever the currency in January, it'll be the exact same 5 million of these, and they will pile up and accumulate And bottom boxes, customers and business sustaining. You're asking, what is business sustaining? There'll be some expenses that have nothing to do with interacting with customing products, legal department, or when the accounting department is closing books. They're not traceable. So we park them into a cost object like senior management. Senior management wants the reports. It's typically 5 to 10% of the monthly expense. This is all traceable. Also notice in the middle, we have PPs and equipment activities. You know, men and women run machines, machines make parts. You know, equipment, the machinery also has activities. The message here is costing is modeling. Costing is not T accounts and journal entries that account. You need to model function relations. At the bottom, you know, reverse all those arrows in your mind the other direction, going from bottom to top. That's what's happening every hour, day, week, month. The customers and the products are placing demands. Load is drawing on the spending, the cost or the effect in the other direction. Also, notice that there are a couple of arrows from the red boxes going directly to the customers, what we call cost to serve activities and costs. So things like channel distribution expenses, marketing expenses, selling expenses. And this will allow us to create profit and loss for each. I'll show that in a few minutes. Again, I went through that quickly. When you get these slides, if you go to the link at the bottom, it's an article, it's a paper I wrote for the Institute of Management Accounting. I'm a 30-year member of that, and I had them. They asked me to write that statement on management accounting. What's the result when ABC? You're looking from a real company axis is the net revenues minus the properly traced and calculated ABC costs. The horizontal axis is the cumulative buildup of the profit, but it's rank order starting with the most profitable products, profitable product, and so forth. The very last data point at the right will exactly reconcile with the profit and loss statement. So for this organization, for the quarter, at 30 million in sales, 28 in expenses, and 2. Last data point is the 2. This organizational shock to the employees and managers and executives when they see it, referred to as a whale curve. It looks like a humpback whale. Notice in this graph of this real company, they made roughly $8 million of unrevealed by the ABC calculation, but they lost $6 million. The remainder to net out at 2, and they can't, because that flawed butter spreading on labor hour creates the blue line. So the blue line says almost everything except for a few at the end. It's not true. That broad brush averaging, butter spreading, I call it, is crushing and suppressing any accuracy. That blue line is wrong. The black line is correct. And some of you may ask, well, what do you do about all those products? No, do them? No. You know, some of them may be at their early stage product development. So it's a shakeout period, sales volume, but it'll eventually migrate to the left and be profitable. But it's fact-based data. Anything from my presentation, remember this. In the absence of facts, anybody's opinion is a good one. In the absence of facts, opinion is a good one. But usually the biggest opinion wins, which is the opinion of the boss. So to the degree they're making decisions on real intuition or flawed and misleading information like the blue line, the organization is at risk. Let's move on, or let's go further. We're using ABC going below the product gross profit margin, centric. The only value a company will ever create is the value that comes from its customers. the current one and the new ones acquired in the future. To remain competitive, determine how to keep customers long, grow them into bigger customers, make them more, serve them more efficiently, and acquire relative customers like the ones you have today. But we have a few problems here. The accountants are or measuring customer. They're stopping halfway down the profit and loss income statement at profit margin, including channel distribution expenses. So the entire record was the expenses for the organization. The accountants are only calculating the shaded area. And it'd be nice if for the indirect overhead they were using ABC, but they're not including the white space. ABC can continue to do the space. And why do customer-related costs matter? As differentiation from the product advantages is reduced or new. In other words, as competitors match your product's differentiation, so you don't have the differentiation edge, competitive edge from your products, then the relationship grows in importance. Thus, the cost to serve component of each customer's requires measurement and visibility, and activity-based costing measures how resources are uniquely consumed each diverse customer. So here's the problem. We've got what I call angel customers and demon customers. What I mean by that, I mean every company has high and low maintenance customers. So example, high maintenance customer, always changing the delivery schedule, always demanding special, not standard product, returning goods, calling help desk. Low maintenance ain't the demons. Low maintenance customers, they love them. They don't do any of those, always meet delivery schedule, never, always standard, never return goods. The mirror is that sales volume is synonymous or equivalent of a customer. What's more interesting is the subtopic, discover which type of customer is which and turbocharger stock price. So now we've connected customer actions behavior to shareholder wealth and owner's wealth. It was authored by two faculty at Columbia University in New York City. It doesn't talk about, but it gets the point across. So to really firm what I just said, unprofitable customers are distinguished by how they place demands on parties. The less profitable customers, okay, the demons, small order quantities, special products ordered, the price discounting, unpredictable time is changing, high technical support, that's indirect, slow payment, bad. The good customers, large order size, only buy standard products, little price no price discounting, very predictable demands, low technical support, maybe no technical support, and they pay on time. This behavior can be measurability based, and it can produce an income statement that looks like this. It's and this is a fictitious customer, but notice the profit contribution at 30% for the products is comparison. But between the 30 and 8, 22 more profitability are eroded, nothing to do with making the product, but all the interaction with the customer. And if we cut swaths for every customer, put them into a graph grid that looks like this, where each circle into intersection is a customer. Now the vertical axis is the product mix gross profit margin. And horizontal axis is that cost to serve, the angels on the left, the devils on the right. Now things become obvious. The customer, because they're buying a low profit mix from you and they're difficult to serve. The most profitable customers upper left, because they're buying high gross profit margin and they're easy to serve. And now the name of the move the dots, move the customers from the bottom upper left, and that would be a whole other seminar person to describe how do you take. But one action you could take be fee-based charges. So when they ask to do things, have been charging for baggage, or if you want to change it to an aisle seat, charge them an extra fee, more profitable. Now, some of you may activity-based costing sounds like it's too. My understanding is complicated. It's too big. It doesn't work. It takes too long to implement, and so those are all misconceptions. But they weren't misconceptions several years ago. A lot of ABC, sometimes even the consultants didn't know how to implement it. I then came up with a technique that you can implement an ABC system in 2 weeks, not 6 months. It starts with what we call rapid typing with iterations. We start with a 1-day workshop, 4, 5, 6 cross-functional employees in a room, build a high-level ABC very quickly, not intended to be accurate, just to basically show the design. Then the next morning, bring in the executives, some of the other line managers. They see what was constructed by these 5 people. Very engaging because it's your own company. The light bulb on with everybody. Oh, that's how we get rid of that butter spreading of labor hours. Oh, that's how we validate whether our pricing was profitable or not. Oh, that's how we can do benchmark apples and oranges and so forth. Then a couple of iterations for several, you get to a permanent, repeatable ABC production system. It can be done quickly. Make your mistakes often, not later when the system has changed. All right, let's move to budgeting. I said the budget is broken. The budget is typically a fiscal exercise that's done by the accountants that has 2 problems. It's disconnected from the executive team strategy, and it's not really based on future driver volumes. Now describe how corporate enterprise performance management methods, these gears in the machine that are in, can resolve this. But first, let's look and see how you're doing it. How many of these apply when your company or organization does budgeting? It's invasive and time consuming with few, it takes 6 months from beginning to end. You start in July or end in producing it in December. It requires 2 or more executive tweaks at the end. The executives don't like the first draft of the budget. They want change numbers. It's absolute events and organization. So you produce and report the budget by March, it's already out of date. It's departments with truly valid needs. Let's say in the next fiscal year, there's going to be a department of work towards them. We didn't give them more of that. It caves into the voice and political muscle. That's from those years, the ones that have been in the company for 15, 20 years. They know how to game this, which means we reward them. They're what I call the veteran sandbags. They know how to basically report to their proposing for their budget just in case it goes wrong next year, and they've got cushion. Next, last year's inefficiencies into this year's. The process was ineffective. We replicate it this year. The last one bothers me a lot. When a manager is 2-3 months from the end of the glide path, 2 months from the end of the fiscal year, they're not going to spend a budget that was approved and allotted to them. What do they start doing? Spending needlessly, foolishly, because they know that next year's budget them be pegged to how much they spent this year. Now let me see if I can how you do budgeting in your organization. You give each manager a cost center department sheet in December with the basically general ledger accounts, including rubber bands and paper clips. Each of them fills it out. Someone then in the accounting department consolidates all the spreadsheet, and they bring in a forecast department to basically produce the profit and loss statement. You give it to the executives. They look at that. They say, not enough profit. have them change some of the numbers, lower some of those expenses. So all the spreadsheets go back to the managers. They lower some of the expenses of from their ledger accounts in the accounting department back to the executives. That's a little bit better, but not good enough. Down, up, down, up, down. Come on. We almost want to ask the executives, what number of profit level did you want in the first place, so we didn't have to go through all this spreadsheet manipulation? But that would the aspiration and desires of the executives what's really possible. So how does enterprise performance management satisfy? We don't do this spreadsheet budgeting. We do it a different way. We consider that the amount of spending in any period is a result of two rivers coming at the organization. The upper river stream is the recurring, repeatable expenses. And it's going to be demand driven. Think of the sales order demand. The bottom river stream, the non-recurring, non-repeatable expenses, and they're coming from projects. And I'll give you an example what those projects, look like. So when we do the upper river stream, the repeatable work, we basically do a capacity report plan. I'll show you that in a second. We calculate the ABC model backwards. We bottom, we forecast and predict what the predictive view to solve for the level of resources. So another way to historical view, the and we use ABC to calculate the work, products, and services. Okay, and that's primarily for strategic intent. We want to see where our profit margins are, but we get a bonus when we do ABC. The use level cost consumption. A typical ABC system will have 50 to 70 activities, thousands of them. Each of those 50 to 70 will have a unit driver cost, like cost per material forklift truck. Then, now that we've got the unit cost consumption rates, we calculate backwards. And I think it was my second semester freshman year at Cornell University Industrial Engineering, we learned this equation. The customer mix times the unit level cost consumption rate is required. For example, the number of employees and their salary and wages, and this with suppliers. So you've got to think like an engineer. I've been involved in the CFO and accounts. They age 27. I'm 76 now, but at age 27, I wound up being a division controller for a large manufacturing conglomerate in Milwaukee. And that's where I got a wake-up call when I realized, hey, this is not about external financial report for statutory and regulatory agencies. It's about internal management accounting for insights and better decisions to all of you in India. The problem, and I have been to India several times, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Mumbai, I think I've been there times, is your accounting emphasis is too much satisfying regulatory agencies, your government agencies. You got to the side, they're secondary. It's more important is the internal management employees in your organization. They deserve much better information. I hope I don't get in trouble now for saying basically critical about the government in India.
No problem. No problem. Yeah.
Now let's go to the lower ring, the non-repeatable work, the project-driven. This is a diagram involving the risk management community, and it's a popular diagram they use. Each circle is a type of risk event that can happen in the future. The dinner is how much money would be spent to mitigate it. The axis, severity of the event occurring. Would it be? The horizontal axis is the event occurring. Now, you can't basically mitigate every single possible risk, but those that are in the upper right do some risk mitigation. Now, I've decomposed the upper stream, lower stream into this diagram. Shaded boxes is the upper river stream. I won't go there, but we start with the management ABC. That brings in a little consumption rates. From the left, we bring volume and mix. That gives us a capacity resource plan. How many employees, how many machines, how many labor hours, pounds, grams, number of employees. We monetize it to whatever is your currency, euros, dollars. From the left, now we've got 3 projects. We've got the risk mitigation projects. Go back to the strategy map and the balance scorecard. Remember the strategy map with objectives? To execute and implement the strategy, we have to pay for the project initiatives to accomplish it. So now we've got is now budget as opposed, and then you're all familiar with your capital to justify purchases of equipment and machines with ROI. So when we bring them all 3 together, the operational budget from the top, the 3 projects, we get the derived, and that is much better than, remember those spreadsheets, up, down, up, down. Now, because the budget typically is out of date within a couple of months, we can do is refresh the calculations, and there is software that can do this by reforecasting, because any forecast is going to be out of date so we reforecast, and we run through all of the same calculations. The only independent variable in this is the forecast. Everything else has been calibrated or can be derived. So this is what you're seeing is capacity sort of driver-based budgeting and forecast. Now, notice at the bottom right, there's a diamond. We still have a similar problem with trading. When we go through these calculations and give it to the executives, say, not enough profit, go change something, lower something. Well, the temptation would be, well, why don't we eliminate or postpone the risk mitigation spending? Bad. Then we expose our risk. What if we strategic project spending? Bad. Then we not execute the strategy. What if we eliminate or postpone? They justified them. The only way to really lower the expenses is the unit level consumption rates, which means product improvements. And that's where lean management, Six Sigma quality, reducing cycle time comes into play. Now integrated the process view, the operation people with this entire exercise. Now, you need to basically think like that, because in the descriptive view, that multi-stage cost assignment, we're primarily calculating costs. But predictive view, you have to classify the behavior of the resources as sunk, fixed, step fixed, or variable. And you'll notice in this diagram, as time goes out, as the planning horizon goes out, things become more variable. For examples, we may replace full-time employees with temporary workers, or we may lease assets that we would have normally purchased. When we lease them, paying on them on a monthly basis. When we purchase them, stuck with depreciation. So you've got to think like an engineer. And most accountants, and I'll just make an observation, they're not or understanding what I would call microeconomics, classifying the behavior fixed, variable. They're really good at basically bookkeeping at the end of the month, producing period math. Okay. So how does it all fit together? How does what I call enterprise performance management as a value multiplier by implement? What I'm showing in this diagram is how together. So let's start with the big purple box, that's organization resources. That's going to be all of your employees and your assets. Okay, let's start again, look at the customer loyalty. The customer have a black line going up over to the right. We want it to into the shares. I mentioned earlier, customers and our behavior with customers, the source of value, wealth, financial creation for shareholders. We want an action. Now, how does the diagram work? When we go to the strategy and mission at the, it's going to be derived by how do we go customers and make customers more. They communicate to our managers and employees dashboard with KPIs, and we'll set target on the KPIs and distribute that to managers. That's where account, because now it's kind of like the mule and the donkey with the carrot, trying to eat the carrot. Manager is held to current KPIs, and they need to try to meet or exceed. And that provides back. Once we report the balance scorecard monthly, let's say, feedback to the, how am I doing on what's important? Now, let's go from the customers. I have CRM. The message there is, and marketing are always asking the which type of customer is more attractive to retain, to win back, or abandon. Which types are not. That's where they need customer profitability. Now let's look at that. The account blue. This is where the process people come into. The most prominent end process in any organization is order fulfillment. Take the customer order, complete the order. So it is in that area that the process stated to basically reduce cycle time, reduce waste, and so forth. Management, accounting, and analytics in my diagram, I deliberately left it out because the output of accounting and analytics is pervasive. It's an input just to everywhere. You use management, the language of money to get insights to make better decisions. Now I'm decomposing the diagram more. So start at the customer satisfaction to the left. The executives will fit strategy based on needs of the customer. They'll then communicate it downward with the risk management strategy, KPIs. That gives us the scorecards and dashboards. That then from there to the right, it gives us the feedback. Remember, every employee can answer the question, how am I doing on what's important? But if every employee answer that question, then how are we all doing on what's important? So that's all to support strategy execution for the executive. Now we've got that targeting, of customer we're targeting. Which type of customer is more attractive to reach, to grow, to win, acquire, which are not? So that's where the customer profitability comes into play. And then we've got that order fulfillment, the clockwise circle. The customer complete the order more efficiently. All of this will create more money. Now, you should bubbles through these veins. This is an entire system, like your heart, your blood system. Any of those veins are, I refer to it as arteriosclerosis of the EPM system, term arterials, which produces heart attacks. If any of those veins too thin, it's going to basically restrict how the money flows through. So it go all the way to the shareholders, it leaks to the sewer. If we're basically the wrong types of customers, if our processes are inefficient. So I'd like you to think of this whole diagram in your mind as the vision of what have happened in your organization. Here's a key. We need good leadership. We need leadership that can prioritize. So once that's the next step for them is where do, well, they have to ask the question, if we do or we make or lose because we have the flawed cost accounting system, let's do ABC, activity-based costing. If we're not measuring the right things, we don't have the KPIs, let's start with the strategy map and balance. But my message here is don't 2 to 3 years to implement. Try to get them in 3 months or 6 months. Use the rapid prototyping, with iteration, start small, big, move fast. So that's my picture of what really a full vision of an EPM system should. Now let me share with me. Why has the for analytics EPM has been so slow? I have empirical that when it comes to activity-based costing, 90% of organizations that should be using ABC are doing it the traditional way, not changing. And there's several reasons that are barriers and obstacles from change categories. Why is the adoption rate so slow? What are their categories? The first one are technical barriers, and they include IT, information technology related issues, such as bad, dirty data. Someone put in or a mistake. It's giving us flawed, but the information IT department has a tool that can pure data. It's called extraction, transform, and ETL. And let me give you an example. Let's say that you're a large conglomerate, probably, let's say, Reliance. You're multi. You want to negotiate with a big supplier like negotiate lower price because of our volume. But all of the different divisions have a different vendor master file. So for one division of Reliance, I'm just using them as an example, General Electric and the master in the vendor file is G. In another division, they've got General Electric spelled out. In another division, they have ENL, abbreviation. What extraction, transform, and load is to look at, collect all of those, and select a standard, basically unify on, let's say it's general layout, it'll go back and replace them in all of the other files. And now the people at corporate headquarters, they're the one who are going to do the study to negotiate the lower price sales volume, can see the total system. Another technical barrier with IT is you may have different hardware. You may have Dell, you may have Hewlett Packard. IT can fix that. The problem is the perception barriers. It's too complex. ABCO, it'll take us 9 months. It'll have 5,000 activities, so forth. I demonstrate ABC system can be implemented in 2 to 3 weeks using prototyping iterations. But the biggest problem, 3, it's got nothing to do with tech, to do with systems, nothing to do with it's organizational behavior, and it starts with resistance to change. It's human nature. People don't, fear of other truth. Oh, I don't want to do an ABC system. I don't want the other managers to know what my expenses are. Fear of being measured, accountable. We ship there. I said it. Not every executive team's got the highest IQ. So the real solution is you need soft skills of behavioral management. Now, most accountants, like perhaps then there are no accountants in the audience. I'm usually presenting to accountants. I say, you've got those hard skills. You know how to do a fiscal month-end close, and debits and credits and journals and all that. You need soft skills. Most of you, and maybe this even of those of you listening to me, you are what I call Newtonian managers, like Isaac Newton, the physicist. you the world machine. Give me the levers, the pulleys, and dials. What you need is Darwin, like Charles Darwin, the biologist. Sense and you need to learn how to basically overcome, resistance using change management techniques. Conclude with what I call the complete vision of performance management. It's a cover of actually one of my books. And in there, I have these broken gears, teeth are broken, it's inefficient. To the right, spinning revolutions. The current state for many is with the broken gears, there's flawed, you put that in your automobile, what would your fuel if very low? Now put the titanium gears into your automobile. What's your fuel efficiency? Very high. Place the metaphor of fuel efficiency with the rate of shareholder wealth creation. So you want the revolutions per minute of those corporate performance management, business analytic gears spin better, faster, cheaper. That's the process improvement, safer, risk mitigation, smart scorecard. So I'll conclude. Action steps to educated. Thank you. You're doing that by listening to my presentation. Get buy-in from those that are going to be impacted. Prototyping. Think big, go fast. Incentives. I don't have expertise in motivational theory, but I know important, whether it's commissions and like. You get these slides. There are links to as many as I covered. Your success depends on how the information intelligence gets to the right people. So Abdul, I have concluded. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for wonderful lecture. Each time I hear, I learn something. Okay. So this fantastic session, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Gary Cockins. He's the name to be looked for enterprise performance management globally. So very well known and very kind to share the knowledge with the Global Manufacturing Summit audience. So thank you, sir, on behalf of the entire participants and organizers. Thank you very much. Sincere appreciations to you and your time. So it is a pleasure listening to you again and again on different topics. And enterprise performance management is something close to your heart and our hearts also. So thank you very much. And I take this as an opportunity to conclude the session. And any questions to Gary, please write to us. And he is very much available in the LinkedIn. If you post any questions, if you need help, any advisory service to implement activity-based costing or activity-based management, Gary is available to help you. And there are some fantastic books on activity-based management and enterprise performance management. You will really love to read them. So enjoy and have a great time. So thank you very much, all the participants, for joining the session. Thank you, sir, for a wonderful lecture. Sincere appreciations on behalf of everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.